T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
You need cool air, baby, I'm not fooling. I'm gonna send you back to school, way down inside. Honey, you need it. I'm gonna give you my love.
puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and move. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead, so when the nights get colder, you're needing that shoulder. Ape's got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and move.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we like to buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Well, the title says it for the day today. Watch and see what is being pushed for clues. I know if you're not on social media, you're obviously not seeing anything specifically there that is, kind of unique to what I'm talking about here. So if you don't have social media, you don't know what I'm talking about. But if you do have social media, there is a lot of pushing of different things out there. Some of you maybe have seen crypto getting pushed pretty hard right now. You may be seeing ETFs getting pushed really, really hard. But I find it really funny as I go through. It kind of gives me a clue when I see certain things being pushed and I know that they're not right. It kind of gives me a clue as to perhaps maybe what's coming. And so I'm going to give you an example of something like this. I'm not necessarily saying that this is a push, really, but this one is kind of interesting. I'm going to show you a specific account here on Twitter. Let me see here. Let me take you guys over the other screen. We're going to go to this guy's account here real quick. I have no idea who this guy is. Maybe I should know. I don't know. I'm not really one. I don't care who people are. I just don't really know. I don't know who people are. So he's got 115,000 followers though, which I think is pretty significant. And I go through this guy's charts, and most of these charts are really good. He's got some great charts in here, and I agree with a lot of the things that he's kind of pointing out in some of these charts, but not all of them. And I think it's really kind of disingenuous when he posts up a chart like this one and doesn't get it right and gets it wrong incredibly. And so I thought it was really kind of interesting. And he's saying in his tweet here, he says, if markets should be on the verge of a major decline / crash, we should be close to a recession. If we are close to recession, OAS should be rallying. However, OAS is declining. Conclusion, we are not close to a recession, and hence markets are not about to crash. And so I go in here and I look at this and I go, if you chart a lot, something like this should stand out almost instantly to you that this chart is incredibly wrong in his analysis. And I'm really kind of surprised because in other pictures he does do the analysis on the top side, and I guess this is maybe a lesson for some of you guys out there. You shouldn't always look for the bottom side of a chart trend. Finding the top side. Notice he finds the top side and says, "Oh, look, OAS is declining." This is option adjusted spread, by the way. And so he's saying it's declining here, and and he's saying positive divergence usually is what you tend up seeing, and we don't really have that right now. And so it is what he's basically stating that there's no way that we're in a potential recession type situation because this is declining. And so I of course I had to be an asshole and to put in my own chart, and I said I fixed it for you. So look at this. All you have to do is draw in the lines here. Before each one of these recessionary periods that occurred, there was a declining OAS beforehand every single time, and the positive divergence met negative divergence and pinched the RSI into a point to where it just took off. We're getting the same exact thing going on right now, very same exact thing happening right now. So the question is, I'm like, I fixed your chart for you. You're here. You got these circle red spots down here, and we're there. We're inside that red circle spot here. What's next? Where are we going to? And I don't know. I didn't get any response directly from him on this, but I hope he sees it. I doubt he'll ever respond to it, but I hope he sees it because I see it, and it stands out like a sore thumb. So I don't know if you see it. Kind of crazy. But it's important when you're charting to look at the top sides as well as the bottom sides. Watch out for that kind of stuff. There's going to be people out there that are trying to make cases for why something's going to do something, and it's important to look at the bigger picture and say, like, is that really what it is it's saying, or are you missing something? So anyways, let's take a look. And by the way, I was kind of looking at this, and I wanted to pull this up on, and I didn't have a chance last night to do it because I wanted to see what the time frame was on some of these bottoms to making it to the top and how long it took to get there. Some of them, I would imagine. I mean, this is the COVID. He's calling this is COVID right here. In this spot right here, and you know that when it started moving, when the market started declining and moving into the quote unquote recession period, it didn't take more than a month or two to get there. So this rapid increase from a bottom on the declining spread can be very, very rapid, extremely rapid. So watching for warning signs, like a rapidly declining, followed with RSI positive and negative divergence coming to a head. It's kind of crazy. This is the 2000. Remember, I've mentioned to you guys before, we're looking a little bit more like a 2000 recession than any of the other ones, but we do look different than any other recession from the past currently, but the one that's closest looking to what it is that we're doing was 2000 recession. Look where RSI started out at, in contrast to where it went to for the 2000 recession. It didn't really move very fast for the 2000 recession, but if you look at this here, again, RSI starting out more closely to that period of time. It's also very, very close to where it was before we had COVID. The 2008 recession, RSI was much, much lower in contrast. So, anyways, a little historical lesson there. Good morning. It's good to see you guys. 6:22. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Danny says, is he related to Zuckerberg? They should do a cage match together. I don't know. I don't know if he is or he isn't. I don't know who he is. I'm not trying to make fun of him or anything like that. He's just another person as far as I know. But yeah, you saw it last night, Danny, and you were like mind blown. Donna says, I noticed immediately it was wrong. Yeah, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't seem like it takes very much. I mean, you could even look at like maybe some of the other periods too, where you have declining adjusted, where you have option adjusted spread declining, and then it hits a bottom and then starts spiking up. Doesn't necessarily have to always reach a recessionary period, right? But so this is probably a good case in point right here, where it never actually reaches into a recession as it's declining. But oftentimes declines very much do lead into rebounds on that, and sometimes worse than others. So yeah. Let's see here. Censored content says, so you were looking at charts last night. I guess I better clear my search history if we're going to play that game. You guys were posting some interesting pictures in the Discord last night. Nothing I can probably share, but I showed my wife. I was like, look at this foo guy. Look what he's posting in here. I was like, what the hell? Oh, man. You guys sure know how to welcome in everybody. Paraport says disgusting. Let me see here. I'm going to take you guys to numbers. It's probably a good time to do numbers. Paris says I was appalled. I'm sure you were. Let me clean my glasses off here, guys. Remember, as I take you over the other page here, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you sign up for that with your broker, they may let you have a secondary device to be able to receive an access code. If they do, you might want to use that, and you never know when something's going to happen to your primary phone or whatever device it is that you're getting it on. And so not a bad idea to set that up. And then I think we did. We had a reduction in the amount of people who haven't checked their portfolios yet. So that's great. Hopefully you guys are getting some screenshots of, not screenshots, you're getting a digital copy of your statement from your brokers to kind of verify what it is that you have now versus what you had in the past, so that you can see if you got the correct amount of shares from the settlement and also from the conversion and reverse split. Hopefully you guys are checking that out and verifying everything and checking it twice like Santa Claus would. Santa Claus checks his stuff twice. Why shouldn't you? It's a good habit. I always used to count my tills 3 times. I was like, you can get it wrong twice. How do you know which one's right? So I always counted my till 3 times. Every single time. I had to get the same number twice. Let's see here. So we had 72% of you saying yes, that you received all of your settlement shares. I'm going to put this poll in here real quick before I go over the numbers. 15% said no. 8% said I haven't checked yet, which is down by 2%. Some have, some have not. It was 4%. That's still the same value as previously. That could be part of that group. Could be some of the people who purchased shares maybe on the 23rd or 24th, which is fine. If that's the case, keep on checking that one. Some have, some have not. That would probably be a perfect place for you to vote that way. What I really want to see is that 8% number coming down a little bit. Let me post this poll up here real fast. And once we get under, I was saying 10%, I'll stop doing the poll. But in this particular case, I don't know. I'm kind of thinking I should wait until we're down to 5%. All right, the poll is out. Thank you guys for participating in the poll every day. I think that's really great that you guys are. We had 971 votes yesterday. That's really good that we're getting a lot of participation in that. It does help to kind of identify what's going on with the community and what we're seeing. Let's get into these numbers here. I've done beating around the bush too long. All right. Starting with the top left-hand side, price prediction tally points. Not yesterday, but the day before, we all missed. I was unexpected to see what happened happen. And but yesterday we did a lot better. Unfortunately, nobody got an extra bonus point. I was really close to getting an extra bonus point for being within 10 cents of the actual price and being having a 10 cent different prediction than anybody else, but not quite. And so that only counts as a 1 point win for me. So everybody gets a point yesterday. Price came in within everybody's prediction range. So let me go ahead and award a point to everyone. This is not meant as financial advice. It is simply just three apes trying to figure out what price is going to be on a daily basis. Trying to stay sharp on where price is moving to, seeing if we can't follow it. All right. That means we go to a tiebreaker today. Max pain. Oh, actually, let's start with short exempt volume. Obviously, with SSR being tripped, short exempt volume is always going to be higher than normal. 450.4 thousand. That is definitely very elevated. Anything over 300K is massive. Utilization, you'll be happy to know, has shot back up again, as anticipated. It is currently being reported at 77.29%. And day-over-day price increase, we had a negative 5.8% decrease in price for the day yesterday. Max pain. If I can find the page here. Max pain is showing up as $12. I think this is going to come down. I said yesterday that I thought it would come down to $10. I think this has got to come down to at least $11 here. I feel like it's got to hit 11. Okay, it finally went to 10. I said 10 yesterday, and it stayed at 12. I guess it's gonna be a delayed reaction here, and it did finally drop down to 10. So, $10 is max pain for the day today, and we're sitting at about 797. Let's check and see what the off exchange was. Final numbers for the day. Remember, when SSR is on, these numbers tend to be a little bit lower than normal. Off exchange had 49.07% going through it. EDGX final numbers were 7.88. The combined total on that is 56.95% when it should be normally around 64%. So it's about 7.05% less than we're used to seeing. 804,000 shares having been delivered through CHX. That is a massive amount of shares delivered right there. The equivalent to what used to be about 8 million shares. It was a total of 1.68% of our total daily volume when we have about a 30-day average of 1.4%. These are pretty big numbers. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume, it was 1,703 shares, nothing unusually large on that one. We'll talk about a little bit more about GME and the irony behind the fact that Ryan Cohen is under investigation and announcement of that, and how that somehow manages to affect AMC's price. And so every single time any y'all say, why doesn't Adam Aaron come out and talk about this, that, and the other in regards to manipulation of the stock? This is a great reason why it's better for him to say nothing than to come out and start saying things that he could be potentially held responsible for. As an investigation further down the road. Last thing we want is some kind of news like that. And it's also another reason why you have some of these warnings that come out in the 8Ks as well. Very, very important stuff right there. They're covering their butts really, really, really well on this. They don't want to have anybody coming back and trying to create some kind of negative lawsuit that's going to impact us poorly. Institutional ownership. Let's see. Yesterday was being reported by Fintel as 154.089 million. They obviously have not done the reverse split on their numbers yet. I was hoping that earliest that we would see this change is probably by the second day of this month, but I think this is gonna. We may not see this change until. Let's see, what quarter are we in here? 6, 7, 8, 9. It should have changed. I think there's a reporting period here between quarters where before companies have to file some of the changes, and I think that's like a month and a half or so. It's like 66. It's like 90 days. So maybe by the middle of next month, we may see these numbers actually being reported with the reverse split. But as it stands right now, 154.089 were the numbers for yesterday. It is now showing up as 154.089, so no change. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of open interest where there's not a put balance on the other side for the call options is going to be at a $8 strike. Is that right? No, $9 strike. Yesterday it was 13.5 was the number I was going with. No, it wasn't. I don't know what it was yesterday because I don't think I updated the number. But it was 16,000 yesterday. Whatever strike price it was probably a $9 strike or 10. It was probably a $10 strike. There were 16,000 contracts. Now the highest is going to be at a $9 strike with 14.4 thousand contracts. I'm not counting the $10 strikes right now because if you notice on the put side, there's almost identical amount of open interest, and that's going to be, again, I don't want to see a balanced call and put open interest, because to me that just tells me they're just trying to prevent a gamma from moving the price upwards here. So I'm leaning more towards that $9 strike there. On the put side of things, highest amount of volume is, man, it's just like an even amount across the board all the way down to about $5. But the highest number is going to be a $7.50 strike. That's what it was. That's let's see, $7.50. I'm seeing 7.9 thousand contracts. So we'll just call it 8,000 because it's really, really close. So to me, it looks like the market's suggesting a closing price somewhere between $7.50 and $9 by the end of the day today. There is a large quantity of open interest at a $5 strike as well, though. We'll have to watch intraday trading to see if that changes. All right, let's see here. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big... Or why did I say that? I'm going to move a couple screens around, and then we'll cover the rest of the data. Still tired. Alrighty, let's give this one more refresh here, even though I think that's already been updated. I just want to make sure we're getting really, really close to some of the numbers we used to have here, guys. So the rebalancing that I was telling you guys was happening is coming to fruition. And so, all those people out there that were naysayers and saying that they've closed their positions are going to be having to eat their words here pretty soon, because we're almost right back to where we were. Short share interest of the free float is at 11.33%. Let's take a look at some of these numbers here. But utilization driving back up here. Day over day, the utilization drove from 54.87% to 77.29%. On loan amount, driving back up again. We're now at 25.65 million shares on loan. Estimated short share interest of the free float rising day over day from 10.23 to 11.33, so 1.1%. Let's try and figure out what that equates to in short interest being estimated. That's not right. Let's see here. Times 158. Okay, Ortex is estimating about 1.738 million of that new loaned shares is going to be in short interest. How many new shares did we take on loan last night? Let's see here. $4.94 million. Now, I want you to understand the gravity of, in regards to when I talk about rebalancing here, I want you to understand the gravity of what it means to borrow 4.94 million shares in a single day. That would be the equivalency of borrowing 49.4 million shares. So the gravity of that is pretty massive in a single day. Imagine borrowing, and this is based off of the old pre-reverse split numbers, but still borrowing nearly 50 million shares in a single day is absolutely insanity. This is literally the definition of rebalancing just before a run-up is about to happen. There's massive rebalancing going on here. On-loan average age per day is going to get decimated by this value of newly loaned shares, and it dropped down from 7.9 days on average to 6.44. Security lending volume day over day slightly decreasing from 11.49 million to 10.79 million shares. Let's see here. How is the market looking this morning? Oh, and by the way, our highest reported amount of shares on loan prior to everything changing. I guess I shouldn't say prior to everything changing, but because it is the highest amount was on the 29th, was 28.5 million. So we're literally we're probably like a day or two trading away from seeing the exact same highs that we were having before all of this. So we are getting there. We are very, very rapidly getting back up to numbers that were exceeding the very height that we saw. We're already surpassing what we saw back in June and April of this year so far. Well above those numbers already. So, again, anybody who's sitting there telling you that they closed, they didn't. They can't. They're stuck. VIX showing up this morning, 1.49 in the pre-market and showing an open somewhere around 15.5 for the day today for the futures. And that's obviously going to cause the market to be down. I see the market's down anywhere from 0.19 to 0.32. Looking like a red day on the markets today. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and I said it again. AMC and GME are the only ones I'm looking for from yesterday. We had 79.76% sales or buys to 20.24% sales. I'm looking at these numbers right now, and I don't think this was for the full day. But the numbers are almost too high to be just the last 4 minutes of trading, so I'm kind of confused. I think this was the whole day, but these numbers are pretty doggone low. GME also on the list here. They had a 56.33% buy, a 43.67% percent sell ratio. These numbers are too low for the full day. That doesn't seem right. I don't know, guys. I can't tell you if this is the last 4 minutes or not. If it was if it was a full day's worth of data, then there's there was a lot of I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of orders being placed yesterday across the board. SSR trips today at $7.31. It's on from tripping from yesterday. Shares available to borrow showing up at 55,000 shares available currently, and we had the highest amount at about 1 o'clock this morning at about 1.2 million shares. So I'm going to put in 1.15 million shares borrowed, even though it's just slightly less than that. I'm going to round it up just a little bit. It was 2 million shares borrowed yesterday on Stonko Tracker that was reported. Fees are showing up around 4.4% with really low numbers of available shares to be borrowed. The fees are obviously going to drive upwards. They're not reporting any kind of options trading data currently. And then I want to go to one more thing real quick here that I didn't pull up for you guys. And I saw somebody mention this on Twitter, somebody that I follow, and they're seeing the same thing that I'm seeing in regards to an options chain in October being extremely shallow. If we go to the first week of October and look at the options that are contracts that are currently in open interest, and I know this is the first week since the new adjusted, or not adjusted amount, but the new options chain has been created. This is like kind of the first week, so I can imagine why these numbers are low. But these are abnormally low. I mean, these just seem really, really super low to me. I mean, if you go to the end of September and look at the values there, I guess those are kind of low too. I don't feel like they're quite as low, but obviously September 15th has quite a bit of volume in there. September 22nd has some decent amount of volume. It's kind of slowing down a little bit by that time. It seems pretty empty forward looking here. Anyways, just throwing that out there. See if there's been any big bank movers in the pre-market this morning. I'm only looking for anything plus or minus 2.75% or greater in the pre-market. And that doesn't usually happen for the banks. So if there was movement like that, I'd be kind of surprised and waving red flags. Ethereum Classic is down 1.79% and starting to finally cool off a little bit here from where it's been. It is kind of on a downwards trend right now. US dollar this morning down 0.04, but trending up still. Oil in the pre-market is up 0.24, and I mean, it hasn't traded at much more than 100 shares. I would say it's still just kind of consolidating, even though it's had quite a bit of aftermarket movement. It's still just kind of consolidating right now. SPY down 0.19, did open up a little bit higher at around 445 and then immediately dropped down to 443 and is trading right around 443 right now, real close to 444. It does have a Fibonacci retracement of about 443.5. If it breaks past this, It could. I mean, I've got my box drawn out here for the end portion of this month, and I'm kind of expecting a little bit of a bounce off this 443 and seeing a retest of about at least 448 one more time before seeing the breakout over in this region. So if it breaks out earlier than that, I'll be a little surprised. I wasn't expecting a fall this soon. Pre-market for Tesla is down 0.62. Looks like they opened up a little bit up, then came down, and then went up, then came down, all over the place. Amazon is down 0.81 and trending down. Cinemark is down 0.67 and traded 13 shares so far and is down. Doge is down 1.3% for the day today and looking very similar to Ethereum Classic and trending down. Bitcoin is also looking very similar to Ethereum Classic and Doge, down 1.64% and trending down. Looks like consolidation currently, but the overall trend has not been broken. GME's currently down 1.69% and trending back up. The news for Ryan Cohen being investigated broke probably fairly close to where you see this this line right here at around 1746 yesterday. So 1746 yesterday, the investigation on Ryan Cohen news broke. I think you'd have to go back and verify that for me, but I'm pretty sure that's about when it happened. And 1746, interesting time here, because if we come over to AMC and look at AMC's price movement, let's find 1746. Right there. That's 1746. So about 3 minutes later, took a really big dump right there. I mean, we're not attached to GME in any kind of way. Last time I checked, completely different industries. No solid reason for movement like that whatsoever, especially at the same time. Kind of interesting. HYMC. This is again why I've always said, we're attached to GME by the hip. If GME does well, we do well. If we do well, GME does well. So it's not always that case, but for the most part, we're pretty much tied at the hip here. So and that's why I always want to see GME do well, because I know that there's a relationship there. HYMC is down 4.84%. Actually has not traded in the pre-market, neither is NCMI. HUD is down 0.37 in the pre-market and consolidating. AMC down 2.11% in the pre-market this morning. We did have a little bit of a run back up to some of the pre-falling down levels when the Ryan Cohen announcement was made, and then a little bit of a retraction from there. But we are still trending upwards. Inflow versus outflow. Yesterday we had about just a little less than 10 million, 9.7 million, or 9.3 million. $47,000 shares traded so far this morning. Yesterday, I said 100 to 150 million shares traded yesterday, and I was way off. I've seen this happen a couple of times where pre-market suggests something and we get something entirely different in both directions, by the way. Some days where I'm like, and sometimes when there's news, for example, like not yesterday, but the day before, when we knew that when we had that news that the dilution was coming and then we had the filing of the report, I was like, we're going to have a bigger volume day today. I know that the pre-market volume's not suggesting it, but the news came after our pokey stick of volume for the day. So I knew it was going to be more. That was kind of not the case, but there are times where there's no news whatsoever and suddenly volume just spikes out of nowhere. Now, I would suggest to you that if we didn't see that additional volume that I would have expected, because we were shy of my bottom end of the 100 to 150 million yesterday, we were shy by, we had 47 million shares traded, so we were about 53 million off the low side. My guess is that there's a good chance today that we'll see some of that extra volume hitting today's market. Now, the market is already suggesting 47,000 shares having been traded so far, which is going to give it a pretty big number here, especially when you got pokey stick. I'm going to continue to base my prediction on volume for the day based off of what I'm seeing in the pre-market, and I'm not going to change that because I think it's important to remain consistent. And even if I get the numbers wrong, this is why we check the pace throughout the day to see whether or not we're meeting expectations or exceeding or not exceeding, failing to meet expectations. So it's just a prediction, and but I don't like being high on my predictions. So something's fishy. The fact that we didn't have that much volume yesterday, I call shenanigans. Something's happening. On a 4-hour chart, Vortex indicator is showing more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 22.76, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the Vortex indicator with currently occurring with RSI at 30.69, which is almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.39, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.4, which is slightly below average. Ichimoto. Ichimoto's got a thickening portion of the cloud showing up. Thinner, usually price likes to break up through thinner portions of clouds and not necessarily thicker. So to break through the cloud today, we would have to see a price at around, before the end of the day is over, around 1081. So I'm going to just write down $11. If we hit 11, we should see a lot of extra additional buying pressure from short-term investors. And the reason for that is that would cause the lagging line to go above price line. Conversion should move above base by that price point of $11, and or at least be very, very close to crossing over. And price would at that point be above the cloud and be signaling for heavy momentum continuing upwards. Taking a look at a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line below price line, conversions below base. This is where I had kind of mentioned to you guys that if we didn't break out over in here, we're likely going to have to wait to see price break out on the thinning portion of the side after, which is why I told you guys that we were about, one of the reasons why I told you guys that we were probably seeing about a week to a week and a half worth of pain coming our direction. So here we are, and we've you can see on this 4-hour chart here, we've actually printed a TD9, which is actually not, that's kind of a good thing in our favor. It means price should start slowly heading towards moving through, breaking through perhaps maybe next week as early as, let's see here, today's Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday to Friday-ish as a potential breakthrough. The great part about that is that if we were to break through this, it would be somewhere in that just a little over 13 to 14 range. So I do see some green ahead in our future, but we got to get through the pain to get there. So just for today, to get above this cloud, we would have to see 27.20, which if we saw those kind of numbers today, we would all be like massively partying this weekend going, we're back in it. So I don't expect to see them giving us any kind of hope over the weekend here. So I'm not expecting that. And with that, I think that's all I got for you guys until the Pokey Stick of Volume comes out, which is in about 2 more minutes here, but I'm going to head back to the back of the Big Tramp and see. Let's see here.
Another day
Oh,
before I can
good morning, guys. Good morning.
move it.
Just want to warn you, I'm here.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Casey. I
Good-
am so glad you are up here because if you wasn't here, I don't know what I'd do, Casey.
You do the same thing you do every day.
I don't know. I'm
You
so
wake up.
anxious. I've been waiting for you to go live today.
Oh,
Anxious.
yeah, there's no need to be anxious. Jeffrey Jones says, what is a big tramp? That's a great question, Jeffrey. I'm going to explain what a big tramp is real quick here because it's probably got this like negative connotation. Like, what the hell is a big tramp? It's a big trampoline. That's what it is. And it all started out, Jeffrey. It's a long, long story. If you've been around here for a long time, you know what it is. I don't really draw them too much anymore, but every time somebody asks for a big tramp, I throw one up. And what it was is a long, long time ago. I am a my job historically has been an engineering technician. And usually engineering technicians are, engineers in general are usually really good sketch artists. Not me. I lack severely in my sketches. And one day I was trying to draw a stop sign, which I think maybe most of us probably know as an octagon. And I drew a pentagon instead. So, don't ask why. But then I realized that when I drew it, I was like, well, that's not right. Something's wrong here. But I thought it was really funny because my pentagon looked very similar to a trampoline, and so we drew some pegs on the trampoline, gave it some legs, and the big tramp was born, and that's the history. And it's always been the big tramp, and that's right, boing, and yeah, and so it just kind of morphed, and then somebody found this like really cool vehicle, and that I'm sitting in here, now I'm sitting in here, and so we call it the Lowrider Big Tramp, and it's just a story, man. It's kind of how we got here.
See, that reminds me, what happened to all those fancy vehicles you was getting, Pantene was creating for you?
We had a week there where we were kind of cycling through some of them, and I could put another vehicle back up, but I kind of like the Lowrider Big Tramp though.
Some of them were really cool.
Yeah, he's quite the mechanic, Pantheon.
Yeah.
Oh, yep, I got to turn up the Big Tramp's microphone. Hold on a second here. It was a little low. Sorry about that. Pokey stick of volume coming in here, guys. We've got about 73,000 shares going through that, giving us a total of 122,000 shares. Two. So that's just going to be slightly over 20 million shares traded. So I'll probably give a prediction of 15 to 35 million shares traded today. Now, again, remember, I'm really anticipating some of the volume from yesterday that was supposed to be there to show up today instead of, since we got like nearly just about half of the bottom side of what it was that I was expecting in volume. So I think there's a strong possibility that we see some of that additional volume kind of kicking in today, maybe at some random point. I don't necessarily think that it has to be in the morning. It could be in the afternoon. But I think that there's going to be an unexpected amount of volume just showing up today. So, and that's just based off of things that I've seen from the past. But I'm still going to stick to my prediction of 15 to 35 based off of this morning's numbers. Andrew Francis says Casey doesn't wear Chiefs hat. They lose to Lions. Direct correlation. I'm telling you, man. I don't think we're gonna be the. I told you. I wore the hat the year that I knew we were gonna win the Super Bowl, and I know you're like, no, you couldn't have known. It's like, dude, I knew we were gonna win that Super Bowl. I knew it. I was like, we're winning the Super Bowl, and I predicted it like a year in advance. I knew what was coming, and now I don't. I don't think it's the same team anymore, guys. I hate to say it. If you're a Chiefs fan, I don't think we're gonna do as well this year. Maybe I'll be wrong, but and I do hope I'm wrong. I just don't think the Chiefs was got. I think it's not the same team. So I'm gonna go with it's a big no for Kansas City this year. And it hurts me to say that because I do love the team. That's a fair weather fan. Look, I have lived all over this country my entire life, anywhere from Virginia to Oregon. I mean, I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, and I don't have like teams for me or whatever. I just feel like cheering for. I like stats more than anything, and when I see stats that are incredible stats, I see success. I see powerhouses, and I think those are forces to be reckoned with, and I'm willing to root where the numbers are. Kenny says, hell of a game last night. Chiefs should have won. Drop passes and missing stars. Still the team to beat. Tendies Plus Plus says, Casey, make up for it and see if you knew the music trivia in the music Discord. Hold on a second. Let me check and see. I doubt I'll know it. I'm so bad with trivia very, very often. Let's see here. The crazy story, birth of music icon. Follow for more clips. Hold on a second here. I doubt I know the answers to any of these questions. I think I'll probably have to watch this on my own time. I don't see a that took me to a video, whatever that was. All right, Tammy, let me go check. Let me check my messages real quick here. Okay, so Weeble's now saying the same thing that many other brokers are saying. I guess I shouldn't say names. Hi, T-Mac. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Please be advised the litigation settlement payment has a record date of 8/24 and is therefore not applicable to shares purchased on 8/23. The settlement shares you are not entitled to should be removed from your Weeble account. Thanks, sincerely, Weeble service representative. So this is that kind of what I was talking about in regards to having to fight for these shares. I do have an individual who's actually in the Discord. If you go to, I think it's under DD section, there's a very lengthy breakdown in there. It's like literally one of those second to last things posted I posted at the beginning of this month, and I'm pretty sure that what's going to end up happening is as a collective, we're probably going to have to fight this. Now I can't stand with you guys on this because I don't fit that. I don't fit the group of people who purchase shares on 23rd or 24th. So I don't have any beef in the game. But for those of you who did and you didn't receive shares, you're gonna have to go through the steps of documenting your broker's statements as to why you're not getting your shares for the settlement, and then ultimately filing a complaint with the SEC, and then maybe even possibly moving towards litigation of some sorts. I also have an individual who's reaching out to the plaintiff counsel. Actually, I think he might be reaching out to all sides of the council. I think he's got letters out to all sides of the council from the Allegheny court hearing for the settlement in the first place to find out if this is going to be something that it's going to be supported or not by those particular lawyers in resolving this. So we'll see. I don't have any news for you yet. The Adventure Force says you think AMC will go up today. I think there's a possibility. Right now the markets are down. Sometimes we tend to follow the markets a little bit, although we are a little bit inverse to the markets as of late. And the markets are looking like they're going to head down for the day-to-day. Let me check something real quick here. I usually give my price predictions. Sometimes I give them early, sometimes I give them later. I don't have one as of yet. So I usually wait until 15 minutes before market opens to kind of get an idea as to which direction we're heading. The markets are starting to recover a little bit compared to where they were at earlier this morning. Let me check something real fast here. One of the things that I'm seeing right now is that a lot of crypto took some hits overnight, some pretty quick hits, and I don't know if that money is going to provide collateral that needs to be purchased in the market. And if it does, if that money is going to provide collateral to be for long positions to be purchased, then we're going to be seeing the market pump today. If that's the case, and the market gets pumped today, then likely we'll see less than normal price moving upwards than we should see. So that's a tough one. I mean, if you go to a 1 hour chart right now on this on AMC, this is suggesting that there's going to be some potential upwards momentum coming our direction. Although it would have to be today, and it would have to be quite a bit, and it would have to push us up over $11.15. So maybe not necessarily the case because there is a thickening portion of red cloud here, and we probably will, if I had to guess, if we're going to be up today at all, it'll probably stay underneath this cloud for Monday, which the bottom of this cloud is about an 857 price. So if we do move up today, I wouldn't expect it to be much more than 857, unless we break through 857 and move up to like 10 and above. So I would be looking for 857 to be kind of like a top at some point. And the other part to that too is that for a synthetic price failure on AMC, we have to hit 886. We have to break 886 or better to really get a good push to the top side on this. Now we just had from 1439 to 771. That's which is our most current low. That's a 46.4% drop in price. Now, typically speaking, whenever the higher drop you see, usually the more higher the rebound. So if there's going to be a high rebound on this, it's going to have to be today. But I'm not expecting it today. I think it's actually going to come. We've got more pain, I think, ahead of us. Everything tells me that there's no buying pressure that's going to be forced on any institutions until the later portion of this month. But there might be a little bit of a buying pressure period where, like, kind of going into the later portion of next week. But then that dies off, and we have to wait a week or so before we see some more upwards momentum. So I would suggest. If we do move up today, not very much. I think maybe a close at like an 801. Today does seem like a perfect day for an 801. I know a lot of people were suggesting an 801 yesterday. Today would be a perfect day for 801 because that would actually give us it would be up from where we're at right now in the pre-market, but down from the yesterday's closing price. So I could see an 801 being a very strong possibility. If not 801, then we would probably be looking at something around like maybe, let me go to a 30-minute here. Ah, 801. I'm going to give my price prediction for the day today. 801. 651 to 951 is my price prediction. Apex says, I was typing that out as you said it. Laugh out loud, 801. I mean, you can pick the same number as me. You don't have to not pick it just because I did. In fact, I mean, if we both get it right, then we just tie for the week. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't, if 801's what you're getting, go for 801. You don't have to change it any. No sense in letting me just take all the glory. You know what I'm saying, Apex? You know, share the glory with me. That's cool. Yeah, we split it. If you think it's gonna be an 801 kind of day today, and we tie, it's just gonna be a tied week for us. Go for it. Don't let me take the win. If you feel that strongly about the price being closed at around 801, then nail it. Or you could say 799. I mean, it's entirely up to you. If you think it's gonna be 801, go for it. Same call? All right. Let's do it. I like it. I like it when we line up like that. To me, that's bullish. I like it. Tron says seeing a range 1 hour 771 to 831. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm looking at right now, Tron. I completely, fully agree with that. And the more people that guess the same thing, or who are guessing the same, I don't know how to say it. If we're all seeing the same thing, then there's a very good chance that the same thing is probably correct. If that makes any sense. Oh man. That doesn't make any sense at all, does it? We are manifesting price. CPR says, I'm guessing 14, but that's only because I'm effed. Options, huh? I gotta avoid those cow patties, man. Those options have been those have been really unfair to people. Dumb money is in October, correct? So, I mean, historically speaking, it's, there is there is some pretty crazy moves that happen in October, and yeah, I don't know. It's dumb money all the time, man. What are you talking about? Casey, any thoughts on what the student loan repayments begin back on October 1st? Will, well, due to the economy and the stock market, obviously, and indirectly our beloved stock. I've got a great page for this. So, I don't know about you guys. Actually, I'm gonna play this real quick. Where is this at?
Overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here.
That song, the sentiment of that song has I think really kind of grown on the nation as a whole, as people see the hole that it is that's being dug here.
Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to.
And I think what I want to say about that is that when I show you this page here, the government was promising people that they could, forgive them their student loan debt, and people started paying off other kinds of debt like credit cards, other auto loans. You could see they all started kind of taking a little bit of a dip here since that occurred, right? or student loans went way down here, and people started paying off some of the other debts that they had. And if this just simply skyrockets back up to where it was before, because they now have to pay those loans again, the question becomes is, do we start seeing defaults? And I have a feeling that that's probably going to be the case. There's probably going to be some defaults on a lot of loans. There's going to be some stresses in the market due to those defaults. But this is household debt. Let's see, where is it? Delinquencies. Where is that? Oh, these are the delinquencies. You can see the delinquencies started to fall. Sorry, my bad. I showed you the delinquencies first, but the delinquencies started to fall. But I think that once you start seeing the delinquencies, or once you start seeing those student loans driving back up again, the delinquencies are going to start becoming greater and greater and greater. So do I think it's going to put a heavy stress on the marketplace? Absolutely. It was a temporary fix, and it's not going to help anything. I mean, look at how the debt's rising here. The delinquencies may have gone down with the student loans not having to be paid, but look at the debt, the non-housing debt balance. Look how it's still continuing to drive upwards. It's not slowing the spending down. So we got a spending problem in this country, man. We got a massive spending problem, and we're gonna learn a hard lesson, unfortunately, because of it. It's going to be a really hard lesson. I'm just shuddering a little because I know it's coming. These are not comfortable lessons to watch. Yep. CPR says kids will move back in with mom and dad till they're 40 to pay off debts. You know, I was doom and gloom here for a second. I was thinking back to the Great Recession, 1929, and the Dust Bowl that occurred after that, and I don't think we're in anything sort of a situation like that. But I tried to imagine in my head what a Great Recession would look like in modern day times, and it's completely different. But as many people have pointed out already, we're actually already living with less currently than what people had in 1929. So some could already say that we're already in the Great Depression again, but it just looks drastically different. But trying to imagine what a Great Depression looks like in the modern era is a difficult thing to do. But things like, people moving back in with people, not being able to afford rents and stuff like that, definitely a possibility. CPR, you say parents were selling their kids. And I've made that statement in the past, and boy, people got really upset and that said that never happened, and it really did happen. They were literally selling their kids. And then we have this movie, the movie that came out not too long ago, The Sound of Freedom, and that's literally talking about the selling of kids. And you go, you say, what is? It's a different kind of selling, but it's still selling of kids. Is it any different now? Or do we still have a problem? What is a life worth? Adolfo says a lot of Twitter posts that AMC is suspended abroad. Let me go on to Twitterverse here and see what's being said here. I'm gonna go to break here in just a minute, but let me just look real quick here and see if I see what it is you're seeing. I'm not seeing it popping up here. I mean, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying I'm not seeing any posts. I'm just kind of scrolling really quickly here, but I just don't see any. Let me go check out the Frankfurt market here. Hold on a second. Frankfurt Stock Exchange. AMC. I can't say that I normally check this at this time of the day, so I'm not sure. Let me try something different here. Okay, well, I checked out another stock just to see. I'm not seeing any differences in what's being reported here, so I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure. All right, you tagged me on Twitter looking. Trading update for GME and AMC. Unfortunately, our broker dealer is in the U.S. Drive Wealth can no longer offer buys on GME and AMC due to increased capital requirements set by the depository trust company in the U.S. While we apologize for the inconvenience this may cause, this is not a decision Revolut has made. As Drive Wealth is our broker dealer, we can only reflect the stocks they make available. We will, however, keep you informed as and when the situation changes. For customers with no holdings in these two stocks, neither GME nor AMC will appear in search. Please check the email we are sending out to all Revolut Trading Ltd customers for additional information about the situation. Capital at risk. Share prices can go up as well as down, and you may get back less than what you initially paid. Sounds like they're taking away the buy button. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I think Frank has me blocked. I don't know who Frank's place is, but apparently he doesn't appreciate me at all because I click on that link, by the way, Andrew, and it says you're unable to view this tweet because the account owner limits who can view their tweets. Actually, I guess let me see if it says if I'm blocked here. Hold on, let me look and see. I want to see if that's the case, or if maybe I have to like. Let me see here at Stocks Sense Frank. Oh, we talked about this guy. Yeah, I'll bet you I know why. Yep, I'm blocked. Okay. We talked about this guy recently, and I started looking into him, and now all of a sudden I'm blocked when I started looking into him. I think that's kind of interesting. Be careful. Be careful what you see out there, guys, because this guy blew. I'm not saying what he's posting isn't true. I just think it's very, very interesting that he. I sent him a message. He was following me. I wasn't following him. I started looking into some of the stuff that he was saying, and couldn't get any verification of what it was that he was saying. I sent him a message asking him if he could source his information. And he said that it was just simply conjecture, and that he was going to try and find it for me. And that actually, let me see. I can tell you exactly what we said to each other here. Hold on a second. I don't want to paraphrase. I want to give you like the exacts here, because I was keeping it very cordial, and I said, Frank, do you have a few to talk? And he said, what's up? And I said, can you point me out to where I can find an example or a ruling that talks about unsettled or short exempt that upon a reverse split still need to be found on a pre-reverse split value? I'm not sure if you are aware. I would imagine you are, but the short exempt volume was through the roof this entire week. By my estimates, it's very likely that every retail buy order for the week was treated as a short exempt, hence the reason they were able to push the price down so drastically. He says, I've searched for them. I'm trying to find a comparable company as a response to me, and now I'm blocked. So whatever. I don't know what that's all about, but he didn't like me checking into his information that he was posting out there. Casey, are you sure that stocks can go up and down in value? Yeah. I don't know what I said to him, but apparently he didn't like it. I usually try to give people a chance, if they make claims about something, I try to give them a chance and be like, hey, where can you point me out to something, you're making a claim, can you point me out to where that's the case? Andrew says it's confirmed in Australia as well. He's probably a Chiefs fan. Yeah, man. Here's an interesting thought, which I don't believe that there's been any kind of filings between AMC or GME whatsoever. But why they would stop trading on AMC and GME as if they had some kind of company announcement that would be in unison would be kind of odd. But yeah, they're claiming increased capital requirements. Margin calls incoming. All right, guys. I got to go to break.
It's been fun, but now I've got to go.
Oh, is that my exit? Censored content, is that my exit music now? Was that in sync or something?
That's your exit music.
Was that some kind
No,
of
that-
boy band crap?
That's from Wreck-It Ralph.
Oh, okay.
It's been fun, but now I've got to go.
Still sounds like some boy band crap, whether it was from a movie or not. What is that? Who sings that?
Oh, damned if I know. It's like the end credits on Wreck-It Ralph.
Oh man. All right. End credits for All right, see me out one more time.
All right.
Boom. Oh, I nailed him right in the minute. Right in the middle of it. That was awesome. Alrighty, we'll see you guys in a little bit here. I'll put up some music and censored content. I love you, man. Full FOMO. Let's see here. Let me put up my message. What time am I going to be back at? 8:15. It's not like I've been doing it for a while. I have no idea. What time would I get back? All right, I will see you guys back at 8:15, and let me put up some music for you, and we'll get this day started here in a little bit.
their computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, I'm back, and I'm just kind of looking right now to maybe look for some confirmation as to where the market's heading and potentially, you know, what we're going to be looking like for the day-to-day. And I am seeing that reversal on the SPY. It is heading back up here. We do have downwards momentum currently on the US dollar on a smaller time scale. And I mean, it's heading up right now, but it's I have a feeling that the overall trend is going to go back down, I think. Oil is currently trending up. Let's see here. What do we got for VIX this morning? It's still showing a little bit positive right now, but overall it's, what is it reporting at? Let's see here. 1445. Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with the 801 for the price prediction for the day today. Good morning, Trevor. Good to see you. I posted out a tweet a little while ago, basically stating the obvious. I said, when the buy button is removed, it's not over. It means that we are winning, and we get to dictate the price to get shares. Remember who has the power. Remember your whys. Remember what you went through to get here. The pain is not over yet. IJWT, good morning. Thanks, Chuck and Bonnie. Chuck and Bonnie says, and I'm not sure if this is Chuck or Bonnie. Who cares? Doesn't matter, right? Hey, Casey, I'm fairly new to the channel and truly appreciate you and your co-hosts. My co-host. It's not my co-hosts. I don't even consider them co-hosts. They're just part of the group. Everybody here's all equal. It's just random people here who are in the community who decide to partake every day on talking. I guess, I mean, co-hosts, friends, whatever you want to call it, I guess. I saw your Grand Canyon pic and couldn't stop laughing. Did you serve in the Air Force? I did not. Both my parents served in the Air Force, and then my son, when he graduated high school this year, or not this year, what am I saying? A couple years back, when he graduated high school, he decided to join the Air Force. So that was our trip. Him and I took a trip from Texas, here where we live, and I drove him from basic training to California, where he's serving in his first location. His first stop. And so we had some fun along the way. We had a couple days to do it in, and we drove, and we made a road trip out of it, and we stopped by the Grand Canyon. That was quite an experience. But yeah, we had a lot of fun, and we had a blast. But much appreciation to everybody who has served. I'm just a military brat. You know, all the perks, none of the service. And for those of you who don't know, by the way, being a military brat comes with a lot of perks. There's some really cool stuff. I mean, I guess it just kind of depends on your viewpoint, but I thought growing up it was the coolest thing. So, I don't know. From a kid's perspective, I'm just telling you how I thought it went down. I thought it was fun. I think maybe some kids don't necessarily feel that way, but I felt that way. Every time I thank my mom for her service, she always says, "You don't need to thank me. I had fun doing it." So, but I still thank her anyways. Yeah, Jenna says, but missing your family when they are deployed. Yeah, military stole my dad away from me quite a bit, and my mom. My mom's got stories about that too. Yeah, that is. Damn it! Why you got to bring up the negative side? that is really rough, actually, on kids. But you know what though? There are, like I said, I'm trying not to focus on the bad stuff. Focus on the good things. Those are there are still benefits. There are still perks. Dang it! You know, your parents aren't around for a while. Sometimes as you get older, that's a good thing. Giovanni says, "Thanks for paying your taxes." You're welcome. Good morning, Casey and all alongs. Do we have any more info on who in Europe is pulling the buy button? It sounds like it's Revolut is who is pulling it. I'd been linked to, and thank you, Andrew, for linking me to the posts. But the direct message that is being relayed here is that trading update for GME AMC. Unfortunately, our broker dealer is in the U.S. Drive Wealth can no longer offer buys on GameStop and AMC Entertainment due to increased capital requirements set by the DTC in the U.S. While we apologize for the inconvenience this may cause, this is not a decision Revolut has made. As Drive Wealth is our broker dealer, we can only reflect the stocks they make available. We will, however, keep you informed as and when the situation changes. For customers with no holdings in these two stocks, neither GME nor AMC will appear in search. Please check the email we are sending out to all Revolut Trading Ltd. Limited customers for additional information about the situation. Capital at risk. Share prices can go up as well as down, and you may get back less than what you initially paid for. I love how they say it might go up and down, and you might get less than, but they never say anything about you might get more too. They never say. They never throw that in there. Like, it might go up and down, but you might get less. What's up with that? Oh, man. We got about 2 more minutes here before we get this market started for the day today. Yeah. I will state that the sourcing, I mean, it does sound like it's coming from a couple different individuals, not just Frank. So, you know, take it for a grain of salt. If you're not, if you don't have Revolut as a broker, then you might not know this is happening, I guess. All right, you guys. I'm going to start the day up here. I will see you on the other side of market open. Enjoy the song.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
You need cooling, baby, I'm not fooling. I'm gonna send you back to schooling. Way down inside, honey, you need it. I'm gonna give you my love.
puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and move. Oh, there will be chills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead, so when nights get colder, you're needing that shoulder. The Ape's got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and move.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling some poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Man, these numbers right now, 772. It's really, really close. 771 was the number I think that I gave to you guys as the previous low. They're really attempting to try and drive this down to attempt to try and drive this past 771 here. Too much lower than this, and we could potentially be seeing a drop to that 60% price point that I gave you guys as a possibility for a drop. We're now at 766, which is 46.8% down from the 1439 that we saw last. So there is I mean, the one thing that I want to say about this is that we're moving down the bottom side of this Bollinger Band. We're literally completing candles on the other side of this Bollinger Band, which is not, I mean, it's extremely abnormal. I have my Bollinger Band set up with a 3 sigma and set for a longer time period than normally for a Bollinger Band to kind of capture like a normal time frame for, like, when you're on 1 minute time interval, you don't want to be collecting every like 15 minutes worth of data. You want to be collecting a little bit more than that, right? So I have it set up for a 50 minute time period. So I'm looking at the last 50 minutes or almost an hour worth of data here, and so seeing us testing the bottom side of this Bollinger Band usually means that, especially on the other side like this, that we're going to be rebounding back up and touching that simple moving average, which is right now being reported at 794. My guess is we'll meet somewhere in between. Like the simple moving average will fall down to maybe around like 788, 787, and we'll be seeing a retest of that at the very minimum. We'll see if we have enough buying pressure to push us back up further north. But yeah, how is the rest of the market looking right now? Let's take a look at the SPY. SPY is up initially on market open, up 0.2, and starting to kind of level off a little bit. We'll see if it continues to head that direction. We're sitting at 774 with 766 being the bottom. Now we just printed a TD9 on open here. So the title for the day today is Watch and See What is Being Pushed for Clues. If you're not a part of social media, you're not going to be understanding what it is that I'm talking about right here, and you'll just have to take my word for it. There are social clues that are out there that are being pressed. Oftentimes I'll find heavily followed accounts that will be pushing either ideas or products. Sometimes it's cryptocurrencies, sometimes it's ETFs, sometimes it's who knows what it might be that it is that they're pushing. But you can find the evidence for the sentiment that they're either trying to the idea that they're trying to push, or the narrative, or the product. One of the two. In this particular case, and I have no idea who this gentleman is. It just happened to pop up on my feed for whatever reason. I find that happens quite often. That there's just random people that I don't know who they are. I'm not following. They're not following me, and their stuff shows up on my stream, and I have no idea why. I don't really care why, but I thought it was kind of interesting. He had the one thing that popped up on my screen was not one of his more current posts. He's actually really got some. I was kind of scrolling through and looking at his account here. His name is Heinrich Zeberg, and he has 115,000 followers, but only following 1,319. So it's quite a spread there. He's got quite a following on this, and I was kind of looking through some of these charts. For the most part, I pretty much agree with most of these charts that he's putting in here. Not all of them, though. And one of the ones that I particularly that came across my screen last night was this one. And he said, if markets should be on the verge of a major decline/crash, we should be close to a recession. If we are close to recession, OAS should be rallying. However, OAS is declining. Conclusion, we are not close to a recession, and hence markets are not about to crash. And so here you go. This is the Bank of America single B U.S. high yield index option adjusted spread. And his case that he's making here is that normally there's a positive divergence in RSI leading to upwards momentum in this option adjusted spread. That will typically, once it breaks past this 8.6 value here, it leads to a recession. And he's got the 2000 recession, he's got 2008, and then COVID all on here, and he's showing these different times. But the one, and he's saying OAS is declining right now. You can see it's very, very definitely, he's not wrong. OAS is definitely declining here. But I sent him back a message, being the jerk that I am and everything. I said, fix your chart for you. You're welcome. and I said, I added a few extra lines in here to kind of prove he's making a valid point. He's making a very valid point. He's actually confirming that the market's about ready to have a massive shift heading the other direction, because very oftentimes the option adjusted spread is in a decline before each one of these runs, right? And that divergence of the positive and negative divergence comes to a point, and it just absolutely busts right through on every single one of these. And we're at that point right now. We're at that point, and I'd have to move this so you could see it probably, because we'd have to go back to his chart so you could see it. But we're at that point right now where the divergence is of both the positive and negative divergence is kind of squeezing to a point to where this is going to start taking off. And so I put a little red circle here to match his other red circles from the past, and it's like you don't see it heading up yet, and so you're saying no recession. We're already in the recession. The OAS declining, that's the recession. The problem is are we moving into stagflation that's going to turn into a massive market correction that's going to actually signal what most people would say, oh, this is the recession. No. The recession's here. This is the start of a recession. This is the start of a recession. This is the start of a recession. Remember, the recession starts before the signal indicates that you're in a recession. 2008 problems, they weren't happening in 2008 exactly. Those problems were happening before. We're at that point. He's not wrong. He's just not seeing it right. Anyways, wanted to throw that up there. Look for those clues. Find what it is that people are talking about. And don't just listen to what it is that people are saying. Challenge it. Challenge the ideas and see if they make sense. If they make sense, if you challenge an idea and it makes sense to you, and then you can't come up with an alternate challenge to what it is that's being told to you, then maybe there's truth to it. But if you can come up with a good reason for why it's being seen a certain way, then maybe it doesn't hold value. Anyways, that's what I got for you today. Let's see here. We did find, it does seem like 766 might have been a little bit of a bottom there for us, and we're just kind of sideways trading right now, a little bit of consolidation. Hopefully we can get that retested around 785-ish for the simple moving average retest around 785 and hold that and maybe even break through. So far, 3.72 million shares traded for the day today. I've got a volume prediction for the day of 15 to 35 million shares. Ned said, but I thought Powell's tools would save us. Interestingly enough, I actually pulled the probability, target rate probability for this coming, well, I guess, what is it, 12 days from now, the FOMC meeting. 12 days, 4 hours, 12 minutes, 25 seconds, to the second even. We've got a 5% chance at seeing a rate hike now. It was up to 20% when Mr. Powell spoke last. And then it rapidly dropped shortly thereafter. So only a 5% chance within the next 12 days that we'll see that rate hike. Oh, this looks like this is the continuation on the push. Down here, they're going to break some more Bollinger Bands, I guess. 8:48. We got about 12 minutes more before we do the numbers for the day. I'm going to head back to the back of the Big Tramp real quick here. We got a few people back here. Let me jump on in. Gentlemen, good morning. Everybody's got their microphones off this morning except for Tom D. Tom D is just not listening. He's got no headphones set up on here. Pirate, good morning. Your mic's off. Looks or on, I mean. Good morning to you.
Barely, just barely. I barely had time. We need a bat signal so that we're aware of your impending arrival.
I don't know how I can do that.
Fuckers.
Good morning. Good morning. It's like,
hey, my Bluetooth is working today.
Hey, that's cool.
Yeah, man, you're on my ear now. I can actually have a conversation and yeah, you know.
Very nice, very nice. Why? I wonder why it's working now but didn't before. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I restarted my phone yesterday. That's the only thing I think that made a difference.
Don't forget about that security update on those phones. Okay.
Yeah. So you and I got this 801 battle going, huh? What did Eric come in at?
Let me check my phone here. Hold on a second. I think he's going with the same numbers as yesterday. 720 to 1020. He didn't text me, so that usually means he's going with the same numbers.
He's going with 870.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought for sure they were really going to smack us down yesterday. That's why I wasn't anticipating as high as we ended. Like I barely skated by. I thought it was going to close at like 826.
Yeah. Is the market taking a swing the other direction now all of a sudden? What's going on here? No, not really. Okay, I don't know. I was just kind of curious why this. I was kind of looking at a lot of the different red stocks right now. I was kind of curious why we were moving with the rest of the market. Why are we moving with the market? What's going on? Yeah, it's kind of odd. Albert says they dumped on us in the after hours. Yeah, so the crazy thing is it's not just that they dumped on us. If you go back and you look at GME, yesterday we got news late last night that Ryan Cohen was going to be under investigation for stock market manipulation. And as soon as that news came out, or shortly thereafter, you can see here that GME started tanking in price. The time on the first candle that really kind of indicates that there was a shift in price movement with that news was at 1746 yesterday. So if you go back over to AMC and you check AMC in the aftermarket hours, 1746 is right there. So we literally, like, GME started dumping first, and then within 5 or 10 minutes later, AMC starts dumping with it. And it's on news that's not even related to AMC whatsoever. But we went down with it. And yeah, I mean, it was just kind of like, are you kidding me? It should have had no bearing whatsoever on AMC's share price. But it did, for whatever reason.
I'd like to see them go after him, and then back him into a corner, and then see what happens.
Do you think they've got a case, or are you saying that they don't? You're saying, it sounds to me like you're saying they don't.
I think he's a pretty smart person, and he's got some resources, and if they pin him in any kind of bad way, it could backfire.
Well, I guess we'll find out. Quite frankly, I feel like, I mean, there's been some other CEOs, and I don't want to say the names specifically. Roger, do you hear me? Roger?
Are you a genius or what?
Roger, I hear you loud and clear. Okay, I don't want to say any names or anything, but I feel like there's been some other CEOs that have kind of come out and pumped their stock a little bit in the more recent past, and I think those are the kind of guys that really need to be investigated, quite honestly.
Yep.
Roger, over.
Yeah.
Over, Roger.
Yeah.
So, I'm wondering how many people are actually even getting this.
Yeah, probably not.
Stop calling me Shirley.
It's not calling you Shirley?
Yeah, right.
Oh, man. Dynamite says Roger that.
Yeah.
I picked the wrong day to quit sniffing glue.
Sniffing glue? Oh, what kind of glue?
The epoxy kind? I don't know.
I always prefer the, whatever gets...
Yeah, whatever gets you through the day, you know.
Two-part.
I like Elmer's.
Two-part epoxy.
I prefer the rubber cement. No?
Yeah?
No takers. Okay. I prefer the primer for PVC pipe.
Oh, there you go.
Ooh, yeah.
Works of plumbing.
There we go. We got some takers on that one. All right, cool. You know, my wife, you know what she said the other day? This is not the other day. It's been a little longer than the other day, but I was really surprised by this. I think I've heard some people say this before, but I didn't think that she was this kind of person. But she says she likes the smell of gas. Like pumping gas, like your gasoline, not that kind of gas.
Oh, never mind.
No, pumping gas, like pumping. No, she likes the smell of pumping.
Leaded?
Yeah, no, no, not leaded, unleaded. I always thought that. I mean, I can kind of see. I mean, it's a little intriguing to smell, but it's not exactly my favorite. Another one that she likes that I think is really kind of strange is she likes the smell of skunk. She thinks that's, and she got sprayed by one at work when she was running outside. She was running outside, and then a skunk got her. Oh man, it was terrible. I've never
skunk weed, yes. Skunk, no.
Yeah, no. Skunk weed.
Who likes being sprayed?
No, she didn't like being sprayed. No, she just likes the smell of skunk. But that one I don't get.
See,
I don't understand that one.
I have a thing for the smell of burnt rubber. Reminds me of the racetrack.
That's what she says. She says that the skunk smells like burnt rubber to her, and she likes the smell of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She fit right in. She fit right in with the Motorhead crowd and the racetrack guys.
Maybe she would.
The smell of burnt rubber means it's about time to roll over and go to sleep.
That's exactly the same thing she says though. She says, to me it smells, the skunk smell smells like burnt rubber. That's exactly what she says.
I get what was being said there.
Yeah, I figured one of you would.
In my 20s, I smelled burnt rubber more often, you know. I'm getting up here in my old age.
You guys are terrible. What was I saying? Numbers time. Numbers.
Yay, numbers.
No, we got 3 more minutes.
Ooh.
Lucas says, happy we got a bounce from the 760 to 770 range. Was a bit worried we might see below 7 today if we broke it. Well, it's not over yet. Give us a chance here.
So did I tell you I got an invitation to the Illuminati yesterday via Twitter?
No.
Yeah, I'll read it to you.
Wow, let's hear it.
Yeah, give it a second. Let me load it.
They just want to borrow your shares.
From Untangled Light, it says, "Welcome to the Great Illuminati. Greetings to you. Are you ready to join the Illuminati for wealth, fame, power, protection, wisdom, and all your desires? Apply for the Illuminati membership today and enjoy the benefits. Join us today and start receiving $50,000 as first membership benefit. Also, more await. Kindly reply yes if interested or to know more about this organization. Note, distance is not a barrier to join the Illuminati and no human sacrifice." So I replied, "What? No human sacrifice? Boo, not interested." I says, "Hit me up when the human sacrifices are trending again." They replied with, "There's a level you must attain in order to partake in such activity."
You have to pay the higher. You have to pay the higher amount. You have to pay the. What was the initiation fee? 50? Was it 50?
No, I received 50,000.
Oh, you receive. What do you have to give to get 50,000? You have to pay 1,000 to enter into it, and then they pay you 50.
I don't know. I didn't look any further.
Mm-hmm.
They just need to. They want me to sign their membership. That's probably my soul, I guess. I'd imagine.
Yeah, it reminds me of those those school things where they send out like your kids made the interscholastic smartest person in the nation club or something. I don't know what it is, right? And then they want you to join it, and it's like, and then they get to take a trip to Washington D.C. and all you have to do is pay a fee to be a part of this club, and and it's just like, oh man, come on. It's just, I don't know.
Right. I'll probably continue this thread with them.
Yeah.
We'll see how far it goes. Like the fact that they even replied, but I was like, no human sacrifice, boo.
Yeah. And it's not, and the thing is they prey on family. They're preying on smart kids too. They know that the kids are smart, and so they figure, the family's probably got money. They can put them into some kind of club or something, and so they start preying on people for being successful. You have a smart kid, and it's like, and they start preying on you because you got a smart kid, and it's like, wow, thanks. I know my kid's smart.
And they're going to pull on your heartstrings.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull on your heartstrings and your wallet and your pocketbook. The veterinarians do the same thing with your pets.
Do they?
Oh, absolutely. You take your pet in and you're like, oh, we noticed you didn't get an updated rabies shot, or oh yeah, your cat's got to stay here overnight. It's going to cost $1,200. I'm like, what? To lay in a cage and you put water in there? There's been times where I'm like, man, you guys are fucking criminals.
Wow. BioLife Hemp said it's the National Honor Society. Yeah, that's what it is. That one.
Yes.
That's the one. BioLife knows exactly what it is that I'm talking about. That's the one. Roseanne said it's the Harvard Economic Club. We didn't get that one, Roseanne. So your kid might be a little bit better off. we got the National Honor Society one, not the Harvard Economic Club.
Ned has the best comment.
Who does?
Ned has the best comment. It says he got a letter about his kid winning the smartest competition. And he looked over at his kid, and his kid was scratching his ass and then sniffing his fingers. And he's like, yeah, not us.
He's digging for gold. He's a smart guy.
Yeah, well done, Ned. Nicely done.
Oh, man.
That reminds me of those. Did you see the TV commercials, KC, about the man and woman sitting on the front steps of their house and talking about how their children are going to be their retirement? And they look at the first kid, and he's like whacking a bee's nest with a broom handle. And they're like, yeah, well, maybe Bobby. And they look at the second kid, and he's over there like eating crayons. And they're like, well, there's always Julie. And then they look over at her, and she's doing something else similarly stupid. It is one of the funnier commercials in a world where everyone thinks their children are wonderful and perfect geniuses. The advertisers took the exact opposite approach, and it's very funny.
That's great. Casey, it's 10:02. Numbers.
All right, numbers it is. I'm going to read Paul's comment real quick here, though. Casey, do you find it interesting that the reverse split price came out at 1,621 low of the day, which is the lowest price in history of the stock, next to 1,521? I'd have to go back and look at the history, Paul, because it seems like you're throwing out. It seems like you're throwing out dates in there, and I'd have to go back and look and see. I actually did not draw a correlation to the past historical values. So, but I will take a look at that because that does seem interesting. If it's true, got to remember prices are a little bit different now, and the charts might be showing you a little something different than what they were before. But yeah, I'll take a look at it. It does sound interesting. Let's take a look at numbers, though. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. And then two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to set it up for your account, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that notification, not a bad idea, in case you never know something's going to happen to your primary device. This is not working. Try another way. Every once in a while I have a little bit of a problem getting into my account, but luckily they give multiple ways to get in here, so it's not a big deal. Let's see what we are at here for numbers real quick on the poll before I do get into these numbers here. Right now we have, for the last couple days, we've been having really high numbers on I haven't checked yet. And as high as 2 days ago, 10%. Yesterday it was down to 8%, so the numbers are starting to come down a little bit here, which is good. So far, I haven't checked yet. It's 4% today. So we're doing a lot better. We got people who are checking their accounts now, and that's good. I'm glad to hear that. And hopefully that'll kind of either go to the yes or no votes here, or some have and some have not. Who knows? But I'm glad to see that some of y'all are checking your numbers. But if you haven't done this already, please go get a digital copy of your bank statement, or your not bank, but your broker statement for your portfolio, and do a little contrast and comparison, and for me, and verify that you got the correct amount of shares that you were supposed to receive from your broker. Now's a great time. I mean, would have been a better time to a little bit earlier, but whatever. Do it when you can. Maybe you do it this weekend. But I'd like to see some more votes coming through here in favor of yes, no, or some have and some have not, instead of the I haven't checked yet. So hopefully we can get those in here. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. Starting with price prediction tally points. This is not meant as financial advice by any means. It's just simply three investors who are trying to figure out what the daily price is going to be within a $3 range. We got a three-way tiebreaker going into today. Eric's got 2, I've got 2 points, and Apex has 2 points. And our price predictions for the day, I've got 651 to 951. Apex has the same value as me, and Eric's going 720 to 1020. So we'll see where we end up at for the day. I don't mind splitting the win with Apex. He likes my 801 In fact, he was typing it in when I was saying 801 at the same time, so we'll split the win if that's the case. Short exempt volume from yesterday was 450.4 thousand shares. That is quite a bit of shares. Anything over 300K is a lot, so 450 is a lot. Utilization is back up to 77.29%. Day-over-day price increase, we were down yesterday 5.8% for the day. If we closed at 801 today or thereabouts, we would still be down day over day, but it wouldn't be nearly as much. Max Pain did dip to $10. Yesterday I thought it would dip to 10 from 12, and it didn't. It stayed right at 12. And then today I was like, well, it's got to at least go down to 11, and then it goes down to 10. And I was like, okay, whatever. Taking a look at off exchange. Let's see here. For the day today, by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange at around 44%. EDGX would be somewhere between 10 and 11. We have 53.17% going through off exchange. EDGX at 7.15. The combined total is 60.32, and it should only be about 54%. So it's about 6.32% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is already 15,000 shares going through that exchange. That's half of what it is that I like to see that gets me excited. So it looks like it's going to be another big day on CHX as of right now, as this is pretty early to see that much volume going through there. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume for the day today is at 200 shares. Nothing unusually high going on there. Institutional ownership this morning, when I ran the numbers, they had not changed. I think the page is jacked up right now, and you guys are not seeing what it is that you're supposed to be seeing because they just changed things up on me a little bit here. So I'm not going to fix it yet because they might go back to the way they were reporting, but it was still 154.089 million, which was the same numbers as yesterday. And I just refreshed it just now, and it's still the same thing. So ignore the words on the bottom left-hand side of the page. Ignore the man behind the curtain. Take a look at the options. Let's see what we got going on here for highest amount of call volume for the day today. Highest amount of call volume for the day today is an $8 strike. That's down $1 from where it was yesterday. Market has about 5,000 contracts going through at an $8 strike. However, there's a very close runner-up at 8.5. Puts, highest amount of volume is at a $7 strike. That's down 50 cents from where it was yesterday. There was currently 15,000 contracts at 7. Market suggesting a closing price between $7 and $8 by the end of the day today. I'm going to take you guys over to, actually, give me 1 second here. I'm going to move a couple pages around real quick here, and then I'm going to take you over to the other page, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Alrighty, let's give this a good old refresh here on Ortex and see what we're getting reported. Somebody backing up a truck outside. So far for the day today, about 367,000 shares having been borrowed so far. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 13.89%. Cost to borrow min is at 5.84, average 7.73, max 14.39%. Check this out. This is pretty crazy. Look at these numbers starting to return back to where they were. Utilization driving up from 54.87% to 77.29%. Excuse me. On loan amount day over day increasing. Yet again, the rebalancing is taking place. We went from 20.71 million shares on loan to 25.65 million shares on loan. The highest on record is 28.5. Of course, with these numbers having been reverse split. So we're heading back up to where it was that we were. We're already past the point of, like if we went back to August 20, I guess the week starting the reverse split and conversion, or just a few days before that, on August 17th, the highest amount of on-loan amount shares was 23.91. We're already over that amount currently. So again, like I was telling you guys, everybody who's sitting there telling you that they closed out their positions, they're full of shit. They don't know what they're talking about, and they're just trying to create a bunch of fear in the community to try and convince you that, you know, you're done for. which is kind of ironic because the idea of them closing out, any kind of short interest closing out is super bullish. So, like, I mean, it's just, I don't know, man. People just think they know stuff and they don't. It just doesn't make any sense. So, I don't know. Whatever. Who knows? Anyways, we were up 4.94 million shares more on loan. If you were to reverse split this, or if you were to go back to our previous numbers, 4.94 million shares going on loan in a single day would be almost the equivalent of 50 million shares borrowed in a single day. 50 million shares borrowed in a single day. That's freaking insane. Absolutely insane. Estimated short share interest, the free float, rose as a result from 10.23 to 11.33. That's meaning that Ortex is estimating about 1.738 million of that 4.94 million shares was new short interest. That's obviously going to cause the on-loan average age per day to dip quite drastically. And it went from 7.9 days down to 6.44. So we're still dipping on that value. I need to start seeing that value heading up 2 days in a row for me to know that the lending has subsided and that the price should be rising within the next 15 business trading days after that. So we're not there yet, but we could be getting pretty close considering the fact that the on-loan amounts almost reached back up to the highest levels it's been. Security lending volume was 11.49 million yesterday. Today's 10 points, or from yesterday it was 10.79 being reported this morning. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is in the top 10. We're number 7 on the list with an 81.38% buying to 18.62% selling ratio. And GME has also made the list today. Look at this. Awesome GME. Wait, I love it. I love you, GME shareholders. I really do. You're not right about everything, but you're doing the right thing on your stock. 80.28% buying to 19.72% selling ratio. That is absolutely looking amazing. Good job on the GME shareholders' part on buying that dip overnight that they gave to you. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $7.31, and the trigger price, that would be the trigger price for today. It did trigger yesterday, which is why SSR is tripped for today. Shares available to borrow is at 950,000 after they borrowed most of the shares that were available of the 1.2 million earlier this morning. Then they returned 1 million of those shares back, borrowed another 50,000, and then another 250,000. So 300,000 shares borrowed since I was recording this earlier this morning. What is up with the fees? That's kind of weird. Don't know what's going on with that. But anyways, adding 300,000 to the numbers that we had from borrowing from this morning, we've seen about 1.45 million shares borrowed according to Stonko Tracker so far for the day today. Not sure why fees are not reporting anything right now, but 4.4% was what was last reported. Calls and puts, we have 205.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 2.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 51.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 115.8 thousand contracts that are out of the money. 1013, I still don't know what's up with this. I mean, you can see this like massive. I understand why the contracts are as low as they are here, but nothing has picked up yet going into the first 2 weeks of October, especially the second week. I mean, it's just absolutely barren on the options. Kind of crazy. NASDAQ is up 0.54, Dow Jones is up 0.17, S&P 500 is up 0.38. We have 3,112 decliners to 2,927 advancers. Market is more declining than advancing currently. Taking a look at the big bank movers for the day today, anything that's plus or minus 2.75% or more of a change, I will read off. FRC is up 4.17. And that's the only big mover. Kind of mixed right now. Some red, some green. Nothing really moving terribly much. Ethereum Classic is down 1.33 and trending up. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.31 and trending down. Oil is up 0.12 and trending. It's actually kind of consolidating right now. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.27 to 0.29 and trending up. SPY is up 0.38 and trending up. VIX is down 3.89 and trending down. VBR is up 0.3 and starting to trend up from market open. VB is up 0.23, starting to trend back up, but it looks almost like consolidation. Tesla is up 1.24 and slightly trending up. Amazon is up 0.14 and trending up. Cinemark is up 0.79 and trending up. Doge is down 0.99 and trending up. Bitcoin is down 1.36, trending up. GME is down 5.72 and trending down. HYMC is down 1.31, trending down. NCMI is up 1.89 and trending slightly up, although it does look kind of like it's starting to trend up, very slight. Hood is down 0.42 and trending up, and AMC is down 4% and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on AMC, we have approximately $1 million more inflow than outflow, $7.13 million, or 7.13 million shares having been traded so far after 48 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 57.93 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 15 and 35 million. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 22.39, signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.8, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.27, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.44, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. You can see base is dropping significantly here. In order for price to really show a buying signal, it doesn't. Earlier this morning, I told you guys $11 is what we would have to see before the day's over to get a big buy signal. I'm a little bit wrong on that, and I'll tell you why. In order for us to see a buy signal for today, all we have to really see is the lagging line get over price line, which means price has to get up above. Lagging line is simply a direct reflection of the price line, but delayed by a lagging period of about, I think it's like 15 periods, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, actually, it's got it up here. 9 periods. Lagging line's 9 periods? I don't feel like that's right. Hold on a second here. It is. No. Leading span 2 period. It doesn't have it written in here. I'd have to go look I'd have to pull it up to go look at it, but it's you can count it out and see what it is actually just by looking at this. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 27 periods. It's a 27 period lagging line. So getting this lagging above price line today is just going to require us to get to about 884, 886. Ironically, what's significant about that number? Synthetic price failure with our current low of $7.62 is $8.76. So if we were to see a drive to that like 880 range, we could get a pretty strong buy signal today. Now I know that's $1 higher than where we're at right now. I'm not necessarily saying that's going to happen, but if we were to see that happen, it'd be a lot lower than the $11 price range that I gave you, and it would cause a signal because that would cause price to not necessarily be in the cloud and would cause a buying signal because the conversion would cross base, lagging line would be above price line, and price would not be inside the cloud. So just kind of keep that in mind. I'm going to lower that estimate on where that buying pressure would kick in at, and it's only because I didn't realize base was going to be coming down to meet up so closely with conversion. So we're looking at about 886 as that push point. On a 4-hour chart, lagging lines below price line, conversions below base. I do not expect us to be driving through this cloud for the day today, which would have us heading up to about $27.20 to break through this. And this is partially one of the reasons why I suggested to you guys at the beginning of this week that we would see a period of pain likely ahead, as more than likely we weren't going to be breaking through this cloud here until the backside of this, which at earliest would be around Thursday to Friday. So we're Friday now, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday is a potential breakthrough point, or Friday, which means that we may trade very, very slowly upwards to meet something right underneath the clouds for the breakthrough going into next week. The exciting thing about that is that if we were to break through next week, it could be as high as we could be seeing price as high as around 1440, 1450 by that time, which is nice. That'd be a double the price what we're at right now. More than likely would cause a lot of FOMO as well, I would imagine. And let me pull out one more indicator here real quick. See, the TTM squeeze is showing still a lack of strength. It does appear like it's kind of peaking, which means that we may see this starting to head the other direction, and again showing that upwards momentum or positive price movement going into next week, and then seeing it crossing over to a positive green candle. And then the potential breakthrough on this cloud. But we got to get through this pain first. That buying pressure from the market's not going to kick in. For that first little spike in buying pressure is not going to kick in until the end portion of next week. So right now is a accumulation as they distribute next week. So today's going to be about decreasing volume, controlling volume, and controlling price. How do you get investors to not want to invest into a stock? You run it sideways, kill volume, and as we've learned from the past, investors don't typically want to buy in if the price is just going sideways for the day. Alrighty, I can see what it is you guys are saying, so I'll yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp and see what you guys are saying here. OBV should always be looked at, Kim, on a daily. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we can just get rid of that. Man, I got the Nana's deleting Thor's messages.
I think that was an accident.
Dang, Nana. Nana must be super, super like Kansas City happy. Since when did she start rooting for Kansas City like that? Josh says, just tuning in. Casey, do you foresee more downtrend for the rest of the day? Are we going lower? So one of the things about hitting 762, because I had mentioned to you guys, I think it was yesterday, that 771, which was our low, too much further below 771 gives us a percentage drop of 47% from 1439. Normally, not always, but normally when you start seeing 46%, 47%, that's when usually you know that you're going to see prices up to 60% lower than the last previous high. The positive side to that is that usually the greater of a drop that we see in price means a greater increase in price, and sometimes can lead to massive jumps in prices. So like you might see like a 60% drop in price, which will lead to like a 200 or 300% increase in price after following that. So just note that the more pain we see on the bottom side, the more rebound there usually is on buying pressure on the other side of that. Oh, don't lie, Nana. You know you're a big Kansas City fan. I can just tell now. And I know you're trying to hide it, Nana, because you know you're living in Florida. It's probably like really awkward to be a Floridian and have these tendencies for Kansas City teams.
No, it's not.
Are you saying you're a Kansas City
I'm an
fan too?
Eagle.
Oh, Eagles.
No,
Ooh,
I'm
man.
Eagles, baby.
I mean, I guess that's kind of like just north of you, so I guess that's probably okay. I would assume. I don't know. Ooh. I'm kind of curious now, because I do have a lot of Floridians sitting in here. How many of you Floridians are Florida teams only, or do you have like, do you lean towards like teams out of state?
My God, who the hell cares?
I care. I'm just curious.
I used to love my Jacksonville Jaguars, but ever since Quincy was quarterback in the Philadelphia Eagles, I just like the way they stuck it to Tom Brady in the Super Bowl or the playoffs.
Nana says Steelers.
We took out Tom Brady.
So. You're not off by much, KC. There's a lot of retirements, a lot of retirees in Florida, so they pull for their home teams a lot of times from where they were born or where they spent the bigger part of their lives. So you are correct. There's a lot of Floridians who pull for teams across the nation.
Transplants. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, your team is Kansas City, and they're not doing so good.
I knew they weren't going to. Do you see me wearing a Kansas City hat right now? I knew they were going to do good the year that I wore the hat, and they won the Super Bowl. And so I felt good about it. I looked at what was coming ahead in the future, and I was like, you know what? This is it. It's not. We're not going to be in the Super Bowl again. If we get to the Super Bowl, I think it'll be a miracle. How dare you? Yeah, I know. How dare look, man, I love the team. It's just, you got to be realistic about what your chances are and, run with them. Just because the team's your favorite doesn't mean that they're going to, win no matter what. So you got to be realistic.
Well, I'll tell you what, and I'm not just saying this because it's my team. But the Eagles are looking real good to get a wild card or playoffs this year. Mm-hmm.
I used to like the Eagles back when Michael Vick was playing for them.
Wow, you just took me way back.
Yeah, I was a huge Michael Vick fan, and so I was following him around. So and of course, I had no idea about his dogfighting history. So it came complete shock to me to find that out, and I was kind of bummed out afterwards. But I followed him around to the teams he was moving to, and I was hoping for a great career for that guy, but it didn't happen. Donald says, "Hey Casey,
he was pretty prolific.
He was what?
he was pretty prolific as an athlete. Like the guy was damn good at the sport of football.
Yeah, I mean,
That's where I draw the line. Yeah.
the dude was amazing, absolutely amazing. He crushed it on the field, and I thought when I saw his talent originally, the very first time I saw him playing, he was playing for Virginia Tech, and he was making everybody else on that field look like they were in high school. I literally thought I was watching a high school football game when I originally turned to the channel on it, and I was like, "Oh, cool, high school football," and I was like, "This guy is freaking amazing." And then I realized it was college football, and I was like, "Holy shit, he's making college football players make them look like they're high school," and I'm like, "This guy's gonna be big." And I'm like, I'm buying all of his rookie cards. So I went out and bought every single one of his rookie cards that are still have him in Virginia Tech outfits and everything. And I was like, this guy's going to be something big. I had no idea.
Yeah, you look at some of these athletes that we've had throughout history. I mean, outside of the sport, what they do in their personal lives doesn't affect the history they created. I mean, look at Ray Lewis murdered somebody, and he was in a Super Bowl. Look at who else? Look at O.J. Simpson. You know what I mean? You can't change his football history. I mean, like, he did all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then what he got away with or whatever didn't he get away? Yeah, I mean, like, shitty people do shitty things, but when they're doing good in other aspects of life, you can't take that away.
Yeah.
You got that right. I agree.
Z-Way says Casey probably liked OJ too. I didn't even know who OJ. I was living in California when that went down, and I think I was. What year was that? Do you guys remember?
1980. No, wait a minute.
Hold on
89, 90? Hold on.
I'm looking.
There was a similar phenomenon with Pete Rose. Everyone wanted to talk about him like he didn't know which end of a bat to hold in a baseball game, and they clearly never saw the man play. I don't know about the whole, but after off the field antics, that Pete Rose was a phenomenal baseball player.
This says it was June 17th, 1994, that O.J. Simpson and his friend Al Cowlings led the police on a 60-mile slow-speed car chase in Los Angeles. That was the summer that I was I graduated in 1994 from high school, so I was in high school in San Diego when that happened. So it was big news, and everybody kept saying OJ this, OJ that, and everything. And I was going like, "Who the hell's OJ?" I had no idea who OJ was. I was like, "Who's OJ?"
Oh wow!
Yeah, I didn't know who he was. I was very sheltered. I didn't know who football players were for the most part.
Well, you know what makes the Philadelphia Eagles unique?
What's that?
Their quarterback Hurts. He can run like a running back. He can throw like Joe Montana. And he sneaks like you wouldn't believe. So you don't know if he's going to throw or sneak.
I mean, isn't this like the history of like the Eagles? Randall Cunningham.
Yes, sir.
Michael Vick.
Yes, sir. Quincy.
I mean, it feels like that's kind of like what they kind of like maybe how they kind of gear their offense a little bit. So, it's a strategy maybe.
And we got some good drafts this year. That's why I think we're going to at least hit the wild card or be in the playoffs.
Well, we'll see. I'm not really watching stats too much this year, so I've been focusing on this other thing called AMC. Not really checking out stats.
Oh, get out of here!
No,
no,
it's true. It's true. It's true. I do follow this AMC thing pretty heftily. It's consumed my entire time. There's no other time for any other numbers.
Well, if you want some extra money, bet on the Eagles.
Living in 3D says, Casey, dude, you're from San Diego. I went to Patrick Henry in the 80s. Laugh out loud. I went to Grossmont High School. I graduated Grossmont High School. You're probably going boo right now. But hey man, San Diego though, right? Yay! So, but yeah, cool man. That's awesome.
Does anyone know what the Super Bowl is going to be this year?
Oh, I don't. Let's see. Let me look it up and see.
I do.
Where?
I do. Commitment to excellence. See you there.
What?
It's in Vegas.
Oh. San Diego, huh? Chargers?
Do you know who plays in Vegas?
Chargers.
No.
Are they not the Chargers
Silver
anymore?
and Raiders.
Whatever the hell they call them now.
Silver and black.
The Raiders. Oh, all right. Oh, that's right.
We
Wait.
all know who's in Vegas.
Where did they move? Where did they move the Chargers to? They moved the Chargers somewhere. I can't remember. I thought it was Vegas. Where did they move them to?
They're in LA.
Oh, they moved the Chargers to L.A.? That's dumb. All right, so the Raiders went from L.A. over to Wait, did they go to? They went to Oakland. They were L.A. at one point. Now they're in Vegas, and we've got the Chargers in L.A. now. Who's in
two teams.
So San Diego has no team anymore, I guess. I assume.
Correct.
That's stupid. It's dumb. So
well,
dumb.
The Raiders won't have to go far to play in the Super Bowl this year.
You know, Raiders fans are something else. Let me tell you, most violent crowd I have ever experienced in my whole life. Actually, I didn't really even have to. I've never been in an. Actually, that's not true. I did go to one Chargers. I think I did. Well, anyways, they're super violent, and I don't know, man. Don't ever go to their home field team. I kind of asked. I think I asked somebody that recently if they've calmed down a little bit now that they've been. Now that, you know, some of the Las Vegas fans are there. I wonder if the fans kind of calmed down a little. But I doubt that's the case.
That has nothing on Eagles, KC. With the Dallas Cowboys, when we go play the Dallas Cowboys, ooh.
I put Eagles above the Raiders in violence.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Donald says, Casey, you started to answer my question, then got distracted. Where did you get the sound effects? I like them. Preacher is kind of like my head admin on the server right now, so I got to give full credit to Preacher, who's not in this room right now. I think he said he was going somewhere this weekend, so he wasn't going to be able to be here today. But he is responsible for all of this soundboard that we got going on here, and much props to him and the hard work that he's put into make this a like a fun thing. Oh yeah. We should play that instead of the crickets whenever it's like silent.
This is the coolest thing that has ever happened.
Casey,
Mm-hmm.
On the serious note now, the new synthetic price failure breaker was still 576 at 60%.
It doesn't change.
Okay.
It never changes.
Well, I thought that little run that we did yesterday was enough to
it never changed.
reset it.
Nope. Because I gave you the reset number for yesterday. The reset number is 886, but as price moves to lower lows, it changes. That's the only one that's going to change. So the number that I gave you before doesn't change at all, and now with 762 being the low, 876 is the value that we need to see to break through to newer highs.
But 876 is also the buying pressure, correct?
Yep, it's right where the 1 hour chart is signaling at about 886, about 10 cents higher than that. I'm pretty sure that if we break through, 876, it's going to just absolutely drive through 886, and you're going to see a lot of buying pressure.
Mm-hmm.
But that's for today, though.
Isn't it ironic? Yeah.
It really is strange. It's like rain.
Yeah.
On a Sunday afternoon.
Well, I was going to tell you that 876 is what they drove us up to before split after our news on that court stuff. Remember?
I said it wrong. It's like rain on your wedding day. Sorry. It's kind of like a free ride when you've already paid. It's like good advice that you just didn't take.
Winning the lotto and dying the next day.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say it because it goes beyond the 60%, but
He just keeps going. It's a song, man. Man.
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt, so I just shut up.
No, it's a song. I think I think it went over the top of your head. I'm sorry. What do you
It's an Alanis Morissette song called "Isn't That Ironic?" And every song in it, or every lyric, every line is a little ironic story about someone.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I got to turn him up.
Don't worry, we'll spoon feed you. We'll spoon feed you. Open up your mouth. Here comes the little airplane with the comedy in it.
Shut up, pirate. No, it was. I got to turn him up because I barely can hear the song.
Oh no, the song wasn't playing.
You are a smelly pirate hooker.
Oh, well, I was going to say, and I'm not going to use ironic now. I'm going to use
strange.
It's beyond 60%. But what if it's strange or coincidence that they play that 666 again, since they already played that 777?
We'll see. Are you talking about the 777 that we closed out one day?
Yeah. Like today, I see 777 or 801 in between that.
Well, when I ran the options 30 minutes into market open, and of course I'd like to wait till 10 o'clock to kind of get a little bit more volume. But currently, off the first 30 minutes of trading, market's kind of signaling towards somewhere between $7 and $8 for a closing price for the day, which usually means $7.50 as a very strong possibility. So this may only be a temporary run. It doesn't have to hit 60%, but it's just more than likely those are the usual turning around points. It doesn't have to hit it. It's just a target number to kind of be focused on and understanding that that's a likely level of support. It could turn around before then because there could be other levels of support in between there and the 60% point. All it really comes down to is how much selling pressure. Not selling pressure. How many shares they can obtain through the dropping of price, right? So if it's profitable to continue to drop price because they're finding shares bleeding into the market, then they're going to continue to drop price because there's more shares making it back into the market and they can do what it is that they need to do with them. If they're not finding any shares being sold into the marketplace and it becomes unprofitable to continue to drop price, then they'll stop, right? And that's a level of support.
Yes.
So that's all this is these are all tests of levels of support to find out if somebody or groups of people are willing to sell at these prices.
Yes, sir. Well, on another note, I'm going to go see Equalizer 3 tonight.
Very nice. Congratulations on supporting AMC. That's awesome. Hope you enjoy the movie.
Oh, yeah.
My kids wanted to go see Blue Beetle instead, so me and Seth went and watched that.
Was it good? Is it worth it? Is it like caramel character or something?
It is a good. So I gave it a 7 out of 10. Seth, my son, he's 13, and he gave it a 9 out of 10. So I think the difference is that I'm starting to get a little burned out on some of these superhero movies, and every time they introduce like a new superhero that I don't really recognize all that well, it's just kind of like I go like, meh, it's all right. But it was funny, dude. It was really, really funny. It was very funny throughout the entire thing. It was very entertaining, and the only reason I'm giving it a 7 out of 10 is just because of just superhero movies in general are just kind of starting to. I want to go back to like Endgame or Infinity or something like that, where you've got them all fighting together like this, like really terrible enemy, and it's like. That's the kind of stuff I want to see. Yeah. I don't know if you saw Eternal. Did you see the Eternals?
Yes, I love the Eternals.
I didn't like that one. I didn't like the Eternals because I just felt like it was like I'm sitting there going like, "Where's the rest of the superheroes?" You literally have.
Well, you didn't need it all to have of them. The Eternals was all you needed.
You literally have the world annihilation happening, and the only people there are the Eternals to fix it, and it's like, what the hell? And so it just, I don't know, I was just kind of like sitting there going like, this is kind of weird to me. And I don't know, like I just didn't get it. But I do like the big scenes with a lot of different superheroes interacting together and stuff. I think that's fun.
Gotcha. What did Hunter think about it?
Blue Beetle? He didn't go with us. He wasn't with us. He's at his mom's house right now.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, and the girl Savannah was going to go with me, but she had a friend over, and they said they were going to go, and then last minute ditched on us and said that they were going to go to a boy's house. So you know what the priorities are there when they're that old. So she's just getting to that age where she's not going to go to the movies with dad anymore. It's friends or yeah. She'll go to the movies with friends. All right, I got questions coming in here that are technical. Let's see what we got going on here. Hold on. Thor says, Casey, if institutions do the buying that moves the price, are they also the ones you're referring to when saying someone is selling shares? They could be. In regards to selling of shares, they're more than likely they are the ones that are probably selling shares. Yeah. Or lending. Let's see here. Sam says, can someone confirm no options available after January 2024? I mean, the options just opened up within the last week. So, I mean, seeing leaps this early might be a little too soon. But let me look here real quick. I don't see anything beyond October as of this point. But again, remember the whole options chain just got decimated into new option chains. So it's kind of to be expected. You're not going to see leaps like that out yet right now. We gotta get more. We need some time for the standard leap creation to kind of come to full fruition.
Who the hell cares?
See, we've got Nana saying, my brother just called me and asked about the conversion, and he wanted me to figure out if he got his shares. Had another stock person listening, and then right now we've got 75% of you guys are saying yes, that you've received them all out of 566 people voting. 16% said no, 5% said some have not, and 4% said I have not checked yet, which is a great... it's a big difference from what we saw yesterday. Yesterday we had 8%, so we've already cut that number down in half. It's awesome. Glad. I know you guys probably don't want to look at your account, but it's probably a good idea to confirm you have what it is that you're supposed to have.
Yes.
Yes.
What account? What account are you talking about?
All of them.
Mine looked like 0.
Mr. E is in the back of the Big Tramp right now, and I just want to let you know, Mr. E, anytime I see somebody new that shows up in the back of the Big Tramp, sometimes they have problems with getting their microphone to work. If you're on a PC, and I can't tell you how to do it on a phone because I'm not actually sure. If you're on a PC, you can go to the bottom left-hand side of the screen. You're going to see your profile picture with a microphone, a headset, and a little cog for user settings. Click on the cog, go to user settings, go to voice and video under app settings, and then you're going to want to change your input and output devices to match what it is that you're currently using until you see that you're getting some voice signal that's going through there. And that should enable you to be able to use your microphone. Otherwise, you're just, right now it looks like your microphone's muted. So if you're trying to talk, we're not going to see anything.
was not want to talk, but thanks anyway.
Okay. I always do it because I know some.
No, the chat wanted me to make sure that I'm real. Well, I'm real.
Well, thanks for confirming.
Yep.
A lot of people
Yeah, that checks
just
out.
a little sometimes paranoid. You know, it's all good. Thank you for confirming.
I do want to add that I work during the week, so like Fridays I get off early, so then that's when I can be on Discord. But like Monday through Thursday, I just listen to YouTube because I'm constantly talking to other people and listening and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's cool.
Mr. E, if you don't mind me asking, is that Tennessee accent I'm hearing?
Carolina.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That was just his way of trying to figure out where you are. He didn't really care. He's like, I know that accent. Not whatever.
Well, he's from the South, so am I. So understandable.
How far south are you into your state, Doug? An hour from the border? Oh, now he's not going to answer.
Oh, I'm in Fort Myers,
no, you don't
Florida,
have to.
but all right.
You don't have to say. You don't have to say where you are.
No,
I was just kind of curious, like how far south of the border are you? Does that?
Well, our other house is real close because Alpine, Texas, is where our snowbird house is. So, give or take, that's a good walking distance from the border. Might take you 2 or 3 hours, but if you wanted to drive it, maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes from the border, Alpine, Texas.
But is Florida like you're a transplant though, right? You're not from Florida originally?
No, I was born and raised in Maypearl, Texas.
Huh. So the southern drawl comes from Texas?
Yes.
Huh. I wouldn't have guessed.
Remember when I told you about we'd meet up in Austin on 35th and Jefferson?
Yeah.
I knew that place because my sister used to live there and have her art galleria called Trish something elegant, but it was right next to that Burger King on 35th and Jefferson. So, but you know how snowbirds do in Florida. I'm sure Pirate can tell you. We always have a place or a rental where we're not in season for Florida or season in Florida, and then we move to get out of the cold and go to a warmer state, and then we go back.
Headstock Harem.
Do you know where?
What?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Do you know where Alpine, Texas is from Austin?
No, dude. You don't understand. Like, I can't even remember names like New Braunfels, and it's only like an hour away south of me. So, or maybe an hour and 15. I literally, you don't understand how bad I am with names. And, like somebody will say like Kyle, Texas. And I'm like, Kyle, Texas. I don't know where that's at. It's probably like really close. Hell, it could be like 2 cities away from me and I wouldn't know. And it's just, I don't know why that is. I've never had that problem anywhere else I've ever lived before. Somebody tells me where they're from, and it's like I go like, oh yeah, I know exactly where that's at. But here I moved to Texas, and I can't seem to remember all these names. I don't know what it is, but there's just way too many names, and the state,
So you have it.
The state's too big. That's what the problem is.
Yes, sir.
You have it backwards, Doug. Snowbirds are the terms that Floridians use it's a term for Floridians who fly or are from up north.
the northern cold climates, and when the snow hits, they fly south for the winter, and they land in Florida. So the terminology, you got it kind of backwards. But yeah, anyone who normally resides up north but flees the cold, frozen winters and spends their winters in Florida to escape the cold is called a snowbird.
Yeah, that's what it is in Arizona too. They call them the snowbirds when they come down from the north and then invade into Phoenix, Arizona, and traffic is horrific when they show up. They don't know how to drive. Snowbirds are inherently terrible at driving. That's just an observation by me. And I mean, I've seen some of the craziest stuff, man, and it only happens when the snowbirds arrive, and you know it every time. I've seen things like there'll be like 4 lanes straight, 2 lanes for turning left, and I'll see like a snowbird who will be in the front leftmost lane, straight lane, try to make a turn into one of the 2 turning left-hand lanes. And like just like they just own that turn, you know, and they just and they don't even gun it. They just turn right into it like they were just supposed to, like that's their lane to turn into. And so everybody else has to like slam on their brakes and like try to dodge them as they're just driving into it. It's just like, you know, and you're sitting there going like, you know, and it's like, it's pure chaos. And
yeah, it's usually easy enough to identify them if you're traveling down like a 2-lane road that has like a deceleration lane to get off. You can normally identify a snowbird because they'll be the ones to come to almost a complete stop out of the flow of traffic, and then look around to see if they want Taco Bell or KFC.
Yes.
They use that time to decide right there.
Yes.
Without, as if the deceleration lane doesn't, you know, and it's okay. You know, the rest of us
So
can wait.
true.
You just go ahead and stop right there and look around and think about it and discuss it with your wife, and the rest of us will just wait.
So true. And I'm going to add to this. You can also tell them when you're standing at Costco in a line behind them, and the only 2 things in their shopping cart is a some kind of bunk cake or some kind of cake or something like that, and a bottle of rum. Like those are the only 2 things in their cart is this cake.
Failing to recognize that sign, if you follow them to the McDonald's, which inevitably they're going to end up at a McDonald's drive-through, if you're behind them, they're the ones that wait in line for like 10 minutes, and then when they get to the screen, they roll their
still don't know.
down, and all you hear is
yeah, they still don't know. Yeah, no.
Honey, what do you want? What do you want, honey? What do you want now? Well, I don't know. You know, so that's the same car.
Let me explain something to you. My family, my kids are that way, and it drives me ape. Like I go bananas. I'm like, can't you? I tell them physically when we get in the car. I'm like, y'all need to know what it is you're going to order before we get there, and I want you to go look at the menu now because I don't want to wait for you guys to decide when we're at the drive-thru. Like it is beyond me that anybody would wait until you pull up to a drive-thru to decide what it is that you want. It's so crazy.
You're making my blood pressure go up, Casey. You're making my blood pressure spike. I mean, for starters, if I was to offer a $10,000 reward, if everyone right now could just we could do a quiz, I'll bet you everyone could just about recite the McDonald's menu from verbatim from memory, because it's not like they change it on a daily basis. It's been the same for fucking years.
You want nuggets? You want nuggets or hamburger?
Jesus Christ, people! But look, we're going to throw that aside and just say that they are a little deficient in the memory department, and they truly, you know, so the 15 minutes that they stand in line waiting their turn. They never noticed once that there's a menu right there. They got to wait until it's their turn to order.
We're disfranchising ourselves from so many people right now. You don't understand. There's people listening right now that are going like, I don't understand what your problem is. Why are you so impatient? And there's other people right now who are sitting here going like, yes, amen, thank you.
I mean, sometimes my hands start to shake and I quiver because I just want to bear down on the throttle of my dually and just shove them right straight through the intersection and into the drainage ditch on the other side.
We have to control ourselves. We have to control ourselves.
Road rage.
I refuse. I refuse to take my family through drive-thrus. Absolutely refuse.
All right,
you guys can be fucking hungry till we get home, or we go inside.
Pirate, let me make sure.
That's one of my
that when I
MOAS
see you on the
dreams.
road-
I want to make so much money off of this play that I can just ram people at random who deserve it, and then just I want to have my accountant. I'm going to pay an accountant like $200,000 a year just to ride in the truck with a checkbook, and then just get out, run up, and say, "What does he owe you?"
Whoops.
Just cut him a check right on the spot.
Whoops, here you go.
Just slam him in the ass, shove him into the bushes, and then I'll just have to pull over and give him enough time. I'll look over and say, "Go do your thing, dude." And he runs up with a checkbook and says, "What's he owe you? What's he owe?"
Pirate, take a deep breath. Relax. Do it with me now.
Road rage.
Let it out. Let it all out. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. 5 times. Okay.
Now.
Yeah. All right.
Serenity now.
All right.
Serenity
Now, let me answer this question. I think I got a couple questions here I got to answer. So Headstock Harem said, so if the share price goes to $1, God forbid, that would mean AMC's market cap would be it's $158 million, but who's going to, he's 157, who cares? Doesn't that seem like the actual value of the company could be, does it, it says, I think he means does. Does it seem that the actual value of the company could be that low logically? And the answer is no, Headstock Harem. You're absolutely right. The value of the company is way higher than that. So, yeah. And then I think there were some other questions in here I'm trying to go through. Meep, in regards to what it is that you're saying in regards to availability of shares to be able to lend by institutions, there's a big difference between availability from institutions and availability from retail. So don't forget that it's not just institutions that lend shares. That's why we can see 100% utilization and still have borrowing going on. Nick says Phoenix has an epidemic of idiot drivers going down the wrong highway ramp and driving against traffic. I wonder why. Yeah, I actually reported one of those one time to the police because I was afraid they were going to kill people. McDonald cake and rum. I want to be a snowbird. I'm just now getting to read through some. Damn it! I really should have been reading some of those. I was holding it on Headstock Harem's question because I wanted to answer it. So yeah, I got to miss what you guys were saying right there. There's probably some good Crunch Wrap Supreme. See, Sam, and that's what my wife says. I've actually got it now. I actually went into my notes on my phone, and I just pre-programmed in everything that everybody orders from every single restaurant. And so if I'm going to go out to a restaurant to pick up fast food, all I have to say to my kids now is, "You want your usual?" And then they go yes or no, right? Like, and if they like 99% of the time they say yes. So, and then my wife might switch between like a Crunch Supreme wrap or very rarely does she switch that one up. It's usually more the I think she'll switch up like a chicken. If I go to Whataburger, she might switch between a chicken sandwich and a hamburger. So, but yeah, you just get all that stuff pre-programmed in your phone and you got it ready to go, and it's real simple. You don't have to take anybody with you through the line or wait for anybody to order or anything. It's awesome.
Well, just a heads up, Casey. Look at the Food Network channel later on. I'm building a very good chef meal right now as we speak.
Chef Mill?
Mm-hmm. Like an invention.
An invention. Okay.
I think you're going to like it. I'm just going to tell you one thing. It involves pork chops and sliced glazed tomatoes.
Interesting. I look forward to seeing it. All right. Let's get to the numbers.
Hold up. One. Listen, here's something you can do with a pork chop. Have you ever had a stuffed pork chop?
Oh, yes,
I
have.
I've had Latino pork chops, but not stuffed.
Okay, so here's what you do. You get yourself some ground sausage. You cut a little pocket in your 1.5 inch thick pork chop. You stuff it with ground sausage, wrap that entire thing in bacon, throw it over indirect heat on your grill, and you will have a heart attack. It's fucking amazing.
You're going to have to put that in the Food Network, and I want to see it, and then I can copy it.
Word.
I'm going to have to try that. Sounds yummy. I'm with Doug on that. You got to put it up in there so I can see it. Do you put cheese over the top of it?
You could double stuff.
No, no cheese, no cheese. It's all meat. It's just death by pig.
But I feel like a little bit of cheese on the top of that might be good, though. Like some Gouda, maybe?
I don't know. Maybe I'd try something like that. Or gravy, even.
Yeah, or, yeah, gravy. Yeah, I could see gravy working, too.
Yeah. Anyway. That's good.
That's a good idea for next week. I'm going to have to try that. Cool, man. Thanks for the idea. Let's see here. Daxter says that or a pat of garlic butter. Yeah, that would actually work too. Actually, I'd do the garlic butter and a slap of cheese over the top of it. Let it like kind of bake between the garlic butter bake between the cheese and the meat. Oh. Now I'm like,
now you sons of bitches, I'm getting ready to sit down and eat a bowl of ramen at work for lunch. We're talking about all this good stuff.
I know, right? All right, well, fine. Numbers it is. We'll take everybody else over to the other page here. We'll take a look at what's going on for the day. Give me 1 second while I kind of move some screens around here. Numbers it is. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange. EDGX to be between 11 and 12%. So far for the day today, we've got 56% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.09. The combined total on that 63.09%. It's about 3.09% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. 15,000 shares going through CHX. That's halfway to the number that I like to see. It's a pretty significant number. CHX volume for GME is at 200 shares. Nothing. Actually, let me refresh this. I don't think I refreshed it. Sorry, it's 1,529 shares on GME. 30,000 or more is a lot. Taking a look at Ortex, within the last hour, there was 367,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. We're currently at holy shit. Damn. Wow. We're at 11.6 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Okay. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 13.92%, and I'm sure it'll calculate it out higher than that even. That's a lot of shares. Cost to borrow min's at 5.84%, average is 6.52, and max is 14.39%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 25.65 million shares. That is 4.94 million more shares on loan today than there was on yesterday. Ortex estimated that about 1.738 million of that was in new short interest, and this 11.6 million number right here, I mean, if we were to just, I know this number is going to change throughout the day. It'll probably come back down a little bit, but 11.6 million shares borrowed. If we were to add that to that 25 million shares borrowed, we would be sitting at about 27 or 37 million shares borrowed, which would absolutely slaughter any other kind of number that we've had from the past on lent shares. And I want you guys to realize that 11 million shares right now is 11.6 million shares being loaned out right now is the equivalent to 116 million shares loaned pre-reverse split. It's pretty significant.
That's like what, a fifth?
Something like that. No, less. It's 158. It's like 10. No. Yeah, 15. 15. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's shocking. That number is absolutely shocking. Okay, I gotta move on. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is, let's see where it's at. Well, earlier, highest amount of call volume was at an $8 strike, and that's still the case. It went from 5,000 contracts to 9,000 contracts. Highest amount of puts is at a $7 strike. An hour ago, there's 15,000 contracts. Is now 16.4. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is in the top 6 now. We were top 7 earlier. So we moved up a spot, and we have an 81.42% buy to 18.58% sell ratio. And GME was also on this list, which is awesome to see. And they have a great buy-sell ratio of 80.94% buying to 19.06% selling. Looking very strong on both fronts right now. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $7.31. We are on tripped SSR yesterday, so we're on for today. Shares having been returned, still returning shares this morning. We have 1.8 million shares having been returned now, which is higher than what we had yesterday, and fees are at 4.3%. I'm still trying to digest that number. NASDAQ is up 0.29%, Dow Jones is up 0.27%, and the S&P 500 is up 0.32%. We have 3,064 decliners to 3,021 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing, but more advancing right now than it was an hour ago. So the market's on a mend up. This is going to be that bounce that we get to maybe getting very close back to 450, maybe 448, 447, somewhere around there probably on the SPY. But let's take a look at banks first here. We've got biggest movers for the banks right now. I'm only going to read 2.7 plus or minus 2.75% or greater for a change. We've got FRC up 4.17. Everything else is underneath those values. Ethereum Classic is down 1.45% and trending up. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.14 but trending back up after bouncing off a 104.64 Fibonacci retracement. Oil is up 0.72 and starting to trend upwards. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.13 to 0.16 and trending down. SPY is up 0.35 and starting to trend down a little bit. It does look like it's starting to break the trend a little bit. We may see a little bit of a run and reversal on this. VIX is down 3.82 and consolidating. VBR is up 0.32 and trending up. VB is up 0.14, trending up. Tesla is up 0.47, trending down, but looking like it's starting to have a reversal. Amazon is up 0.34, trending up. Actually, it's consolidating. Cinemark is up 0.88 and starting to trend up. Doge is down 1.09 and kind of consolidating right now. Bitcoin is down 1.44 and trending up. GME is down 5.8 and starting to trend upwards. Actually, I'm going to say it's consolidating. I need to see a break. I need to see a little bit of a break higher than where it's at right now. HYMC is down 4.7 and trending down. NCMI is up 0.84, trending consolidating. Hood is down 0.61 and trending down. You know what? Screw it. Consolidating. And AMC is down 5.18. And to me, it looks like we're kind of still trending down here. And there is some consolidation, perhaps maybe since 10:30 to now. So maybe within the last hour, there's been some consolidation. But the trend overall is still down. We've not broken the trend yet, although it could be getting really close to it. So far for the day today, we have about $300, almost $400,000 more inflow than outflow. Actually, it is $400,000. We have 10.76 million shares traded so far for the day today after 105 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 39.96 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 15 to 35 million. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 22.01, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.24, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.71, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.63, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. This article says AMC hitting all-time lows with no retail backers to save the company, and yet here we are, most heavily traded stock based off of orders. Top 6 most heavily traded stock within a 81.42% buy to 18.58% sell ratio, and they're literally claiming that we're not here to. They're claiming that retail is not buying. What a bunch of yahoos. Oh, Pirate, you're getting angry in the chat, man. I can see it. You didn't take those deep breaths like I told you to. You're gonna blow a gasket. It's not worth it.
Got him! You are a smelly pirate hooker.
He's so angry now. He left his computer. He's like, screw these guys. He's over here. Okay, he's meditating. Dynamite says it's gummy time.
I had to go get a glazed donut to calm my nerves.
Sent you a He-Man birthday cake.
It's in the Food Network channel. If you'd like to go look at it, I'm going to start devouring. I hope everyone enjoys it. Let me know if you want the recipe. But it's mesquite pork chops with mozzarella green bean tomato base.
Kim Bavale.
My God, who
welcome.
the hell cares?
Welcome to the back of the Big Tramp. Let me look at the Food Network here. I've gone in here. Oh, that looks good. That looks really decent. I'll share. Oh,
busy.
welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. It's Kim, but yeah, this is my full username.
Cool.
But
Welcome.
It's just Kim. Thank you.
There's the food that Doug has prepared for himself. It looks like bacon in the beans. I'm pretty sure that's bacon. Bacon, beans, and man, he made that all fancy looking and everything. I wouldn't have gone to those great lengths.
It's for my wife too. I'm not going to eat all that.
I mean, the way you decorated on the plate, I would have guessed that's going to be the case, that it's for your wife. But because I mean, most guys probably wouldn't go to that great length of effort to give it that little extra presentation.
I'll have to take a look. Looks good. I'm driving, so I can't look, but it sounds good.
Also, Food Dog posted up. I'm turning this into the Food Network, but Food Dog posted up. It looks like shrimp fettuccine from last night. Looks pretty tasty. We got some cooks out here, man.
Yum yum.
Brian Carpenter's like, how come you ain't showing my food? It's funny. Brian always goes in there and he's always commenting on disparagingly commenting on my food whenever I post anything. Doesn't matter what I post. I could post like something I didn't even make, like Chef Ramsay made it or something, and he's like, that looks like crap. Of course, now you guys are all like mocking me in your heads, thinking like he thinks Gordon Ramsay's food is professional. Damn it! I don't know. I don't know all their names.
By the way, that is no bacon in there.
Was it tomato?
Yes.
Okay, because I couldn't tell. I was trying to. I mean, I can't zoom in on it, so I couldn't tell if it was bacon or tomato.
Basically, rotisserie diced tomatoes.
Very nice. Well, we on On this last push down to $7.64, price has very slowly climbed itself back up to touching the simple moving average a couple times now. It's testing off of it, not quite getting a breakthrough. And you can see that the volatility is pinching down here on the Bollinger Bands quite a bit, which usually indicates that there's going to be a break to one side or the other. And then I would probably draw... probably draw a bit of a wedge out of this. It's like we're already kind of, I think we're already kind of skipping past the point at where the breakout should technically be, but I mean, this is some very hardcore sideways trading right now. It's already gone beyond the point at where it should have probably broken through. Let me zoom out here and see if there's not something else going on. Yeah, I mean, we're holding an ascending level of support here, so all I would say is that if that level of support holds, what we want to see is, oops, that's the wrong one. We would want to see volume spiking and price moving up, continuing to move upwards. So we need to see price moving through that simple moving average and volume spiking as it does it, and it's just not happening right now. So we're probably going to see another retest and potential breakthrough of this rising level of support here. Yeah, I know, Roseanne, but like I said, we got a week to a week and a half of kind of pain, unfortunately, that we're gonna have to push through. I mean, they're borrowing a lot of shares right now. 11 million shares borrowed is just absolutely massive. I can't even imagine. I mean, 11 million shares. We're gonna trade maybe, I don't know, what do we close? We're probably gonna trade like 23 million shares for the day-to-day. I don't know, maybe even just 18 million shares, 18 to 23 million shares is what we trade today, and they borrowed 11 million shares. You know what I'm saying? Like over half the shares that were traded are borrowed today. What do I recommend the real short interest will end up being? Numbers that we've never seen before. The amount of shares that they had in short exempt volume by not making a market the entire week of the reverse split and conversion was massive, and what that should cause that short interest to rise to should just be through the roof. And I can't even come up with a number. Because if you add, I mean, on this last refresh right here, if you add that 11.6 million to Ortex is automatically going to give them a third as an estimate of that 11.6 million shares borrowed yesterday, right? Or today, I mean. So if they give a third of that as short interest, that's going to stack on. You might as well just call it 4 million shares added to the short interest, which is already at 21.55. 4 million more added to that. It's going to put us at 25.55 million. Exchange reported short interest highest value to date is 17 million. It's going to be high. It's going to be really, really high here. I can't even begin to express to you what kind of numbers we're going to be seeing. It's an avalanche, and it's going to be through the roof.
Is this the kitchen sink, Casey?
I know we talked about the kitchen sink a long time ago because we saw those shares borrowed a long time ago, and I think that kitchen sink got thrown at us a long time ago. Where this kitchen sink would have been, so the kitchen sink that was picked up would have been that kitchen sink from the week where they just basically wrote everything off as like a share that we'll find at a later date, right? So, and it's a massive kitchen sink, and they threw it at us already, right? They threw it at us when they knocked the price down from a market cap of four something billion dollars down to whatever it is right now. When we're at $7, what are we at? I don't even know what we're at right now. Let me plug it in real quick. With our current price at 770 right now, our market cap's at about 1.219 billion. So, I mean, it's like, I think the kitchen sink been done thrown at us. They picked up the kitchen sink and threw it at us all at the same time. A bedpost.
Okay.
They took they have kitchen sinks for bedposts.
Yeah. So this is a borrowed kitchen sink.
Yeah. I mean, they knew that they were gonna have to replace these shares. My guess is that they knew that Adam Aaron's gonna sell shares in the marketplace, and they're just counting on it. They're counting on him selling shares into the marketplace, and if he drags his heels at all, it's going to put a lot of pressure on them to have to go out and forcibly buy shares. The pressure just doesn't come right away. It takes a while. I mean, we're already starting to see, well, supposedly we're already starting to see the effects of it, right? Like if the report is true and accurate about a broker, already starting to take away buy buttons, then due to what was the statement again here? It was hold on a second.
2 weeks.
No, it wasn't 2 weeks. The statement was due to capital at risk, right? Sounds exactly. That sounds exactly like the kind of problems Robinhood was having back in 2021. Robinhood and several other brokers. So if we're starting to see the failure of brokers now who are going to have to start taking away buy buttons, what comes after that?
Money.
There's lots of it to go around.
Andrew says the buy button is supposedly back. Nothing to see here. All right. Well, but see, the thing is it's not just them though. We saw Fidelity has had 2 or 3 shutdowns now where they've taken essentially taken away the buy button at key points in time where price was running up on AMC. How did they take away the buy button? They completely, their whole operations shut down, and just nobody could make any trades whatsoever. It's not
Wait a minute. You didn't say Robinhood? I thought you were going to say Robinhood again.
Dude, it's no. There's broker problems everywhere. I understand.
Yes, sir.
Andrew says, "You ever see shares available to borrow with 0% fee?" No, and I don't. If you're looking at Stonko Tracker for 0% fees, it just depends. I mean, if they do like a short-term locate and never actually have to borrow the share, they just simply locate it, and then the trade goes through same day. Then a locate would be 0, right?
Hi, Wolfie.
Hi, afternoon all.
How are you?
Hot mic. Hot mic.
Apologies, Casey.
I just don't want anybody to get in trouble.
Yeah, Casey.
Never.
I'm gonna bounce for lunch. I'll catch you guys here in a bit.
All right, take care, man.
Casey, I hope to be able to join the chat and contribute a little bit as a conversation as opposed to a rant, because Jesus, could I rant? But there's obviously a lot going on with the price and everyone feeling the way they are, but I'm the eternal optimist, so I figured I'd jump in. Maybe there'll be a few questions, maybe I'll answer them, maybe you'll give me time.
Go for it.
I can only speak for how I look at things. You know, there's a lot of people out there that don't appreciate what I've got to say. Fair enough. I've had thousands of messages, same as you, Casey, and others, where people appreciate what we have got to say. And that's why I've jumped in. I'm never going to leave. I don't care about the haters. Fuck them. Haters, what they do. I think I'm 52 and I haven't run into haters before. So put all that crap aside, because that don't add up or matter to anybody. We're all in something and we're watching it get pounded and pounded and pounded. And it doesn't leave a nice feeling. Some are overstretched, some put too much in, some gamble too much, some borrowed money, whatever your circumstance. I don't know what that is. KC don't. We've never, KC never, I've never, others have never told people what to buy. And here we all are doing what we're doing. Most people have held on. Most people haven't left. So even if you want to be really, really super strict, where do you get your hope at the moment? You know, when we're getting pounded, when we're getting beat up, where do you go?
My God,
well,
who
Hey.
the hell cares?
Yeah, that's not needed.
Who did that?
My God, who the hell cares?
KC, I don't know who your clique is within the chat, but I've had thousands and thousands of messages. So people do care, and they care about what I have to say. So KC's channel, not whoever presses the button, just sit tight for 5 minutes. If you don't like it, go make a cup of tea. And if you don't like my fish and chips, go and have a curry. But let me have my say, because I listen to all of you for hours, days, weeks, months. I've listened quietly in the background, lurked. And today, people are struggling. People are up against it, and that's why I'm here. So you do you and allow me to do me. I'm never disrespectful. I ask a question, ask why people do what they do. I never disrespect you, so why are you disrespecting me?
That's all right, Wolfie. Wolfie, I took care of it. So go ahead and finish where you were left off at.
If you think this through, with 3.8 million, and we're going to be super strict, at least 80%, at any day since the day this really caught fire, January 28th, 2021, we have always had 80% of held. For those out there that might be struggling, worrying about talking to their wives or their husbands because they invested too much that they didn't have and now they've hit a curveball in life, this is the way I'm looking at it. 80% have always held AMC. They're not on the social networks. They're not in here pressing buttons and making stupid comments when people are trying to contribute and help the whole community. Today, KC's community, because I care about everyone, even the haters within KC community. If 80% of people have never sold, please explain, think it through. You think, you make your own mind up. How the hell do they get it at 20 cents, 10 cents, 50 cents? No matter what your circumstance is, if they dropped it to 50 cents, you could buy 2 shares for $1. A lot of us bought at 72, at 50, at 30, at 10. This ain't in their algo. A lot of what's going on at the moment isn't because of apes. It's because of what I see that they've done, the numbers that Casey has talked about for 2 years. They're now fighting, not for life, for survival. Because the moment they stop fighting, their game is over. And we'll be correct. And the light has been shone and the facts are known and there will be no denying it. What you're seeing on the price now, because it's going down, you will have people, great people, smart people that will say certain things. When they come out, really, truly smart, experts in market conditions and everything else, you know, high frequency trading investors and everybody, oh, AMC and Ape will go the same, and it didn't happen. That's because you're not fighting a market. You're fighting corruption, a cancer within the market. They will do whatever they can. Do not let the price get you down. Don't let them and their psychology beat you. If you hold till the end and they dropped it down to 20 cents, you think of this question. How many shares would you buy? Because you're already in this. You've already laid your bets the same as they did, long before Apes turned up. The price in 2016 on AMC was $35. They've always played their games. 2019, Adam Aaron said on CNBC that people were messing with his stock. Shorts were playing with his stock. That was before your time. Don't listen to haters. I listened and ignored them in 2016, 17. And people I know become millionaires in crypto. We are playing the same playbook, the same players and same rules, same tools. They talk to each other, they have their chats. They're all doing what they can to scare you from what we're doing. The fight that you've got, the money that you want, the only way you're going to get there, guaranteed, as a chance, is by staying. An 80% minimum, absolute minimum, from all the numbers I've done that I don't talk about, all my DD that I don't talk about, says to me we're on the right track. The price that we're seeing at the moment is desperation. And for the first time ever, I genuinely believe it isn't to get rid of apes or to stop people that might be looking. It's because they have to. When those 40 million, 25 we were told, 40 million we've heard, when they come out, generally as a rule, it's always January 28th, June when it run up. When shares are released, it goes up. If 20-30% of apes suddenly sold, the price would go up because shares would appear in the lit market and they need them. They're desperate for them. They are more desperate for our shares than we are for it to go through the roof. So I've come in today not to hog the chat, not to talk for hours. I'll gladly answer questions. Where do you get this info? Why do you feel the way you do? Ask the questions. If you ridicule me when I come in, I won't leave. Out of respect for KC, I haven't retaliated. I never will. But trust me, I like KC. I've watched him for 2 years. I like what he does. I like the info. And I love the way that he carries himself. I will never leave KC. If you got a problem with me, DM me. One or two of you made it clear you did. I DM'd you. I didn't attack you. I DM'd you. I'm here for KC and the good people, the people in KC's chat that have messaged me and those that haven't. What I say, like all of you that say what you've got to say, people will make their own mind up. If you don't want me in here, KC, please do a poll. Because either the people that are hating on me in your particular community have got to shut the fuck up and give me a breather, or the people in your community don't want to hear what I've got to say. And if you don't want to hear what I've got to say, I'm fine with that. I've got no problem with that. This is just how I feel. I've watched for 40 years what they do, and everything going on today is exactly what they always do. They do not want you getting ahead. But today, now when I look at the numbers and I look at the price and I look at the mainstream media and I look at the news releases, I know what I see, not I think. I know what I see. What I see is them desperate. And it isn't about getting rid of you, although they would really appreciate if you'd all fuck off. It isn't even about stopping people that are buying. It's what Adam Aaron's done and the possibility of releasing 40 shares and what that means. KC himself has said in the last 2 live streams, $130 odd is fair value. Don't look at 8 or 7 or 6. Wait until it gets to 2 or 3. And then think about one thing. How many would you buy? Or how many do you expect the 80% would buy? Because they, being the enemy, the cancer in the market, have thought about all this. This is strategy. That's all it is. Their strategy is to scare you, get you down. Make us hate on each other. Call each other communists. They don't want us doing what we've been able to do for 2.5 years through everything. We've stood together shoulder to shoulder, and I, for one, have total faith, even in those that are apes but don't like what I've got to say. We're not leaving. And as long as we don't leave, they haven't got a door out. All they can do is what they've always done. Use a playbook, use psychology, drop the price. If they put it down to 20 cents, I'm not the richest man. I'll sell my left nut on bloody eBay. What would you do? How many would you buy? And people are going to do that, and they know this. So the price isn't about us. It isn't about getting it down to bankruptcy, because if they dropped it to 1 cent, how many would you buy? How many would 3.8 million, 80% of 3.8 million, how many would they buy? Please, please let them drop it to 50 cents. I will sell everything and buy every damn share that I can. This is just their playbook, the way that they work, because they don't think like we do. They haven't stood together. There's no unity in the market. Dog eat dog, shark eat shark, whale eat whale. They don't give a fuck about each other, but at the moment, they're being able to do what they are. The rule makers are not ensuring the rules are being done. The regulators are not regulating, whatever. Congress has turned a blind eye. We know all this. It's what we all fight every damn day we go to work. We lose, they win. We lose, they win. Now you've got a chance that we win. It don't matter whether you think I'm a fucking communist. It don't matter that I'm English. I'm an ape. I've been here right from the beginning, and I have helped thousands of people. I will always try my best to be truthful, guaranteed, honest, guaranteed, but never say what I don't believe. I will always say what I believe. It's a playbook. Don't give up. Don't look at the price and be down. Don't let them win. If it drops down, one question, I'm going to finish on this, one question. If it went down to 20 cents, 50 cents, $1, how many would you buy? And the other question, how many do you think 80% minimum of 3.8 million apes would buy? And we ain't even talked about institutional to understand AMC will not go bankrupt. Apes change the game. Don't listen to the haters and the knockers and the doubters and the pessimists and everyone that told me Bitcoin wouldn't survive. They told me for 40 years because they don't want us getting ahead. KC, much love, and I really appreciate the 5-10 minutes that I've took.
No problem,
Thank
man.
you, my friend.
And I'm sorry that came across there. I'm going to play a little something here. Hold on a second.
Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to.
Oh, man, I love it. Fucking right.
You know, and
100%.
and thank you for coming in and speaking, and you know, and I'm, if you know, don't let the conflicts between you and others impact how you feel. You know, just move on. You know, it's a much easier thing to do than to dwell on that, and just keep being Wolfie, and don't worry about what anybody else has to say. That's the same advice my wife always tells me. You know, like who cares? Who cares what other people think about you? Just be you.
Wolfie, this is Pirate. If it'll help you feel better, the who cares button, it gets used about 25 times a day, and it's never meant to create outrage or insulting. It's just another humorous thing that's used.
Pirate, me and you have got I have zero problem with you, my friend. I have zero problem with anyone in KC's community, in KC's Discord, zero.
I just didn't want you to think. I just didn't want you to. It sounded like you thought you were being attacked, and I just wanted you to know that if you spent an extended period of time with us, you'd find that button is used repeatedly for almost every speaker throughout the day. So it wasn't meant as an insult, and I think you might have misunderstood it.
Pirate, 100%. I listen to KC every day. Some days it's for half an hour, some days it's for 6 hours. I don't always speak. I don't always come in the back of the big track. I backed off because there was a little bit of hate sent my way. Fine. For all I know, the person's never heard me speak before, but they were having a bad day. I've got no idea because I tried to reach out. I see them in the chat. I went in the chat, open to have a conversation and find out what it was. If they just do not like me, Christ, I've got ex-wives that don't like me. It happens.
Yep.
I'm not for everyone. And KC, thank you. I appreciate what you said, my friend. What I will say is for people that haven't been right around the whole community or maybe not engaged with all the community, I generally have as a rule, a lot of people think I'm only in the think tank. That's not true. However, what I will say today on record, without a shadow of a doubt, of everyone I've been involved in all the areas, social networks and everything else, and think tanks and everything else, KC has remained the most consistent guy. And I'm not saying it because I'm here today, I've got to kiss KC's art. Me and KC get on great. I have nothing but respect for him because he has always been about let people be people. And that is exactly how I am. I go at people and ask people questions more than KC does. KC will let things wash off his back. There's nothing wrong with KC. He is as good as it gets. And that is why I'm here. And if
Don't
you
lie.
like
I'm a
me,
total asshole.
No, you're not. No, you're not. I've watched you for 10 years. I've seen you in the chat. I've seen you how you did the big chat. I see our conversations. Most people get a little bit nervous or maybe change. You never do. You let it flow. You let it run. And that's how we should all operate. And I'll hold my hands up. Mostly I'll
Well, guess what, Wolfie? This is your Portuguese fellow telling you much bloody respect, huh?
And much love and respect. It's me and you against them. It ain't me against you. Don't make it me against you. To whoever wants to be haters. Yeah. Much love, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Right, I'm going to shut up now. Unless there's any questions.
I ain't got no questions.
KC, can I say something real quick?
Absolutely.
I just want to say, Wolfie, when are you going to come back on live? I miss you, bud. Get one up. I don't care what it is. It could be about food.
That's much appreciated. The live and that is just, there's no need. When I look across where I think, when I'm looking at the information, I've always been, and I've run, things in the past. Facts and information to make an informed decision. And KC, you'll back me up on this. You said to me once about why do you only do it Saturday night? And my reply was because I don't want to tread on anyone's toes. The reason behind that is there's no need for me. I can come in and do what I do every now and again, have a little rant or G people up or say how I feel, and we all crack on. So there's no need for me to be on YouTube. But I appreciate the fact that you liked what I did do. It was as poor as it got. But I like to think what I had to say would make people question things or maybe look at it a little bit different or maybe, dare I say, lift their spirits when they needed it. Because they're the messages I get. I don't get clever about the market. I don't talk about market mechanics because I don't need to. KC's there, Bigham's is there, Boss is there, and thousands of others across the different social networks. All I have to do is be me. And every now and again I'll come in, have a little rant, piss a few off, but cheer quite a lot up. And as long as I get more good news or more good messages, I'll carry on. So maybe, next couple of weeks, a month, I might do one. I'm not going to speak on it, but I'm actually in a position where I'm hoping I'm going to start doing some interviews, and the people that you'd like me to interview have already agreed. So hopefully that will come up. But it's there for after because we will win. I'm not a financial expert. I'm only going by 40 years of watching what goes on in this world. And I think for the first time ever, the 3.8 million should scare the fucking life out of them. Not because I'm an optimist, but because I really know what I'm talking about when I look at where we win in society, where we win in our countries. And this is something they can't control because they'd already laid their bets. And when we came in, we scooped everything up. And when they dumped more shares, we bought them. And there ain't nobody that can come at me and say, I'm wrong. They went in overdrive when we went in lockdown, and we turned out under a perfect storm, and the rest will take, and until the end, nobody knows what's going to happen. but I know where my bets are because I laid them after they, being a cancer in the market, laid theirs. They can't get out because no one's selling. And all the while no one's selling, they're going to have to play their fucking games because none of us are leaving. But very kind of you. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. Sometimes I need a lift and you just give me one. So thank you.
I saw some people asking questions about Marcel, and I really don't know what's going on in regards to that or why they're even asking that question to begin with. But I don't know if that's something you. Here's the thing. Here's the way I look at it, and I'm not trying to push you on the spot to answer that question. The way I view it is, I am not Wolfie's keeper. I am not Marcel's keeper. I am not anybody else's keeper other than my own. And I find it really odd when people ask me, like, do you know what's going on with so and so? Because I go like, I don't. What's going on with Bigums? I don't know. I don't live in his house. I have no idea what's going on with Bigums and or Marcel or anybody else here. And so your guess is probably just as good as mine. And I think Wolfie would. I don't know if Wolfie, if you actually do know what's going on, then I apologize. But I have no. I would imagine you're probably in the same position as I am, and not knowing what's going on with somebody else and maybe why they're for whatever reason. What they're doing.
Well, to be fair, for those who'd rather not hear me, make a cup of coffee. Casey, I'd like to chat it through. I can't see the chat at the moment. So if there is questions, if people are asking Wolfie, what do I think about this or this regarding Marcel, I will answer it, and I will answer it truthfully. I'd far rather people say, Wolfie, what do you think about this or that, or rather than other individuals.
Right.
My attitude... and I will answer them. So if you've got them, let's do it. Let's answer them. My attitude's always been, if someone brings more to the table than they take from it, they're good in my books. For the first time ever, I'm going to talk about something I've never spoke about. Bigums. I've watched 2 videos in 2.5 years of Bigums being around. I have the utmost respect for Bigums. He looks after his community. He does some outstanding work. But it isn't for me. That doesn't mean you shouldn't listen to Bigums and that doesn't mean I am having a go at Bigums. No. We all go where we like. We've got that freedom at least still to choose what we want and what we don't want. Some of you love Bigums. I'm not saying you're wrong. Some of you love KC. I would never say you're wrong.
It's okay.
You have to go where you have to go. We're all different people. But if you've got a specific question and you say, Wolfie, what do you think? I will answer truthfully. Because I do know Marcel through AMC. I do know Marcel because him and Dolphin-elect Testy were the 2 people that clipped something when we were just sat around like we all are today, put a video and put it out, and that was We Are the Well, and that was the start of it. A lot of people think that Wolfie is heavily associated with Marcel. Marcel would tell you that's not the case. Of all the people I have been more involved with Marcel is true. What Marcel does is on Marcel. What Wolfie does is on Wolfie. What KC does is on KC.
Yeah.
If you've got a question, I'll gladly answer it.
I don't have any questions, and that's exactly how I feel too.
I have a question.
I can't go for it.
Wolfie, how much do you think we can get for the left nut? Because if you're gonna sell it, I'm selling mine.
Well, I thought it was.
After money,
I thought it was interesting that he was only willing to sell his left nut. He didn't say nothing about the right one.
Unfortunately, that got sold some months ago. But anyone who bought it, there's no refund.
Can we call you? Can we call you Lance Armstrong now?
Oh yeah. I tend to walk in a circle.
He leans a little bit to the right side.
Yukon in your chat, KC said Taylor Swift surpassed 65 million.
Very nice.
There you go.
Very nice.
Who see that coming?
Apparently, Taylor Swift is big, but not in my department because I'm too old.
Well, the interesting thing for me about the Taylor Swift was a lot of people were like, well, I'm not a big fan of her, or, I don't appreciate. I looked her up. I did some DD my own. She's top 10 on the list that I looked at regarding generation of sales and people buying and fans and everything else. A lot of people, for me at least, and you know, I don't have to come out and go, look at me, look how clear. I've never worked that way. I've always been about psychology and people and unity and love each other and respect each other and, you know, be understanding before judgmental. When I looked at Taylor Swift, I looked into her story. In actual fact, she's taken on some big battles before us, before AMC. She's taken on some big battles. She's taken on Prince was the first one that really flagged it up when he changed his name to Symbol, about what goes on in the music industry and how people are exploited, you know, artists are exploited for managers. And go back and look at the Elvis, go and watch the Elvis film, the latest Elvis film, where really it's about his manager and his gambling and how he was taking money and manipulating Elvis to stay in Vegas because he had this gambling. There's some bad people out there, really, really fucked up people, and the beautiful people, Elvis and Prince, and they get exploited. Taylor Swift come in, made a deal through her dad that was introduced to Adam Aaron, made a deal without lawyers, and then the lawyers come in to rubber stamp it, and it was a great deal for AMC, but it opened a new door, a new revenue source. And I look at all the great bands and the artists that I've never been able to see. I never see Elvis. I never see him live. A lot of people didn't. Well, that's now going to be a thing that people can actual fact go and sit in an environment where there is an atmosphere, not at home on a video. They can go and watch a great band or a great artist or singer, and they can go and see them. I've been and seen Eminem and other, Ed Sheeran, and others in the O2 at Greenwich in London. Now, as great as it was, and as good a ticket as I paid for, in essence, I could see Ed Sheeran on the stage and I could hear the music, but I was over to the left and I had a huge screen. It didn't do him justice, because when I sit indoors and I watch the video, it's brilliant. The sound's better, the quality of seeing him singing like close-ups is better than on some badly digitalised screen to the left or right of the stage. So it opens a revenue where I can go and see Pink Floyd or all the greats, all the great bands and artists. And in fairness to them, they don't have to go through 50 states in America now. They could go to one great arena, huge arena. I went and see Robbie Williams live at Nebworth. 230,000 people were there. The atmosphere was unbelievable. Now, you're not going to repeat that in AMC, but that is the nearest you will get. Because when you watch the Nebworth Robbie Williams 230,000, you don't quite get it. Live Aid, I'm old. I remember Live Aid. 1.5 billion people watched Live Aid, but it was in bars, it was at home, because they didn't have an arena where 1.5 billion people could turn up and watch it. This Taylor Swift is bigger than Taylor Swift. It's all artists that are in a position that they could now go to one arena, one venue, have an awesome crowd, brilliant atmosphere, and now it's shown on a screen where you're going to be sat with 100 or 200 or 300 people. There's another thing that AMC Adam Aaron could do. Adam Aaron could hire an arena, put on all these great screens and the digital and all the advances that AMC have implemented in the cinemas into an arena where 100,000 people could turn up, and they could have 10 screens around the arena. So 10,000 are watching one screen each. There is lots of possibilities, but it opens up not just for artists, for big bands, for the bands that we will never see unless they use AMC and we buy a ticket and go to our local AMC without having to travel hundreds of miles or thousands of miles to see them. I'd love to see Pink Floyd live at AMC in the UK would be the Odeon, because the atmosphere that it creates. And then there's other areas that people ain't talking about. Comedians. I've been to the O2 at Greenwich and seen various Lee Evans and other comedians. It's great because you're in there and you're in the environment, but it's not as good as the video because you don't get the visualization, the face up. You don't see the comedian up close. And some of our comedians are very visual. You need to see the faces they pull, the expressions. Well, you see it on video, which is why you sit indoors roaring, belly laughing. But you don't get that same experience when you go to these environments. But if you're in a cinema with 200, 300 people, how many times have you been to see a great film where everyone laughs at the same time and it adds to it? And on top of that, you ain't got to travel hundreds or thousands of miles. You can just go to your local cinema, your AMC or your Odeon in the UK or elsewhere in Europe, and see the greatest band on earth or the greatest comedian on earth. And these things, buying gold, bringing out popcorn, confectionery, is why it will never go to 20 cents. The guy that's in charge of a patented software that can track naked short selling, synthetic shares, who bought it, who sold it, when it was sold, where it went. The SEC put in a 5-year non-disclosure agreement where they couldn't talk about it. They spoke about it since. Forget what you've heard. There is a software that could tell Adam Aaron what Ape, where it was going, who was buying it, who was selling it, how many were being generated. It's never happened. Fine. There's all these different bits that they attack, all these great bits of news, 100 trillion by 2009, all these great bits of information that you will have 1,000 people come out and slam it. Trey, slammed. Other people, slammed. Great DD, slammed. KC, Boss Blunts, Wolfie, whoever, slammed. Because they don't want you having anywhere to trust. Anywhere to think I can go there, get great information, pick myself up, get a little lift, grow in my confidence, understand what's going on. Bigham slaughtered, KC, that's why it's the way it is. And most of us apes know that. Most of us apes get that. So they're attacking Taylor Swift because, oh, it ain't going to change nothing. It's only going to generate, 500 million. That's another blockbuster movie right there. And she can do it every year. She's got a huge following. So can all the other bands. So can all the people that are looking at retirement. So can all the people who don't want to travel anymore. So can all the people who want to get back together as a band. Can you imagine Oasis suddenly come out and say they're going to go one night only?
Now you're talking.
How many people are going to buy it?
You're talking Wonderwall, man.
100%.
We're in trouble. Look out, Wonderwall.
And that is why they jump all over Taylor Swift, because they hope there's not enough of us. And I know other people have thought this. You don't need Wolfie to tell you. I know other people are thinking about this, but that's why they don't want the good news getting out. They don't want the optimism getting out. They don't want us thinking outside the box. They don't want us understanding that door opening with Taylor Swift is like all the other doors that open that they slam in our face, so we doubt it. I haven't, but we can doubt it. It looks like we doubt it, and we shouldn't. We're as strong as we've ever been. The price has never dictated how strong or weak we are. It's dictated how desperate they are, why they're having to do it. They made their bed in 2021 and you turned up. We never left. So we never sold. And if we never sold, they never got out of the position that they'd already put themselves in. So they had to carry on. They had to carry on generating naked shares, synthetics. My name is Darren Arnold. I live in Essex. I'm 52 years old. I work for a company that supplies railway equipment, and I run the most successful branch in the country. If you're a fucking hedge fund, or you work for the SEC, or you're part of Congress and you're listening to this, forget everyone else and speak for myself. Come and get me. Take every fucking penny I've got, because you won't shut me up. Why? Because I know what I'm talking about. You bastards in this market, this stock market around the world, have had it your own way too fucking long. And whether it's 100 billion, 5 billion, 10, fuck that. Come and get me. I don't care anymore. I've given up fucking worrying. If you want to come at me, come at me. I will never shut up. Put me in the prison. I've seen them ruin really good people that have stood up to them. I see a guy that come up with a software where when computers first come out, He went hard at it to use the computer to try and go back through 500 years of history. They put that man in prison for 7 years. I've seen the guy that come up with the windscreen wiper. I've seen them ruin him, where he lost his family, his kids and everything, because they wouldn't pay him out on the patent. I have watched great engineering ideas come out, and the fucking US government has killed people. CIA, fucking FBI, you've got Clintons and everybody else. It's not a conspiracy. You fuckers are on the side of the 1%. And do you know what? Fine. Fine. I'm on the side of the 99%. I'm a nobody in the UK, but I've told you who I am. Come and fucking shut me down, because until you do, I'm going to come in and upset the people who think I'm a communist, because I'm not. And I'll upset the people who think I'm a capitalist, because I'm not. You know what I am? Nobody.
Robert Paulson.
I'm just somebody who genuinely care. I just care, Casey. I care about people. And for 40 years, I've watched us get hurt, us lose, us with their hands in our pockets. The people that get to be millionaires and billionaires, they come and rob us every time it goes wrong. And they'll come up with some fanciful idea that maybe in logic seems reasonable. They're talking out their asses. They're fucking lying. They don't give a fuck about us. Taylor Swift was a great idea. Buying gold was a great idea. Bringing our own popcorn was a great idea. Bringing our own confectionery out was a great idea. Taylor Swift opened a door that we didn't have to a revenue that we never ever were able to do. 2020, the rules changed. Somebody could come in and buy AMC. That wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. There is so many opportunities open to us moving forward that mean we, mums and dads, you, me, haters, knockers, pessimists, optimists, people that have contributed greatly to the community and the people that have sat quietly in the background will all fucking win. The arguments today don't add up to shit on social network, because 80% of the 85% have always held don't even come in and hear it. Don't give up because of what you hear. Don't be more inspired because of what I've said. Go and have a look. Think about Taylor Swift. Think about the bands you haven't seen. Think about all the good things, all the steps that Adam Aaron's taken. Think about where we are. If Adam Aaron wanted to bankrupt the company, he wouldn't have done none of that. He could have done it. He could have gone and got a loan from the death spiral finance mob, the big banks. He could have gone and given 10 times the amount of shares, borrowed 100 million, given fucking 1 billion shares. They could have dumped that in the market. Still wouldn't get a zero. Adam Aaron ain't doing us wrong. All the haters and everything else, we don't even know who they are. We don't even know who these people are. I don't know who thinks I'm a communist. That we don't want your fish and chips. We don't want you advice. I don't even know you. It doesn't matter. You're one. I've had thousands of people send me messages. Thank you. Genuinely, I love it. But it doesn't matter. What matters is, what do you want to do? How many will you buy at 20 cents? What do you see when Taylor Swift comes in? What doors has Adam Aaron opened to bring in revenue? The price is the price until it isn't. And it isn't today. That's going to be when the final whistle goes. Virogen went bankrupt because it had a patent, it had a medical breakthrough, cancer and other things, that meant it was worth a lot of money. They couldn't buy it. They didn't go in and buy the company, which has happened in other pharmaceutical companies. They put it to the floor. They made it bankrupt. Virogen's medical breakthrough is worth 240 billion estimated in 2024. That's what you're fighting. That's why I give my name out. I've done my own work, my DD. I'm not a genius. I'm not a financial expert. You do you. But I am willing to stand up in any court of law on the fucking planet, and I'll bow down to no cunting government. Come and get me. Because I will have my say, and if people ain't listening, that's on them. But I will not go down quietly. I will not go quiet like I did when I was 10 years old. And if you think I lie about what I've been through, come and talk to me so I can tell you genuinely. And if people want facts, private message me and I'll tell you what prison they ended up in. I've never told a lie since the day I got here, and I've never told you anything to make you feel better. I've told you what I genuinely believe, and you do whatever you want with it.
Well, I gotta stop you, Wolfie, right there, because it is time. It's 10 minutes past the time to take a look at the numbers, and so I gotta resume the number because I'm over here, my legs twitching. I'm going like numbers, numbers, numbers. So,
I love you, man.
yeah,
Apologies.
yeah, no, don't worry about it. It's all good. And but I'm gonna take everybody to the other screen here real quick, and we'll go to the numbers real fast here. And we did get the breakout of this descending wedge that I've got going here. We did see volume increasing as the price moved down. Falling price and falling volume is not bullish. It is definitely bearish. And our next support level is going to be around $7.20. Remember, guys, that I told you that if we broke past 771, there might be a chance that we see a 60% drop in price from our last high of $14.39. So right now at $7.46, we're looking at about a 48.2% drop here. So we're getting really close to that 50% drop point, and there could be some more. This is the whole reason why I was letting you guys know on Tuesday. Be prepared for a little bit of pain before you see the pleasure. It does typically tend to become very painful to watch just before you have the big boost. So, but this is, it's all part of the game here, and it's time for numbers. So let me take you guys over to the other page. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. So those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up there. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around. And of course, then I got to go to break afterwards, which means, price always likes to move up when I'm gone. So maybe we can get this thing turned around here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, make sure you put in a secondary device if your broker allows you to do that, to be able to receive that access code. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 56.93% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 7.12. Combined total 64.05%. Considering the fact that SSR is tripped for the day to day, seeing 2.05% more volume going through those exchanges than normal tells me that they're definitely suppressing price today, as well as having SSR being on. That's like a double whammy. CHX volume for the day today is 23,000 shares. Anything over 30,000 is a lot. GME CHX volume so far for the day today is 1,929. That is definitely elevated for GME, but not heavily elevated. Their 30-day average on volume going through CHX is 0.06, and right now it's at 0.08. So it's a little elevated, but just not a whole lot of shares. Taking a look at Ortex. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say these. I figured these numbers would come down a little bit here. So the initial borrowing that we saw an hour ago was 11.6 million shares borrowed so far for the day. It's now been reduced down to 7.99 million shares, which means some shares have been returned. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest, the free float, to drop a little to 13.11%. We have cost per borrow minute 5.84, average 6.52, max at 14.39. Shares on loan for this for today is at 25.65 million shares. That's 4.94 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated that about 1.738 million of that was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $8 strike. Let's see if that changes here at all. Still an $8 strike. An hour ago there was 9,000 contracts. There's now 13.8 thousand contracts. Highest amount of volume for puts is at a $7 strike. There were 16.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. Now 21.2. That's the market's still signaling for a close by the end of the day, somewhere around $7 to $8 before the end of the day is over. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was in the top 6 earlier. We have slipped one spot to number 7, but we have an 81.71% buy to 18.29% sell ratio. And GME is on the list as well with a really good looking 81.72% buys to 18.28% sell ratio. Looking really strong on that. That's excellent. SSR trips for the day today at $7.31. I would imagine that that's probably what they're trying to trip here. And then they'll probably try and stick the price right there at that price level when they do trip it, more than likely. That's probably what they're heading for. And this is to complete a market. They obviously don't have the shares to be able to make a market, so the only thing they can do is drop price in order to get it so that it can be made. Let's see. What do we have? Shares borrowed. 1.8 million shares is showing up right now, so those are some of the return shares that they are pushing back out. Fees showing up at 4.3%. NASDAQ is up 0.46, Dow Jones is up 0.29, S&P 500 is up 0.37. We have 3,085 advancers to 3,018 decliners. The market is more declining, or more advancing than it was an hour ago, rather. Fractionally. Big bank movers for the day today. I'm just going to be looking at plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We have first FRC is up 8.33. And I don't see any other banks that meet that criteria. Definitely more green now than there was earlier. Ethereum Classic is down 1.45% for the day-to-day and consolidating. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.09, and looks like we found a little bit of a bottom. It's interesting to see right now the trend is up on the DXY, but overall, I'd say it's just kind of consolidating. It just kind of had like a temporary dip down and is back up and consolidating around 104. Oil is up 0.36 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.08 to 0.07 and trending down. SPY is up 0.38 and consolidating. VIX is down 4.72 and trending down. VBR is up 0.4, trending up. VB is up 0.1, trending consolidating. Tesla is up 0.36 and trending down. Amazon is up 0.48, trending up. Cinemark is down 0.64 and consolidating. Doge is down 1.15 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.58, trending down. GME is down 6.83 and kind of consolidating right now, it looks like. HYMC is down 5.15, trending down. NCMI is up 0.63 and consolidating. Hood is up 0.09 and starting to trend up. And AMC is down 7.45 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today. We have approximately, let's see here, $2 million more inflow than outflow. 14.8 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 228 minutes worth of trading. That puts us on a pace for, is that right? I didn't give you, that's not right. Is that right? That's not right. It's only been 168 minutes worth of trading. Hold on a second. Looks like we're on pace for about 34.17 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and I suggested in pre-market we would see somewhere between 15 and 35 million. On a 4-hour chart, we've got currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 21.37, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.75, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.23, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.84, which is signaling oversold. The order book is starting to see a little bit more volume than what we have been seeing lately. I'm not going to say that there's been dilution just yet, but I would definitely say that there's definitely been an increased activity over here on the ask side for orders. It's definitely we're seeing 4-digit numbers now, a little bit more regularly than we were seeing them before. Mainly, I think this is kind of a blockade to keep price from running up. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp.
Another break?
I saw Fu come in late. He obviously came in late today. He's like, "Did you guys hear? They took away the buy button." I was like, he must have just woke up.
Yeah, I wanted to sleep early yesterday. Knocked out,
Like
and then
what-
I woke up in the middle of the night.
Was
I
it the
received a text?
Was it the chocolate?
No, it wasn't the chocolate.
No, okay.
It was just with work. I was exhausted, but then I received a late text. Are you still awake? You know, I got a text from someone. I may not name that person.
Me?
No.
Oh. Fu. It had to be from Fu.
No comment.
Yeah.
We don't, what stays in Vegas. What is it? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Does that apply here? Hey, Wolfie's man. He should open a radio station or something.
Yeah, he's incredible speaker, man.
Man, it's just awesome. Yes, he speaks from the heart.
Pumps you up.
You know what I'm? You can
Want to run
feel
through a
it.
wall.
He speaks from the heart.
Do you know what it reminds me? Well, this is what I think is great about our community, and I've had, as well as many of you probably realize or know about from my past history, is I've put faith into people within this community who have ultimately failed me. And I'm not speaking in terms of Wolfie here, but one of the things that he mentioned made me kind of realize that this is really, really important to say, is that there have been people within this community who I feel have failed me as a person, but what I realized later was it was me applying too much faith or putting that person on a pedestal and saying they are something that I'm going to attach myself to, or I'm gonna believe in that person. When in actuality, what this is about here is a much bigger thing than just any one person here. It's about the community as a whole. It's about all of us. And that's why it's all people equal. And that's why I hate it so much when people put me on a pedestal and say, like, you're the reason I still do whatever it is that I do. And it's like, no, you need to have your own convictions, because when one of us fails, the next one steps up and fills into that position, because eventually there are going to be people who fail you in your life. Always. Throughout your entire life, there will always be people that fail you. For whatever reason it may be, one way or the other, they will fail you eventually. But you can't let this be about individuals. This has to be about a community of people that are combined together and put together and not divided. Right? That's what they want us to be. They want us to be divided.
You can't create unity by creating divide, which is why I don't participate. I won't get into the dramas. I might ask a few questions. People might say things and I'll come back at them and ask, but you're not important. You know, if you're attacking me or hating on me, I have genuinely had very little hate. So sooner or later I was going to experience... I'm 52 years old. You think I haven't? But it's exactly what you just said, Casey. You know, we all go where we need to go, and you've got your community. And you've always been so. You've always played down the role that you play, because I get the motivation of why you are the way you are, and you deliver what you deliver, and you're doing the things that you're doing. You know, you're contributing your part amongst 3.8 million apes. You don't believe,
but it's not my community though. It's not my community.
Huh?
It's not my community. It's the community.
No, I get that.
It's everybody together
Yeah,
that
I
makes
get
it
that.
what it is, and it's not. I wish
Yes.
that people could understand that I don't own anybody. I don't own anybody here. Nobody owes me anything. I don't own anybody.
I do,
and
I do
that's
get
the
that.
point I'm making.
I do get that, 'cause that's you, and that's how you have always said right from day one. You have always remained incredibly consistent. You have always allowed more within your chat or your community for people to say whatever they've got to say. and you have little judgment, you'll have a reply or a response or maybe an alternative way of looking at it, but you never ever call people out. Very rarely have I ever noticed you go at anybody, and that's a credit to you, but the community needs that. And a lot of people that are in your community that are listening today or watch your lives, etc., really appreciate that there's somewhere in this community where they can go, for the most part, especially when Wolfie don't turn up, where there isn't all this anger and this frustration and this hurt, and they listen to your numbers like I do religiously wherever I can. They don't always contribute or sit in the background, but they do get an awful lot from it. And whilst I know that's not why you do it, and I 100% believe what you've just said, there's lots of people with lots of different psychologies, and they're here because they really appreciate they can have a bit of banter with Nana, they can have a chat with Yucca, they can hear Pirate contributing. It's a great community that you've got here. And whilst I understand that maybe I'll rile a few people, my apologies. I'm not English, I'm an ape. I talk a little bit different, but I'm an ape. And that might rile people. There's not a lot I can do about that. I'm not going to put on a fake accent, am I? But I come in and do what I'll do. And because I don't come in like, Pirate will sit with you all day, I'd love to. I really would. And I can have little bites. I can contribute little bits. But generally, the stuff that I want to say or talk about isn't a quick talk. So I come in and blurt it out, and then I'll sit back in the background like I have watching you for 2 years. But every now and again, a conversation will come up where I think I can contribute. It's not to say other people's contributions is wrong or incorrect or short. It's not a judgment. You say what you say, and you're standing up and being counted for it. I say what I say. But your community is different to a hell of a lot of communities out there. And if people think I only say what I say because I want... I had 5,500, which isn't a huge following, but I had 5,500 on Twitter and I deleted it. I've got less 300 followers now. I'm not crying or moaning. I deleted it for a reason. It weren't the message anymore. It was, oh, Wolfie did a rant or Wolfie... No. I've got something to say. I'd rather people just make their judgment on that, not because I'm associated or because I'm heavily involved. Or we're all doing what we can do. Some of us do it by being quiet. 80% of us, they're the most important part throughout this entire community, the ones that we will never hear of, we'll never see. They won't turn up in Vegas. I won't get to shake their hands, but they're the people I'm here for. Everyone else is doing the best they can with what they can and their own life experiences and circumstance. And we need to work out how we as people embrace all our differences and we have understanding way before we judgment. We have judgment on people. Because that's the world we've grown up. That's, you know, when someone calls me a communist, with all due respect, that's an American. Because in the UK, we don't really think like communists, and we don't. But I am aware, or at least I've been led to believe, that in America, communism has been a big enemy for decades. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying I ain't a fucking communist. I can't stand communist countries. I can't stand capitalist countries because the people suffer. And when the people don't suffer, they're the countries I want to live in. I love American people. I don't like American politics. I love the UK people. I don't like the UK politics. Maybe there's things I look at that other people haven't, which is why they want to attack me. But we're all apes. Don't matter where we're from, how old we are, what experience. Don't matter whether we talk, whether we're in the background, whether we stay quiet. What matters is what we've proven, that they cannot defeat. We haven't left. We haven't given up. No matter how bad or how much we lash out or who we attack or what we've argued about, we haven't left. And that is something that they've never had to fight. Apes, you, me, the community that has become apes, is the biggest enemy, the most ferocious enemy, the most powerful enemy they have ever faced. Because when it goes up in the past, we buy. And when it goes down, we sell. And they do it again and again and again and again, which is why they get richer and we get poorer. This time, no matter whether it goes up or goes down, we buy it. No matter how long it's gone on, we've held it. No matter what they say, what they do, the playbook they use, the mainstream media, the suits, the experts, we never left. And there is nothing they can do about it. We're going to have our fights. We're going to get upset with each other. We're going to lash out on a bad day sometimes. But we're still here. And everything they've ever thrown stopped millions, billions around the world buying crypto, Bitcoin. Millions convinced we had to go to wars, weapons of mass destruction. Millions of people, we're never going to leave the EU in the UK, and we left. Every now and again, we win. And when we win, it's generally the strength for the silent majority, not those most vocal. So with respect to what Casey just said, we need you and we appreciate what you bring. But I also do get the majority of people that have held this stock from day one have never heard KC speak, or Wolfie, or anybody else, because they've looked at the world and they realise what's going on. And they lost their house in 2008, or maybe lost their family, or somebody didn't survive. And this time round, they see an opportunity like I did in January, when I see it on mainstream media of all places, 140% for GME. There's a lot of motivation out there, and an awful lot, a shit ton more good people that have never given up. And they see this as their opportunity to pay them back exactly the same as I did, and we've never even heard of them. We'll never know who they were. The 250,000, 300,000, 500,000 across watching the YouTube videos or Twitter or whatever, they're out there, their playbook, they are out there attacking everything, slaughtering everything, discarding everything, making everything look crap for the people out there that just do not know what is going on. You do. No matter what we've been through, how many arguments, the people that have let us down that KC referred to, all the noise and everything else. Don't trust this one. Don't trust that one. Don't listen to this. YouTube's terrible. These are terrible. Discord's terrible. Bosses. We're still here. I have faith in humanity, but I have more faith right now in apes. Nobody's leaving. Nobody's selling. OBV and other indicators. If we were wrong, they'd have shut up from day one. If they were going to take our money, they'd have took it like they took Burry's. It's only when they're wrong they start fighting back. That's why Burry got the phone calls in the film. Go and watch it. That's why they don't want us talking and standing shoulder to shoulder. That's why they don't want you trusting KC or Boss or whoever else. But if them people are looking after part of the community, leave them alone. Protect them. Stand up for them. And when people come at good people with hate, make sure that you tell the person that they're trying to hate on that you support them, that you like them, that you appreciate them, that they're an ape. They're not British, they're not English, they're not selling fish and chips. They're here for real motivation, real good reasons, and they won't let you down, they won't leave, because none of us have left. I'm not Trey who's going to end up bowing down to the pressure. And I ain't Matt Cause that will go and flip for the other side. 3.8 million of us won't flip. We've been here forever. Let them drive it at 20 cents and I'll sell my left nut. Fuck them.
Screw them! All right, well, I got to head to break. It's 11:34. I'm going to head back out of the back of the Big Tramp, and I'll see you guys back here at about 12:10. And let me put up a message here. Thanks again, Wolfie, for stopping in and giving us the encouragement and the pep talk through that. Be back at 12:10. And you know what this means, of course. Anytime I'm gone, price usually likes to start heading up. Ironically, $7.31 is where SSR will trip again so that they can have it on for Monday. And that does seem to be where they're trying to take the price to right now, is about $7.31. So watch for potential bounce off of $7.31. And I will see you guys in a little bit. Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and looks like they've got us down at 727. Obviously, SSR has been tripped at this point, and now they're trying to stick the price here at $7.27, and so we'll see if they can push us down beyond 720. I'm not saying it can't happen. Very oftentimes, when you have a synthetic price failure that breaks beyond, like a 46% point, it does tend to lead to like a 60% failure in price. So $14.39 down to, I think it was like $6 and I don't remember how much it was. Hold on a second here. $6 and 6 even. Yeah, like 576 would be a 60% failure. So it's a very strong possibility that we might end up seeing a up to a 60% failure in price before seeing any kind of return on this. Now, of course, I tried to warn you guys a little bit beforehand that there was going to be some more downwards momentum on this coming on Tuesday, and that the pain was going to be pretty intense for the next week to week and a half. And the reason for that is that we're kind of going through like a little lull period of non-buying pressure from institutions. There was a period of time where they kind of cut back on how much they had on failure to delivers, and but then what led up to the following weeks afterwards was this massive quantities of failure to delivers that were stacking. So they've got to accumulate shares at some point here, and then start distributing shares. And when they start distributing, that's when we'll start seeing price rising back up again. But that we got to get past that first week and a half or so of that downwards lack of pressure being applied to the marketplace. So unfortunately, that's just something we're going to have to get through here. It is time for the numbers. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. And let's see what we got going on here. My leg's itchy. All right. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 59.38% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.07%. Combined total on that 66.45%, or about 3.45% higher than it should be. So we've got SSR tripped, and they're using off exchange to suppress price discovery, and it kind of makes a little bit of sense why we're down 10% for the day-to-day. But CHX volume is at 25.4 thousand shares having gone through that exchange, and 30,000 is a lot. So there's quite a few shares being returned right now still. GME's CHX volume for the day is 1,939. It's definitely elevated, higher than what it's used to seeing for the last 30 days going through there, but it's not over 30,000, so it's not a whole lot in total. Let's see here. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 7.99 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. It's now 8.18 million shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 13.15. Cost per min's at 5.84. Average 6.52. Max 14.39. Shares on loans is at 25.65 million shares on loan right now. That day over day is an increase by 4.94 million shares. Ortex is estimating that about 1.738 million of that was a new short interest day over day. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume is at an $8 strike an hour ago with 13.8 thousand contracts. It's now 17.1 thousand contracts at the same strike. Highest amount of put volume for the day is at a $7 strike. There was 21.2 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 24.5 thousand contracts. There's actually a lot of in-the-money puts being purchased in volume. I'm saying purchased because it's about 23.9 thousand contracts in volume for the day, and there's only 7.9 thousand contracts in open interest to begin with for the day. So a lot of that could be closing out of positions that were at the $7.50 strike, but it seems like there's a lot of in-the-money puts that are being purchased as well today. So again, a need for shares, and somebody's purchasing them through option contracts. Let's see here. Market's still indicating a closing price somewhere between $7 and $8 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is in the top 5 now. We moved up another spot. We have 82.1%, 82.17% buying to 17.83% selling ratio. And GME is also on the list here with an 81.72% buy to 18.28% sell ratio. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $7.31. We obviously triggered that here when I was on break. Shares available to borrow is down to 1.7. They did borrow another 100,000 shares in the last hour. Fees are at 4.3%. So far, for the day today, that's about 1.55 million shares acknowledged by IVKR as being borrowed. NASDAQ is up 0.27, Dow Jones is up 0.3, S&P 500 is up 0.25. We have 3,135 decliners to 3,009 advancers. The market's more declining now than it was an hour ago. Big bank movers for the day today. I'm just going to read off anything that's plus or minus 2.75% or greater. FRC is up 6.83%. Everything else is less than that. Ethereum Classic is down 1.62 and trending down. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.03 and trending up. Oil is up 0.36 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.14 to 0.19 and trending up. SPY is up 0.25 and trending down. VIX is down 4.24 and starting to trend. It was consolidating and starting to trend back up here. VBR is up 0.33 and starting to trend down. VB is up 0.04 and trending down. Tesla is down 1.44 and trending down. Amazon is up 0.54 and starting to trend up. Cinemark is down 2.13, trending down. Doge is down 1.04 and starting to trend up. Bitcoin is down 1.76 and looks like it wants to break the trend down, but hasn't quite yet. GME is down 6.62 and starting to trend up. HYMC is down 6.16, trending down. NCMI is up 0.43 and consolidating. HOOD is breaking even for the day today and consolidating. AMC is down 11.41% and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately it's actually a little bit less than that. $1.8 million more inflow than outflow. 21.1 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 230 minutes worth of trading, which means we're on a pace for about 35.77 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 15 and 35 million. At this point in time, I still feel like that's a very strong possibility unless we see some late in the afternoon volume that just spikes up out of nowhere, which is a very strong possibility, and I mentioned that as a possibility earlier this morning. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 20.20, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 20.69, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 18.41, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 22.49, signaling oversold. And this is just, it's relentless, man. It's relentless. All right. Well, if they bring this down a lot further, I'll be putting more in, I guess. Still underneath my average, I think. I haven't done it since I bought all those shares. I have to go back and take a look and see. All right, I'm going to take you guys back over to the other page here. I'll be able to see what it is you guys are writing, and I'm going to head back to the back of the Big Tramp as well and yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Gentlemen, I'm back.
Ain't nothing too gentle back here.
William said, what's oil at? Oil is currently, I mean, I'm watching WTI. That's not going to be the actual price of oil, but I'm looking, it's sitting at 4.205 and consolidating right now, up 0.36 for the day. But that's probably not what you're looking at for per barrel. Yep, the Peloton is still here buzzing. I've got, it is the last bullet. You guys are quiet. What the heck? Where did everybody go?
Took me a minute or two to unfug myself. I playing a little bit of poker against the bots, and I had to shift back into comedian mode.
Speaking of boxes, I haven't drawn. I drew one out earlier. We broke right through that bastard. Feel like I need to put another one up here. Yeah, no kidding. $7.11 hitting the bottom side of this Bollinger Band here. Asking about the off exchange volume chart. I will put it in here for you so you can find it. There you go. That'll take you right to it. Should take you straight to the AMC one. If you just type in under the search tab at the top, you can look up any stock you want to. When you get in there, go to the exchange volume and then click on. There's like there'll be 4 different tabs: overview, option chain, historical, and exchange volume. You can click on exchange volume. But there's other options under exchange volume, like things like failure to delivers that show up in there. In fact, a lot of times people, I find that most people are getting reported failure delivers showing up on this site faster than anywhere else, including Ortex, which I find ironic, since I pay for a subscription for that. You'd think they would have it they'd have it before anybody. Also, on a daily here, I haven't looked at this yet, but on a daily, our RSI is at 23.45, which is, so we're oversold on a daily. On a weekly, it's at 27.66. On a weekly chart, this has only happened one other time. And that was leading into March of 2020. Where RSI dipped down to low levels around 22.78 on the weekly before driving up. So just throwing that out there. Yeah, I know what to do with this person. I know what's going on here. So habitual line holder. I see what you're doing. I know you're just trying to throw like digs in here constantly. So I know what to do with you. Thanks for making it easy.
Get him out.
Yeah, it's real simple.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't take a lot of deliberation, does it?
No, it's just kind of like, you know what? You're just being an ass, and I know it.
Yeah, some make it easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are what you eat, you know.
That's right. Welcome, Jewel Rules. Adam Aaron is not doing this on purpose. Adam Aaron is not responsible for the price of the stock. So the idea that, you know, that he would be pushing for this to happen is ridiculous. We should play a game called Welcome to the Ban Hour. But maybe call it Bam Hour. I don't know. We basically just like encourage people to come in and shill. Come in and shill. We'll just kick you out. Make it easy for us. We know who you are. Albert says, okay, we know bad guys will use limit up, limit down, and stop buy button again. How effective would those tactics be this time? I mean, it depends. Like, do people learn from past history or do they not learn from past history? That is the question. Weekend Warrior says, hi, Casey, can you explain where all those AMC failure delivers went? Because we were off the list. Thanks. Yeah, there was a rebalancing. So if you go back to, I think it was Wednesday's title for the day I was talking about this, there was a rebalancing of positions. And oftentimes you see this happening right before, well, I actually was showing an instance where I said, let's just pull up another stock at random. And I was just kind of showing it. And you saw a rebalancing that occurred a couple different times with Tesla as well. Anytime a company announces that there's going to be shares distributed into the marketplace, you do see a rebalancing of positions. And the reason for that is that if the market's expecting there to be shares, brand new shares to hit the market, and there's low liquidity and they need those shares to complete the market, then what they're going to do is they're going to try and drop the price as much as possible leading into that, because that's their point in time where they can accumulate shares, right? So they're trying to drop the price, suck up those shares at a lower cost, and then drive the, sell those shares to people as the price is moving upwards and make money off of them. So that's essentially the idea here, trying to front run price movement upwards so that it's not as harmful to the pocketbook. Unfortunately, you said, where did all those failure to delivers go to? And that link that I just gave just a minute ago to that off exchange page will help you to define help you to understand where the shares went to. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag the screen across here just real quickly. And I'm going to take you to the failure to delivers that are showing up on the page here. And what I want you to see here is that on the failure to deliver chart, starting about 724, there was about 11.4 million in failure to deliver. So the number, it's just the second number right here. I really didn't need to highlight everything, I guess. But on 724, the failure delivers went from 11.4 million shares to 725 being 8.3 million shares, which means there was a very large quantity of shares that were returned during that period of time. Enough to drop it, negative 3.103 million. And you can see that consistently, day over day over day, it starts to trend downwards. Like they were returning a lot of shares in here. And I've shared this with you guys on a couple different occasions to where I've said that, if you watch CHX volume, you can see the returning of the shares that are required for failure to delivers, right? So remember 724, remember this date in here. 724, where we had close to 12 million shares that were needed to be borrowed. And this is why I was able on Tuesday to come in and tell you guys what was about to happen. Before it even happened, everybody probably thought I was crazy because on Tuesday we ended up going up 5% for the day. And I'm sure every single person was sitting there going like, what the hell is he talking about? Pain. And but all you have to do is just watch these numbers here, and it tells you everything that it is that you need to know. So I was watching over the weekend, this last weekend, I was looking at it. 724 is when when we had that 11 million. Now watch this. I'm going to duplicate this page. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back up here and I'm going to show you that CHX volume. And we're going to scroll down to actual shares. And we're going to look at CHX volume, which is over here in this far column. It's the second to last column over here. And what I want you to do is I just want you to see these numbers as I scroll back. Where is it? 24th.
Which columns are we looking at here?
You're looking at the second. There's LTSE, NYSE, American, and then CHX. You want CHX. Yep. That's the exchange that you're looking for. So let me scroll back, and then if you start adding up the quantities of volume that are being returned in here under these, there's these large quantities of shares that start showing up where they were returning like a crap ton of shares. And then do realize that anything on the 24th going forward, you have to add a 0 to it, right? Because everything's been reduced by a factor of 10. So 87,000 shares is actually 870, so on and so forth. And so when you see something like this right here where it's 1.281 million shares, how many shares does that become?
12.
Yeah, 12.8 million shares. That was 12.8 million shares. If you go back here, how many shares were needed? They needed to finish the 12 million shares. It was really close to 12 million shares, right? That's about what they needed to deliver. So everybody's wondering, why did we go off the failure to deliver list? They delivered them. They found them. They got them. They loaned them probably more than anything, because if you looked at some of the loan amounts that were occurring during that period of time, that's where we started seeing like some large quantity loans going in, just leading up to like maybe a week prior, right? And so they spent this week, they borrowed all these shares. They borrowed a crap ton of shares, probably anywhere from 821, and we can pull this up and verify it. Hold on a second. We'll verify it real quick here. When did they start borrowing the shares? Look at that. We were at about 19.9, and of course this is after you add zeros to this, because remember everything's subtracted by a 10x fold, or reduced by a 10x, right? So we had approximately 190 million shares on loan, or almost 200 million shares on loan from July 26th. By August 17th, we were up to 239 million shares on loan. So they borrowed a shit ton of shares during that time, and they used those shares to basically deliver what it was that they needed to during that period of time. So, oops, I just accidentally. So now you have this lull period, right? This lulling period where all the failure to deliver start getting reduced, because they've now basically accomplished what it was that they needed to do, and they've pushed it down to a quantity of shares that they can manage within a smaller range, right? There's only like maybe 3 or 4 million shares that they owe at this point, and then all the way up until 8.8 is when they owe about 2 million shares, 2 to 3 million shares in here by 8.8 is all they need, right? So if you go back to failure to delivers and you look to see what the T+35 date on this is for 8.8. It kind of gives you an idea as to when it's going to start spiking, because if you notice, this is where you start having to pull in short exempt volume. It was about the 24th that we start seeing. It's actually a little bit before that. It was about the 14th. The 14th of August is when short exempt volume starts absolutely spiking through the roof. So they had about a week to a week and a half worth of time where they were able to play around with positions just enough to create a gap to where they can make things look a certain way that they really aren't, right? So this is that whole shuffling of positions that I'm talking about. And that's that week and a half of pain that we're going to suffer through here while we're waiting for them to have to buy shares, be forcibly forced into a position where they have to start buying shares, is what we're kind of entering into, or what we're in currently. And so this doesn't go back. This doesn't start becoming a pressure or a problem with issue with. This doesn't bounce back until we start seeing heavy amounts of failure to delivers again. And so you start asking yourself, okay, well, when is that going to be? Well, we can't really tell with the failure to delivers because they're always trailing behind by 15 to 30, close to 30 days behind on tracking, right? So how do you know what that's going to be? And short exempt volume is one of the things that you can look at in order to figure that out. So we come in here and we look at short exempt volumes. Or volume, sorry. You scroll down to Stonko Tracker to check back, and you look at the 14th back here, and you see all of a sudden we had this big spike, right? Not a whole lot of failure to delivers or short exempt volume that turns in immediately into failure to delivers back again until the 14th. The 14th is the first date where we start seeing millions. We never, ever saw 3.7 million. Maybe we did, but it was very, very rare to see 3.7 million in short exempt volume. Then we had 2.4. Then it kind of decreased for just a couple days. Then we had 2.3, 3.5, 6.3. These are outrageous numbers, guys. We are talking about numbers that you have never, ever. The amount of buying pressure that it's going to take to kind of find these shares is going to be massive. And then you had the reverse split that occurred on the 24th, which means you have to add a 0 to every single one of these numbers. So this is 5.4 million, 5.7, 5 million, 4.9, 8.4, 3.2, 2.8, 1.7, and then this one, 11.3 million shares, an immediate failure to delivers from 9.6. So the question you have to ask yourself is when are these going to hit? And the answer to this is that you have to look at the T plus 35 date, and you have to count out from that and say that's when it's going to hit and when it's going to really be the most impactful. So that's where you have to do the math, and you have to start kind of looking at what failure delivers were before. I've got this all broken down into a Excel spreadsheet so that I could kind of give a guesstimate so I could tell you guys how long it was going to take. Let me see if I can find the spreadsheet again. Right, where did my spreadsheet go? You have to compile all this data. It's like 3 different groups of data that you're compiling to kind of get an idea, and you can line them all up onto a spreadsheet. And once you start lining them up, that's when you start realizing, holy crap, we're looking at like this period of time here where obviously I don't have any data to fill in these blanks in here, but I can see what's going to look like in the future. And you're looking at, potentially seeing some pain that's going to last for roughly about a week to a week and a half before it starts stacking back up again. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at a week to a week and a half of pain. They did deliver within the last 2 days, I guess yesterday. If you go back and you look at the CHX volume again.
What?
CHX volume is, hold on a second. Yesterday they returned 804,000 shares, which would have been the equivalency of 8 million shares. So they're starting to return shares again. We'll have to continue to watch these numbers, and so long as if these start reducing, we're on the right track, and we should be, I don't know, maybe like 5 to 7 business days away from seeing the pain ending. But we want to see these numbers start reducing. So seeing it at 25,000 shares returned so far for the day today is better than what it has been over the last 2 days. But there's going to be pain. So long as they're finding shares, there's going to continue to be pain here. And right now, all they're doing is they're just lending. And you can see that. Yesterday we went up they returned 804,000 shares, but they loaned 5 million. They loaned 5 million shares, returned 800,000. So they're already starting to work on this next batch of future failure to delivers that we can't see yet that are out there. But they are. So we want to see those numbers going down, and the sooner the better. Mick is saying 921 it's hitting. It's about right. I mean, that's 920. And so it's a little bit later than that, though, Mick, unfortunately, because I think I know what you're doing. You're counting out the exact days from the time that spike occurred, and you're counting like probably each individual day. But what you need to just do is do it by business weeks. So 7 weeks in advance is what it comes out to. So whatever date it was that I told you, add 7 weeks to it. Just count down 7 times down a calendar until you get to that date. And it's going to be, I think it's going to really be kind of like more like the first week of September. But it doesn't matter, though, because they're still going to be trying to deliver before then. You don't need to be looking specifically for that date. Some of those delivery of shares or the force needing to return shares is going to start occurring before then. But the big chunks of it, like you say, will probably be 7 weeks out from whatever that date was that I provided for you.
But we can have a run up before that. We don't have to wait for that.
Yeah, I mean, we could absolutely have a run up before then. I mean, if Adam Aaron starts selling shares into the marketplace, and I don't know when he's going to do that, but when they do decide to start selling shares into the marketplace, there's going to be some buying going on for sure. I don't think initially that it will start going up with those shares making it in the marketplace, but I think it very quickly thereafter, I think that we will see price moving upwards.
Monday is 9/11, right?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right?
Yeah, wasn't it Monday when that happened too?
Oh, I don't know.
Wasn't it? I think it was a Monday.
Funky Pizza says 9/21 is Funky and wife's wedding anniversary. I'll try to remember to say congratulations to you guys. I'll write it down.
Are you attending the wedding?
No. 9/21. Okay, I wrote it down.
Tuesday. It was a Tuesday.
Was it Tuesday?
Yeah.
Oh wow. So it's gonna be the following year.
So it was hump day.
It was hump day, huh?
Yeah.
But the 14th, I think it was August 14th, was the date that I told you guys that we started seeing the first amounts of short exempt volume really spiking, right? So if you take the 14th and you just add 7 weeks to it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so it's like the second. The biggest chunk of them are going to start hitting by the second. But like I said, there's going to be buying pressure before then. They don't always wait right up until the very last second to start finding shares. So, like I said, I think we'll start seeing buying pressure starting around the 18th. It could be a little bit earlier, but they have over the last 2 days, they did kind of deliver quite a few shares, which will push us out 2 days more. But I would suspect by the 18th, we should see some significant buying pressure kicking in. What are your thoughts on Adam Aaron saying, first we survive, then we thrive? I think he was talking about surviving through COVID and then thriving afterwards. Mick says if SPY's going to tank a bit now this month, wouldn't it be smart to sell shares into the market when the SPY goes up? If you're referring to AMC, I don't think selling AMC shares is, in my opinion, ever a smart idea. I don't want to see hedge funds winning, and everything in regards to what it is that we're trying to accomplish, that's kind of defeating the purpose of holding. So, but in regards to perhaps maybe the rest of the market goes, how you're looking at trades and your positions, I don't usually like to give advice on things like that. If you do know that the market's going to be hitting some kind of peak and there might be a melting down of the market, so to speak, in the future, make your own decisions.
Hey, Casey, if you had a choice, which nut will you sell, the left or the right?
Yeah, I knew it was coming.
You know what? I don't want to. The whole vasectomy thing doesn't really. I don't like the idea of that.
I know.
I don't want to ever. I don't. It keeps me honest. I'm gonna be very, very frank with you and tell you that kind of thing keeps a man honest.
Okay, so you're saying Wolfie's not honest?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying for me, it keeps me honest.
He doesn't want to short himself, huh?
Are you planning on having more kids?
No, I'm not.
He just doesn't want someone diddling around down there with a scalpel, Yucca.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you had a choice, Casey, we understand your position. But would you prefer the left or the right? Do you have a choice? You know how we have favorite.
There is an article.
Have you ever? I don't even want to say this. I don't want to go. I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go there.
What's the article about?
There's an article out there long ago that a man donated one of his testicles for $1 million for research.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't think we could get $1 million anymore, but you have to find the places that need them.
Is that the going rate?
He's going to need that money with all the children that's going to be produced from that. I mean, child support.
I just don't know. I love them equally. I mean.
Yeah, I don't really ever think about it as like a left versus a right kind of thing. I guess I never really thought about it like that before. In my head, I guess I just kind of think of it as one. Aha. Where's it? Come on, get the drum roll on that one. In the head, get it?
So, yeah, I mean, they hang out together. I mean,
that's right.
You can't separate them, right? They're in the same bag.
Rivik says, Casey followed me back on Twitter yesterday. Feels almost as good as Adam Aaron follow every day. Lurker and fan here. Casey, thank you for all that you do. You're welcome. And I'm really, I apologize in advance for not having gotten there. I've been really negligent on working on both cleaning and trying to follow back people on Twitter. So I apologize for not doing that sooner. Every once in a while I'll get a bug up my sleeve. Bug up my ass or whatever it is, to look and see who's actually liking and retweeting what it is that I'm saying, and I kind of view that as like this person must agree with what it is that I'm saying, and I probably should, if you have something to say and you think that what I'm saying is important, then I want to hear you. So that's why I tend to follow people back, because it's like, you think what I'm saying is important, I want to see what it is that you say is important, because I want to hear what it is that you have to say, period. And so I apologize. I've been really, really, really bad about that. But Twitter got toxic, man. It got really, really, really toxic for a while, and I kind of avoided it for a bit.
Well,
and then it got better? when you left? I'm just kidding.
No, but I'm just saying, like, it got better. It got better because I kind of like I separated myself from a lot of the space calls and stuff, and my mental health got better because of it. And so I was like, okay, this is what I need to do. I need to just stay away at it. I mean, I can go listen to space calls, but when I get up there and I speak in those space calls and stuff, I don't know. I feel like I'm not in my. I'm a fish out of water. So I just
Hey,
avoid
Casey.
it. Yep.
Can you define fish out of water, please?
Marco,
Polo.
fish out of the water. I don't know how to define fish out of the water.
Just to keep KC moist, actually, right now by hitting the buy button.
Wow. I feel messy.
Well, I feel like I have to say this statement real quick, just in case we have any hedge funds that are listening in or anything. I want to let you know that 3.8 million retail are still in this, and you would really win if we sold at this price. So we're not selling at this price. We're buying even more. So I ask that you go back and tell your buddies to bring it down lower so we can get a discount. If you want retail out of it, then start running price up because we want to make money just like you did. Thank you.
Fu, did you accidentally delete Empire Fire's message, or was that somebody else?
It wasn't me, but I agree with the deletion.
Oh, really?
That'd be me. Somebody coming in here trying to be divisive, trying to stir up shit. It was in reference to wearing masks, and it won't contribute anything positive to the chat.
Oh.
And it's fraudulent too.
Okay, I guess I just missed it. I'll just trust what you guys are working on it. Cool. I didn't understand the context, so I didn't understand.
Oh, okay. Mac. Yeah, that kind of stuff. No fun.
Earlier, somebody had suggested, or they asked, what was the 60% failure price that we would have to hit in order to get that 60% down from $14.39, and that's $5.76. Just because somebody was asking about that. I know it's tough to see. That's why I tried to warn you guys in advance that it was coming. But the good news is that on the other side of that comes a hefty amount of buying pressure. I mean, the kind of buying pressure that we have never seen before, ever. So we're going to, in between now and that time, we should be seeing cost to borrow rising, utilization rising, shares on loan rising, short interest rising. All of those things should be rising to levels that we've never seen before.
Through the hedges, yeah.
How's it going?
Good. How's it going, man?
What's up?
Pretty good. I actually had an idea. I don't know if anyone in the community is good at like making flyers, but when the concert's going on, I would be willing to flyer and talk to all the Swifties about what's going on.
I mean, you guys can do whatever you want to do. One thing that I've always tried to stay away from is like trying to get people involved in like trying to outreach in ways that are like kind of. Do you know how do you feel when you see somebody handing out flyers? How do you feel? What's the first thing you do when you see somebody with a flyer in their hands? Doesn't even matter if you know what they're doing or not. Like how do you feel?
I guess it depends if they're coming to. I guess if they approach me, yeah, it's kind of like you don't really care, but
yeah,
just trying to think of another way for another community to get reach out towards, get out of our bubble, as people say.
You're talking desperation, Casey?
I just whenever I see it, I get very like I get kind of like I don't want to deal with the person. It's like I don't want whatever it is you're pushing on me. I came here for a movie. Please don't try to sell me on something that you're trying to sell me on, because I came here for something else other than what it is that you're trying to shove in my face. And it's just I don't like when I'm trying to go do something. It's like, and I hate saying this because I love supporting Girl Scouts. I have Girl Scouts in my family. I love supporting Boy Scouts and stuff like that. But I can't stand being advertised to when I walk out of a business and they're like, "Do you want some Girl Scout cookies?" And it's like I feel obligated to buy because I want to support them, but I also hate being like forced into a position where it's like I feel that I have to feel that way. And so I don't want to. I think that it would be, and this is just my opinion, and you don't have to agree. You can do whatever you want to do. It's your choice. But I would feel like that's like us trying to advertise to people after they just had a good time, right? And I don't want. I would hate to taint somebody's good night that they just had with, "Hey, let me tell you. Do you have a minute of time where I can tell you about my struggles?" You know what I mean?
Rich, buy yourself, or make yourself one of those sandwich board signs, the kind that hang like from suspenders front and back. Get yourself a little bell and ring it, and just march back and forth.
Go.
Right. I could do that.
Yeah.
Those guys that have the world is ending signs, but just change it to buy AMC, and just walk back and forth and ring your little bell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's less invasive.
Yes, way better. I think I would totally stand behind that. I'd be like, yeah, go out there, get a sign, neon lights saying buy AMC, ring your bell. I'm all down for that. I'd do it. I'd go make a spectacle out of myself in front of AMC and support of it.
All right, that is a good thought.
But I would avoid anything that would cause other people to feel negatively about me or anything that it is that I have to support.
Right. No, yeah, I see. I get you. I see your point.
Yeah.
But
go ahead. Go ahead, Yucca.
No, go ahead. Finish what you were. This is a different topic.
Well, I was just going to say I don't want to discourage any ideas because I'll tell you what, one of the most discouraging things that ever happened to me was when I was on Reddit and I said, wouldn't it be kind of cool if we all went to our state capitals and dropped off like a whole supermarket worth full of bananas in front of them and just started passing them out to people, whether it be homeless or whoever, and just passing out bananas just to make cause awareness. And everybody was like, "That's the dumbest idea ever." And I was just, I don't delete things very often, but that was one of the ones that I deleted because I got so much kickback from it. And I was like, man, I just was trying to come up with a good idea. So I'm not trying to discourage good ideas. I'm just telling you how I feel about it. And, that's it. If you think it's a good idea, do it.
Yeah, the banana is a bad idea.
Anyways,
they did it with the bowl at Wall Street, so
yeah, I thought that was cool. Made a statement.
Oh yeah, I mean, but that's you're dropping off food. That's like a god, in other words. That's like the offering. Imagine everybody. All the bananas on the floor. People are gonna trip. Damn it, Casey. Nah, I'm just playing.
Well, I was thinking
it would be fun.
I was thinking of my state capital here in Austin, and there's a lot of homeless people that are kind of around the state capital area, and I thought it would be good to just take bananas down, like a huge heaping blanket full of bananas, and just start passing them out. And if if the news media decided to come over and cover it, ask me what I was doing, I'd tell them. I'd be like, look, I'm here to support a company called AMC and how they're struggling right now to stay alive because of the fact that they're being shorted illegally by different hedge funds, and I want there to be awareness about AMC and hedge funds trying to bankrupt the company, and then just keep on passing out bananas if maybe we can feed some homeless people or something. I don't know.
Sometimes you can't. Homeless are picky, man.
I'm sure they like bananas.
I mean, come on. If you want to offer a banana, you go to Figueroa. They'll take your banana.
Figueroa? What's that?
Oh, come on. Talk to Brian Carpenter. He knows everything about Figueroa.
Do you see Banana Man hopping over on the white hot sand? Here he come with some for me, freshly taken from banana tree.
Figueroa Street. It looks like I'm pulling it up. It's streets of LA, and it looks like it's a prostitute street. Is that what that is?
That's not the preferred nomenclature. It's not the ladies of the night.
Yeah, it's.
Please.
I'm sorry, Ladies of the Night Street. Sorry.
It's a profession now. You can get a degree.
It's a degree.
Get
There's a degree.
certified. You can get certified.
Can you do it underwater?
You can do whatever you want. It's gonna cost you. But
Are you serious? Are you dead serious that there's a degree? There's no way there's a degree. There's no way. Get out of town. It's a degree.
There's a degree,
Hey,
man. There's
they gotta make their
certificate.
they gotta make money too, man.
They go to school for these things.
Hmm.
Takes years. Takes years to become a pro. Did you see the new movie that they're planning to bring out? Spider-Man. I think a Fu is in that movie. I just posted it here on the bubble.
Why are we calling it? Why I know why we're calling it a bubble because Doug called it a bubble, but it doesn't even look like a bubble to square.
What is it? What do we call it?
I don't know. The chat, the Discord chat, but I mean it is easier to say bubble than Discord chat. So I mean I get it why we're saying it. It's just weird to me. Okay, what do I need to play this this video that you posted here, or what's the deal? What's going on?
It's a comedy starring Fu. Fu is in the
costume.
he's in the costume.
Are you serious? I should play this, or are you kidding?
No, it's a comedy. It's really funny. And
Okay.
then you got Brian
All right.
Carpenter playing the driver here.
Okay. Oh boy. All right. So I apologize in advance, everybody in the live stream here. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. I've never seen this before. So here we go.
Gapi, si puede, me faltó el machete y no lo trae. ¡Chao! Esa madre hace censurar, güey. La que si quiere, pásale, buenas tardes. Ya la chamba, jefe. Que te valga verga. Bueno, ¿y esa chingada pirinola qué pedo? ¿Qué pedo? Lo prendo. ¿Ese qué pedo? ¿Te fue tu madre? Eres mi picudo. ¿Qué te lo cico, güey? ¿Qué pedo con esa máscara? Lo prendo. ¿Qué pedo, Gapi? ¿Qué verga, jefa? ¿Qué Gapi se está muriendo a pedo? Bueno, Simón. Te doy lugar, québralo, sobre, ya está. ¿Ese qué pedo? ¿Estás de picudo? Ya me dieron luz verde, ¿qué pedo?
Güey, no te creas, güey, bájame, ya se me murió el caldo, güey. El taxímetro se activó,
That's messed up. What the hell did I just watch? That is some messed up shit right there. What the hell?
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
That was
That one with Yucca?
that was
It's
not
how it
funny. That was like a little funny, but it wasn't that. Like I laughed way harder than I should have on that. That was.
I mean, when I saw it, I was like, what the hell is this? Where are they going with this? But the funny part is when the guy grabs the...
Oh no, I know. I
small.
get it. Yeah, I got it.
That's the only funny part.
Yeah.
Because he gets you at the end. Yeah, it's dumb.
I laughed. It was almost like it was a sympathy laugh, because it was just. It was kind of.
Well, it can't be a sympathy laugh because the guy isn't coming out in that movie, so he knew what he was getting himself into.
Is a sympathy laugh? Is that like pity applause?
Probably. It's very close. It is time for numbers, and I'm getting a report here from John saying, check out, what do you say here? Wow, look at the CHX on.
Are you a pilot now?
I think no. I think he's posting up another stock, and John, I don't, because I just looked at AMC's, and that's not what we're looking at here.
He said but.
This is your pilot speaking. This is not the airport we'll be flying into.
Oh, hell no!
Or at least Bill Rugged can feel better about himself now after yesterday.
Okay, so he says, "I thought you were interested in banks." Okay, so somebody's closing short positions on banks. All right.
It was at this moment that Nathan knew he fucked up.
I mean, I don't know if I'm that interested. I would really more, what I want to see more is the crashing of the price. The stock is what I want to see. That's what I want. Tell you what, John, just give me an idea. What, oh shoot, dang it. I'll just pull it up. Hold on a second here. Hold on. I'm pulling it. It's the first one. It's pretty high up there. Hold on a second here. I gotta peruse through this data real quick here. Has it ever done this before? Looks like it did back on half the amount on 5/19. There's also one on 4/21. That's about it. All right. I'll take a look at a little bit later. But it's kind of distracting me from the numbers. So let me get to the numbers and let's take a look at what we got going on here. Taking a look at taking you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. But yeah, John, I'm more curious about whether or not the bank prices are failing. I don't really care about their CHX volume very much, but give me 1 second here while I refresh these. All right. Taking a look at off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Currently, there's 60.35% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 6.96. The combined total on that 67.31%. That is 3.31% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. 25.9 thousand shares have gone through CHX so far for the day today. It's about 4,000 less than what I would expect to see at a day where it makes me excited to see that many shares going through there. And on GME, CHX volume for the day today is at 1.9 or 1,939 shares. It's actually starting to fall. It was a little bit elevated on volume percentage, but now it's starting to track right online with the past history. Taking a look at AMC, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 8.18 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 7.5 million shares. It's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float a little bit to 13.02%. Cost to borrow ends at 2.32. Average is 6.52 and max is 14.39. Shares on loan for the day today is at 25.65 million shares. That's 4.94 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimated that about 1.738 million of it was in new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is been at a $8 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 17.1 thousand contracts. There's now 17.7. On the puts, highest amount of volume has gone up to 7.5. It was $7 an hour ago. It went from 24.5 thousand contracts at 7 to 33,000 contracts at 7.5. So market's kind of indicating maybe perhaps a closing price between 7.5 and 8 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC has moved itself into the top fourth most heavily traded stock for the day today, with 82.75% buys to 17.25% sell ratio. And GME is on the list as well with an 81.36% buy to 18.64% sell ratio. So looking very, very strong on those. Let me just check something really quick here. Okay. SSR trigger price is at $7.31. Shares available to borrow showing up at 1.7. That's about 100. We haven't had any changes in the last hour to borrowed shares according to this. Fees are at 4.3%. NASDAQ is up 0.14. Dow Jones is up 0.13. S&P 500 is up 0.09. We have 3,139 decliners to 2,994 advancers. The market is more declining now than it was an hour ago, but not by much. Big bank movers for the day today. We've got plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We have FRC is up 6.83. Silvergate's up 33.33%. And those are the biggest movers for the day. Ethereum Classic is down 1.76 and trending down still. It had a little bit of an uptick as it was trending up and breaking that trend, but now falling right back down again. DXY, or the US dollar, is down 0.06 and consolidating. Oil is up 0.48 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.15 to 0.17 and starting to consolidate. SPY is up 0.12. Took a little bit of a tumble here a little bit ago and down to 445 as it had reached about 446. Tumbled down and starting to crawl its way back up after having triggered the bottom side of this Bollinger Band. Not triggered, but hit the bottom side of this Bollinger Band and likely will start trending back up to that simple moving average. Taking a look at VIX, it is down 5.21% for the day today and consolidating. VBR is up 0.14 and slightly trending down. VB is up, or rather down 0.12 and trending down. Tesla's down 1.52 and starting to consolidate after a downtrend for most of the day. Amazon is up 0.13 and trending, had a big drop, started trending down all of a sudden. May have coincided perhaps with financial institutional problems right there, and a selling off of long positions is a possibility based off of some of that information that John just handed out. But Cinemark is down 2.29 and consolidating. Doge is down 1.07 and trending. I mean, it's currently trending down, but is it breaking the trend? It is breaking the trend. It's starting to trend down. Bitcoin is down 1.77 and starting to trend down. GME is down 6.34 and consolidating. HYMC is down 4.76, consolidating. NCMI is down 1.68 and trending down. Hood is down 0.14 and starting to trend down. AMC is down 10.78 and is consolidating with maybe a slight uptrend starting to occur. We have inflow versus outflow. We have about $3 million more inflow than outflow. 24.74 million shares traded so far for the day today after 285 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for 33.85 million shares traded by the end of the day today. It's very likely that we'll see volume very, very close, unless we have tons of volume at the end of the day today, to my volume prediction of 15 to 35 million. I did mention earlier this morning that there's a good chance that some of the volume that I missed by yesterday might transfer over to today, and then we have like a large pump at the end of the day of volume that just comes out of nowhere. I do still expect to see that happen, and if that does happen, my 15 to 35 million will be too short, too small. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 21.38, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 24.21, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 26.01, which is oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.01, which is below average. And with that, I yield my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Thank you, Thinga. let's see here. So far for the day today, we've had 787 people voting. 73% of you said yes, that you've received all your settlement shares. 16% said no. 4% said some have not. And 7%, we had a sudden jump from 4% to 7% that are saying I haven't checked yet. And that's taking us back to 1% less than what we had from yesterday. So, so much for improving on that one. I could only hope. We are seeing 1% higher on no's as well today. Without Luke and Laura, there is no life. Is it Leia? who's
I think he's like Days of Our Lives or something.
I have no idea who that is.
General Hospital. Wow, there's a lot of people that
How did you even know that?
I know. I just I'm like, what the?
How do you know? No. I want to know how you knew this. This is
Me?
Yeah, no. This is a topic now.
It's definitely a topic.
How the hell do you know who those people are?
Andrew? I don't know. I just was reading the chat. Sorry.
No, I don't believe it. I don't
What?
believe
No,
it.
I was.
No, I don't believe it. No.
Come on.
No, because I was looking at it. They were the last comment. Nobody else had said anything yet. You said it before everybody else did.
You said Luke and Laura, and I said, I don't know, maybe it's Days of Our Lives because he said there is no life. And then Carl J said General Hospital. And I was like, oh, it's General Hospital. And then
got it wrong.
But you went there, though. But you went there. You went straight to soap operas without knowing that it was the right name of the right soap opera, but you knew it was soap operas.
Oh, I know Andrew, and he's a drama queen.
I'm just kidding. Starting some. Look at that, Andrew. Andrew, you're not even here in the back of the Big Tramp to defend yourself.
Damn it. There we go.
Looks like Pantheon's answering a question for me there. Thank you, Pantheon. I'm too stuck on the whole soap opera thing over here. WTF.
I'm sure you are.
Uh-huh. How do you, like, you shouldn't know any of that stuff. That's like, I don't know, whatever.
Pirate came right in. Pirate knows all things about soap opera.
Casey, when you look at the numbers on the banks, what is FRC First Republic? Hasn't traded since May. I'm confused. Yeah, I know. But it has. And so that's the interesting thing here, and that's why I keep reading it off. Because every single day it does trade. And there are still trades going through here, and the only thing that I can guess, and I've talked about this a little bit before, but the only thing that I can guess is that this is probably a lot of options trades that are maybe still going through or something like that are impacting price movement. That's the best I can guess. I really don't know why this thing is still moving, because you're right. That First Republic Bank of San Francisco, California should not be trading. Neither should the other one that I've got on here, which was Silvergate, which was, oh gosh, what was it before? It wasn't SICP, it was, I don't remember. I can't remember what the ticker was before. I don't remember. I think it might have just been SI. And then when they got melded into somebody else, it turned into something else.
It was SI.
Yeah, it was SI. That's right. Okay, thank you. Yeah, but who took over it? Was it UBS that took over it? I don't remember who took over. Hold on a second. Let me check it out and see. Oh, it might have been. It might have been. More. Shoot. The name's like on the tip of my tongue. Demon. Who's Demon in charge of again? What bank is he with?
Morgan.
Yeah, J.P. Morgan. That's it. J.P. Morgan. Was it J.P. Morgan? All right, let me see here. I'm looking. FDIC took over. I'm pretty sure FDIC auctioned it off to the biggest bidder, and then there was no competition whatsoever. And I think if I remember correctly, there were a couple other banks that wanted to bid on it, and then they just shoved them all to the side and gave it to J.P. Morgan, if I'm not mistaken. That's how my memory serves me, but I'm still looking for it on the internet here, and I can't find it. I don't see it. That's how that's what my memory remembers. I don't know. My memory sucks though.
You can't remember your memory?
Yeah, I can't remember my memory.
Casey, we're discussing what was that guy from was it Young and the Restless, the musician, Rick Springfield?
Dude, I have no names of any of these. I have never seen a soap opera once in my life.
He sang Jesse's Girl. You don't remember Jesse's Girl?
I don't even know the guy's name on Dallas. I just know I know it was a soap opera, but I have no idea what any of the people's names are. Rick Springfield, Tom said.
KC, this is a pirate. We're 10 years apart, but you just missed that window where we only had 3 TV channels: ABC, NBC, and CBS. And usually a family had one television. The remote was the youngest child or middle child, and whatever the parents wanted to watch, that was it.
I'm sorry, but I would rather go outside and play than watch a soap opera, and that was because I was a kid.
We did. And we did.
That's what I did. I would go outside and I would play.
But
There's
if it was
no way in
raining
hell.
or if you were home, yeah.
No, even if it was raining, I would go downstairs in the basement.
If you were home school.
No, my mom never watched. My mom would not watch soap operas.
From the hour clock.
I think she felt the same way about watching soap operas as I felt.
Hit the nail on the head.
As I felt about letting my kids watch Barney. It just wasn't going to happen.
We got Saturday morning cartoon from early in the morning, say 7 o'clock, till around 11 or just before noon, and that was it for the entire week. Maybe Sunday night, the Disney program, maybe. And if you were sick, then you got to stay home and watch a little bit of The Price is Right. But nope, soap operas were it. If you had women in the house, and you had 2 choices: watch it or go do something else.
That is so sexist. My mom would be yelling at you right now if she heard you saying this. She would say not every woman has to watch a TV show that's filled with drama that nobody cares about. She would be murdering you with words right now. Murdering you with words.
Well, I'm not saying that it applied to every single woman. I'm just saying that there's no denying the fact that their viewership was predominantly made up of housewives. I think that's.
I'm just telling you, she'd be murdering you with words right now.
Well, so you're saying she would.
Hospital.
As long as they still make me a sandwich, I'll listen to whatever they have to say.
Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Numbers? Is it numbers time? Holy moly. I don't even know. I just want to go to break now.
How dare you?
I want to go crawl up in a hole. I can hear my.
Me too.
I can hear my mom. I can hear my mom like she would have words. You lost any chances at a date with her in the future.
What is a veterinarian and a gynecologist have in common? They both.
I feel like I need to just exit out of the back of the big tramp right now and just not let this happen.
They both treat.
I didn't.
Abandoned ship.
I am out. I'm
Abandoned
out.
Ship. This
I'm
is the
out.
captain. Abandoned ship. Everybody out. Every man for himself. Abandoned ship.
I'm out.
How dare you?
My mom is she's sick right now, sir. She's sick and she would not appreciate this.
How dare you?
How dare you? All right. I'm heading to break. Yeah.
Another one?
Yeah, this foghorns. All right, I'll see you guys back at 2:10.
All right, bud.
You are a smelly pirate hooker.
The thoughts that are said in the back of the Big Tramp are not necessarily the thoughts of all people. There's the disclaimer for the day today. Casey, my dad would always pretend to hate Days of Our Lives and make fun of the stupid cop characters on there, but you could tell he could tell you the exact storyline. I lived. I'll tell this little funny story before I go. I lived with my ex-wife. Her grandmother was Hispanic, and so we lived with her for about 1 year when we were transitioning from moving from Oregon to. Actually, it was less than a year. We were transitioning from moving from Oregon to Arizona, and we were waiting to buy a house in Arizona. And we lived with her for, I don't know, it was probably a couple months. But she had this ritual. Every day she had to watch her Telemundo soap operas. Oh. And I'm just going to quote her right here and say, Dios míos. It was terrible. It was so terrible. There was no, like, if I wanted to avoid it, I had to just leave. And it was just like every single day. It was just like, I can't take this. It's terrible. It was so terrible. Dios míos, every day. I just, oh man. But man, some people love them. That's cool, That's cool. All right, I'm going to take a break, guys. Let me put up the message up here. I saw Jay Brown in here. I don't know if that's the same Jay Brown as the Jay Brown on Twitter, but if it is, even if it isn't, good to see you, one way or the other. Doesn't really matter. I just recognized the Jay Brown part and was wondering, it might be the same person. Who knows? I worked with a Jeff Brown once. Pretty nice guy. Let's see here. Give me 1 second while I put this message up. Oh, it's already up there. I just got to change the time. Alrighty. I will see you guys back at 2:10, and we'll do the end of the day together. See you then.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO. Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight in the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alrighty, I'm back, and let's see here. It is time to wrap up the day. Apparently, the back of the Big Tramp got a visitor. I gotta go back over there real quick. I gotta go back over there before I do the numbers here. Hold on a second.
I had my own stream live with 4,000 followers, but I canceled it.
Whoa.
And I'm like, again, it's all self-promoting. But my whole thing is, then go back and start that. If you want to talk for an hour on end, uninterrupted, and not be challenged,
hello?
Or not interrupted,
Hello?
Oh, JC's live.
Hello?
Hi, welcome back.
Yeah. How's it going?
This is why I was suggesting that you can create. You can assign a sound when you rejoin the room.
Really?
Yeah, I got the one for you.
How do I
got the one for you, JC.
Yep.
How do I do that?
A fart sound.
That one right there. Yeah, there you go. Just say that. Or you can say the black beard is back.
So if you go, Casey, if you go to a voice and video, there's a entrance sounds option.
Okay, hold on a
Where
second.
you can choose. Yep.
Okay.
Fart could be an exit video. An exit
Yeah,
sound.
Mark. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be that. Yeah.
You know that one too. Yeah.
All right, change
You can make
sound.
your own theme song.
I mean, you could do a queef too. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What's that?
I'm going to use the He-Man. I'm going to use the He-Man birthday cake.
It's too low.
We need more of an alarm.
Yeah, that's more like.
How about the clowns? The clowns okay?
Yeah.
Man. I guess clown would do. Yeah.
I don't know anymore, KC.
Or how about oh hell no? Does that work?
Oh, like that. I like that one. Oh hell no.
Yeah. All right. We'll do the oh
You
hell no.
sound just like that.
Yeah.
Is there one that's not in that's in the Discord sound board?
Here comes the judge. Here come the judge. Here come the judge.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, here come the judge. I like that one, Pirate.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't that from Saturday Night Live or something?
I could just do the air horn.
That'll work too. There you go. Yeah, we never use that for anything. The air horn is perfect.
I think the air horn makes
air horn makes me laugh every time.
All right.
Yeah, we don't want.
Do you want to test it, Casey, and jump out and come back in?
Sure. All right. Hold on.
Your channel.
No, I got to edit this. I got to change the sound here.
But
Hold on.
before you leave, I just wanted to tell you, you jumped in when we were talking about Food Dog saying how you can queef.
Let me exit and I'll come right back here. Hold on a second.
There it is.
All right.
There he is.
Now you know.
That was a good one.
All right. So I heard my mom came back here and admonished. She murdered you with the words, apparently. So I was right, wasn't I? That's what I. That's what I heard.
Nice.
Yeah.
She was very nice, but
Yeah.
She turned down Pirate like
She has
bubonic plague.
She has this southern ability of kindness, but is murdering you with words.
Murdering softly.
And yeah, murdering you softly. That's what it is.
Killing you softly.
It would appear I'm going to have to rewind and do some. I was engrossed in a poker game, and apparently I missed out on my admonishment. So I'm going to have to review that.
You missed your court date.
Yeah.
All right.
Forfeit my bail. I missed my court date. I'm going to forfeit my bail.
Mm-hmm. I think she would have ate you for lunch.
Yeah. Now I'm the guy ducking into cubicles as she comes storming down the hallway of the corporate headquarters. I'm the one diving under a desk.
Well, I'll leave.
Has anybody seen Pirate?
I'll leave the back of the big tramp here to do numbers that way, and then I'll come back here in a little bit and let you guys finish your talks here. But I'll be back in a little while.
Another break.
Hey,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah. Yep.
Casey, before you leave, is it okay if I ask you something?
Uh-huh.
Can we nominate Tom to do a solo right before end of day?
Sure. Also, actually, I have Tom S sent me a different version of Buy and Hold with his soloing on it, and I was gonna play that. I was gonna play that for the outro for the day today, and I hadn't discussed it with him because it was Fuzz Friday, and I wanted to make sure I did Fuzz Friday to start the day off. But I'd like to end the day with Tom's song going out, Tom's version of Buy and Hold. So. There'll be a little something special there for you guys at the end of the day if you stick around to hear it. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay. I like it.
There you go. How's that? All right. I'll see you guys in a bit. Numbers. All right. Give me 1 second here. I got to log in into my account. Taking you guys over the page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do sign up for it. Make sure you put in if your broker allows you to, put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code. You never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. And then hopefully you guys are taking a look at those portfolios and getting that digital copy of your portfolio statement from your brokers and comparing those to the past and finding out what your position is. Because as it stands, y'all are voting. The way you're voting here is that only 1% of you from yesterday has changed at looking at your position. So, yeah. So anyways. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined, or 60.97% going through off exchange, EDGX at 6.88. The combined total in that 67.85%. That is 1.85% higher than usual. You want to know why price is down today? They're using SSR and off exchange to push down price suppression. And so we're definitely a lot more down than normal than I would have expected. I think today normally to have been because of that. CHX volume for the day today is about 26,000 shares. It's a little bit less than the 30,000 that gets me excited. And it's good. I kind of want to see those numbers be lower right now. I don't want them finding a bunch of shares to return. And GME is got about 2,039 shares going through CHX. Nothing unusually high for them for the day. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 7.5 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now reporting 7.42 million shares. Still very high numbers. And that's going to cause the estimated short share interest to drop to about 12.98%. Cost bar mins at 2.32, average 6.51, and max is 14.39. Shares on loan for the day today is at 25.65 million shares. Day over day, that's an increase by 4.94 million shares, and Ortex estimated that about 1.738 million of it was in new short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $8 strike. With 17.7 thousand contracts as of an hour ago, and then currently 17.9 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $7.50 strike. There was 33,000 contracts an hour ago. There's now 34.4. Market suggesting a closing price between $7.50 to $8 by the end of the day today. But we are obviously a little bit lower than that, so I would expect to see some kind of price run up here before the end of the day if that's going to be the case. Taking a look at options, highest amount of orders filled today. AMC came in fourth with 82.47% buys to 17.53% sell ratio. And GME coming in here with a 82.03% buy to 17.97% sell ratio. Trigger price today happened really early on today at around $7.31. That means it will be on for Monday. And no new changes to shares being borrowed this morning. Fees have dropped a little bit to 4.2%. Market taking a turn. It looks like here this late afternoon. Nasdaq down 0.04. Dow Jones up 0.04. S&P 500 down 0.01. We have 3,299 decliners to 2,856 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing. Actually, let me go back there real quick. Yeah, the market's more declining right now than it was an hour ago too. Banks, big movers, plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We have FRC being up 6.83%. Silvergate is up 33.33%. I'm going to read Zion because that's up 2.73, close enough. And that's about it. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is down 1.6% and starting to climb back up here towards the end of the day today. DXY is up 0.01 and still kind of trending up for the day. Oil is up 0.24 and starting to trend down a little bit here towards the end of the day. Mortgage-backed securities up anywhere from 0.15 to 0.17 and consolidating. SPY is now down 0.02 and taking a tumble towards the end of the day today. And VIX down 2.78 and starting to rise. VBR is up 0.13 and trending down. VB is down 0.21, trending down. Tesla is down 1.34 and starting to consolidate. Hold on one second here. Amazon, holy smokes, man. Tesla's got some major activity going on today. Hold on one second. I got to check something out real quick. Volume's just moving really, really quickly today. I guess it's underneath the 3-month average volume, so but it's moving so quick that I was surprised when I came through and seeing the order book flying the way it was. Amazon is up 0.14 and trending up. Cinemark is down 0.82 and consolidating. Doge is down 0.69 and trending up. We're getting a big boost in cryptos here. Bitcoin is down 1.62 and boosting as well. GME is down 7.01 and trending down. HYMC is down 7.11 and trending down. Hold on a second here. Yeah, that's correct. GME is trending down. I don't know what I said a second ago, but I was looking at a daily chart. NCMI is down 1.68 and trending down. HOOD is up 0.47 and slightly trending up. And AMC is down 10.86 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we've had about $4.7 million more inflow than outflow. 28.42 million shares traded so far for the day today after 397 minutes worth. No, that's not right. 357 minutes worth of trading. We are on pace for 31 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35. I don't know if we're going to get that late end of the day volume punch. But my guess is that we might see some additional levels of volume that kicks in towards the end of the day here. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure. No, wait, hold on. Yeah, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 21.24, which is below average, or signaling oversold. On a 4-hour or 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 24.33, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.75, which is signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.47, which is below average. And that's all I got for you guys. I will yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. I feel like I always kind of like say that I'm coming back there before I go back there, just to kind of like warn them for whatever reason. But here we go. Stepping in, tripping back into the back of the Big Tramp.
Oh, there it is. Right there. That's beautiful.
Okay. I'm back. Back again.
Yay, the air horn.
Yeah, the air horn's going to work perfectly. That's
okay.
Nice.
It's like calling a timeout. Timeout.
It's like when a freight train comes by a railroad crossing. You got the little arms are down, you know, and lights are flashing, but you need that blast of a horn just to put an exclamation point on it.
We had a very interesting conversation while you were gone, but we can't share it on live.
Okay. Well, I'll talk with you guys later about it. Bob White says it's been a rough week, but just want to say thanks for all that you do here, do every day here. Have a great weekend, sir. Bob, you have a wonderful weekend as well. And what was I going to say? There was something I was going to say. Oh yeah, I don't think that it's over yet. I think there's still more left to go. Next week is going to be a little bit rough too. So cinch down those hatches, buckle your shoes. Close the hatch doors. There's still more storm ahead here.
And not financial advice, but dollar cost average more. Yeah.
You know, it's crazy. You know, because the first thing that happens whenever people start seeing price massively rising quickly, they jump straight to, damn, I could have bought so many more way back down when. It's like, okay, well, it is what it is. You got it. You can't look at it that way. If you always have regrets, then you know that's how you're gonna always live your life. You know, always wishing you woulda, coulda, shoulda.
I wish I.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I.
That's why I got my custom buy market button right here on EOS.
Mm-hmm. Pantheon says pressure either makes leaky pipes or diamonds. You choose how you handle the pressure.
Is Pantheon's pipe leaking or what?
Oh, he's saying
that's swollen prostate.
What the heck? Pantheon, don't you dare let him talk to you like this. It's like, you guys are on a roll today. First it's my mom, now it's Pantheon. Who's next? Angry elves. That's one of my wife's favorite Christmas movies is Elf. You're just an angry little elf.
Say it one more time.
I love that part when he comes flying across that table. That's the best part of that movie.
Yeah.
Hey, see, have you ever seen the Billy Bob Thornton where he plays the bad Santa?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good too. I like that kind of comedy as well. You know, something special about an alcoholic guy with vomit on his outfit. Got his little sidekick elf there, and weren't they robbing the stores that they worked at night or something? That was beautiful.
What's your doing bottom price predictions, people? I mean, typical turnaround points are usually around 60%. So we're looking at like 576 around there. Doesn't mean that it has to be exactly 576, but somewhere thereabouts would probably be a level that I would expect to see a turnaround point.
And this is when I'm going to have to come against my boss, my master, and say, we're going to 666 and then the rebound.
Tammy says, can I make you a sandwich? Yep. No. I make my own sandwiches. I don't need anybody else to make me. You know, my wife does so many sweet things for me all the time, Tammy, and sometimes I wish she wouldn't because I don't want her to feel like she needs to do things for me that I can do for myself. So
what kind of sandwiches you like to make?
Ooh.
I'll have you know I have one sitting in the fridge waiting for me right now. It is a turkey ham bacon sandwich.
Okay, see, if I had that kind of flexibility, I would have never got married in the first place.
I don't even know. Oh boy.
Yeah.
No, please let him tell it. Please don't leave us hanging, please.
Oh, Tammy says that's from Bad Santa. Can I make you a sandwich?
I think Albert, I'm trying to cause some domestic problems with you. He said, "Can she bake you a He-Man birthday cake?"
Probably not. Only my mom can.
No, he was just saying something about doing things for himself. You know, things that he do for himself if he could. And never mind.
Have you guys ever desired like a cake when it's not anybody's birthday before?
What? That's sacrilegious.
I know. Go with me here for just a second. Have you never done this?
Brownies.
You're not
it's
right.
brownies, but I know where you're headed with it. Yeah, but
I know.
For me, it's brownies.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute
Are you?
here.
Wait a minute. Are you hanging around bakeries looking at cakes?
No, no. Have you ever been to Claim Jumper before? Have you ever heard of that restaurant?
Yeah.
They've got this like chocolate cake, and it is like the most incredible chocolate cake you've ever seen in your entire life. It is like the pieces that they serve are like something that you would give to like 2 or 3 people. If you know what it is, you know what I'm talking about. Have you seen it? I'm looking it up here. I'm going to show you guys.
I think you have an addiction.
No.
Casey.
I'm telling you.
1-800 number now.
I'm telling you, this is like it is the best. It's so good when you go. And here's the problem is that Claim Jumper has like their food portion sizes are just insane to begin with. You never can fully eat what it is that's served to you. But when you go to Claim Jumper and you buy or you look at this, I'm going to show it to you guys here. I don't think that's it. Hold on a second here. It's called Claim Jumper's Chocolate Mother Load Cake is what it's called. I think. Maybe? I don't know. I'm looking still here.
Delicious.
It is so good. It's like the perfect moistness. It's got the right amount of great frosting. The only thing that it's missing is like a cold glass of milk to go with it. But anyways, have you guys you've never desired that before? Like just at random? Like just wanted like a chocolate piece of cake? There it is right there.
I'll destroy some confectionery treats, man. I'm with you.
Pro
on that
Jeweler's
one.
hot.
Pro Jeweler, you're hot, man. I'll have Mike.
Oh,
Do you see that? Isn't that good looking?
6 layers of icing and cake.
Yes. You don't eat it by yourself. There's absolutely no way. It's a 3 to 4 person job. For sure.
I bet you I could eat it.
Yeah, bullshit. That's what I say, D Mello. Lay that sumbitch down in front of me and let me go to work.
I'll
show you something.
You have to eat a meal first. If you eat a meal first.
No.
Yeah, okay. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about realistic things, not what can you do on an empty stomach. I know you can do probably crazy stuff on an empty stomach, but you got to eat a meal first and then polish it off, and then I'll call you a hero. But those things. Huh?
What are those things on the outside?
Walnuts.
The ice.
Walnuts.
They're D's. What?
D's nuts.
These walnuts.
These walnuts.
You like D nuts?
Mm-hmm.
You like these nuts? Yeah.
Anyways, really, numbers. It's really good cake. But are you guys telling me that you've never just suddenly had like a desire to eat some chocolate cake just at random? Like nobody's birthday's coming up and you're just like, I have to have a piece of chocolate cake right now. You've never had that happen to you?
Yeah. I like a Wegmans Ultimate Chocolate Cake myself.
And have you ever made one, but not for anybody other than just yourself?
I'm not a cook kind of guy. Like you, Casey. But
well, my wife was going to Costco.
I do think that about.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I do think about key lime pies, but
I mean, those are good too.
Not chocolate.
I just think about pie. That's
cream pie.
Well, my
cream
wife.
Guy? You like cream and guy? No.
Cream and guy. So I personally,
here we go.
My wife was going to Costco and I told her, I said, I need chocolate cake right now. I don't know what it is, but I need to, can you please buy one of their chocolate cakes for me and bring it home? Every once in a while, you know what her sin is?
Is she pregnant?
No, you know the Great American Cookie Company? Every once in a while she'll get a bug, and she'll order up one of those cookies. It won't be anybody's birthday. There's no celebration, and she'll just go out and she'll grab one of those and bring it home. It's just kind of like, okay, it's a cookie. It's just
cookie.
But yeah, no, I know, it's totally different. It's not the same kind of sin as what I'm talking about. But I did too.
Have you ever went to Hershey, Pennsylvania, and went to the Hershey factory?
No, no, that would probably be
You
too
need
intense.
to go. You would love it. They have all kinds of stuff for you to try, but it's bigger than you.
Do they have a highway there?
No pie, but they give you a Hershey bar.
No,
Hershey Highway?
The Hershey, get the Hershey Highway that goes through there?
No, literally, if you ever go, it's a good vacation trip because you can smell it as soon as you enter the city. And then, you know, their little light poles on the roads? It's little Hershey kisses.
That's so cute.
Aw, how sweet.
Yeah.
Little stars.
Somebody at the front door. I'll be right back.
I can't believe none of you guys have that same cake story that I have. It's kind of weird. I feel weird now.
I feel that way with ice cream.
Why isn't Pantheon back here?
Yeah, he likes.
He's got a leak.
He likes all that stuff. Isn't he a baker?
Pantheon?
Pantheon, yeah.
No, he's a candlestick maker. He said, "Damn it, Yucca." Yeah, wait till he hears mine. And then he says, "Damn it, Casey." There it is. Oh, man. It's only because we love you, Pantheon. Only because we love you. And you're not here to defend yourself. Those two reasons only.
You know, he's got a set of blueprints out there, and he's probably been working on them for like 6 straight days, 10 hours a day, and he's putting that last finishing touch on it. He hears a comment, and then his hand just inadvertently just screeches all the way across the paperwork, draws a line across it. He just wads the whole thing up, throws it in the trash, and starts over again.
I took drafting my freshman year in high school, and like we got deducted if there were like too many lines that you didn't erase well enough. The teacher would like literally deduct points for erased lines. It was the most ridiculous thing I hated that class with a passion. Because I have very shaky hands. In fact, I had one time my hands shake so bad, a guy bet me that I couldn't hit a bullseye on a target, and so he bet me and I won, but because amazingly I can actually shoot pretty well. But when it comes to drawing things, you've seen me try to draw on the screen before. It just doesn't work. My hands shake too much.
See, there it is, KC. Pantheon said you ruined blueprints. I've said it before. I'll say it again. This time next year, there's going to be some builder doing a high-end custom house, and he's going to be installing like garage doors on the 3rd floor because Pantheon was distracted.
Yucca.
You are technically correct. The best kind of correct.
That's funny.
Did you think that drafting class was about beer? Like draft beer? We're going to draft some beer. I'll do well.
I always thought it would be fun to design things and design buildings. It's actually very fascinating to me. I love architecture. I hate drawing lines.
Design these.
Yeah, I can't draw a line. And even when you're T-square out and you start drawing lines and stuff like that, you still like my hands shake so damn bad that I don't know how, but I can't even use a T-square and still draw a straight line. It's insane.
Well,
So you're not straight.
How else do you expect the manufacturers to build the Mr. Fister if they don't have some prints to work off of?
Shaky hands.
I'll never be a doctor. I know that for sure. Oh, just cut the wrong artery. Oh, well, he's goner now.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, whoopsies. The last thing you want to hear a surgeon say, whoops. Or pilot. I'm sure pilot too.
Are we
You ever see those gags that the pilots walk through the airport with the
visual impaired walking cane, like the blind man walking cane in the glasses. It's pretty funny.
That shit is hilarious.
That's funny.
I'm going to try and draw a circle. Somebody said I can't draw a circle, so I'm going to try and draw a circle just because of that.
No one can draw a circle with a mouse.
Here we go.
That's why they have circle tool.
That's not too terrible. It could be better.
Going too slow. You got to go faster, man.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. For fast.
Oh,
That's not. I don't know what happened on this side over here, but there's my shakes coming through. I don't know how that works.
That's a rock.
I know. Casey, please draw a circle. Okay. You want a circle? Here you go.
Modern art.
That's the best I can do. He's got eyeballs. It looks like one of those guys from Sesame Street. Wonk, wonk, a wonk, wonk, wonk.
Yeah, they're not going to hold an art show for you anytime. They're not going to hold an art show for you anytime soon at the Metropolitan Theater of Arts or anything like that. That's for sure.
Nana, Ape asked if that's Ohio.
Is that Ohio? Oh, man.
Nana.
Ned says,
Well
Casey,
done,
draw a
Very well
trampoline.
done.
I got the tramps down now. Those are easy. Want. Yep. Uh-huh. You guys know who I'm talking about, right? Yep.
Those guys on Sesame Street.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Why did Casey go to therapy after drawing a bad circle? Because he couldn't find closure. Oh, man. So true.
That was so bad it was funny.
Dynamite says, Casey, just don't draw any conclusions. That's another good one.
Come on, who among us haven't drawn the the old trace your hand turkey for Thanksgiving? You know, when we were kids, or the ubiquitous V birds, the little V-shaped bird in the sky. I mean, come on, we've all been there.
Daniel Taylor says, I use DaVinci. I don't need to know how to draw. What is DaVinci? Is that a software program that does all the drawing for you?
Yeah. Not really.
I believe it's one of those AI things, like the AI generated things.
DaVinci Resolve or DaVinci? DaVinci Resolve is used for making videos.
I don't know.
Make a lot of videos, huh?
It's on, yeah, it's for Apple. Yeah. Why?
I had no idea. It's not AI, he says. It's editing software. Is it expensive?
DaVinci Resolve is free.
Nana says it's harder to draw on a computer in Casey's defense. Oh, Nana, if only you knew. Quite literally, I think this is probably pretty close to about how I would draw on a piece of paper. That's
you know, that's infinitely easier than making a circle with an Etch-a-Sketch. Remember the old Etch-a-Sketch with the two knobs? I mean, it took real skill to make a circle with an Etch-a-Sketch.
I literally feel like I could probably draw better with a mouse than I could on a piece of paper. Only because it's freehand.
What is that, a hole? Did you just draw a hole?
Yeah, I'm trying to draw circles.
Oh, man, I came back at the wrong time. I see a hoe in a circle rolling around.
I'm trying to shoot the basket.
It's a dwarf star. He's going through quantum physics. It's a dwarf star going over the wonders of the universe.
Crap.
4 Million Gorilla says that was a Charlie Brown. William says, "Is it just me, or does the on-balance volume look insane on the 1 hour?" I haven't. I wouldn't normally run on-balance volume on an hourly. It should be daily.
So, tinfoil hat, Casey. We go way back, you know, and I just want to make a bet with you, and if I win, then I get to shave your beard. If you win, then you get to shave my little beard, okay?
What? No, I don't want this deal. I don't like where this is going. I feel like I've heard this before, but it came from like some like weird guy that you know, it's like
maybe 2 years ago.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours. If I win, you're going on a date with me. If you win, I get to take you on a date.
Once I win, tails you lose.
It's like, oh, can I pass on this? I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass. What's the bet? What do you? I don't really want to. I don't want to take you up on your bet, but I am curious to know what you think you're
You already passed. No, you already passed. I'm sorry, we can't shave each other.
Yeah, please. That sounds good. Let's stick to not doing that. That's a good idea. You keep your blades to yourself, sir.
You know, it's just a little bit frightening that he thought about it to begin with.
You can shave my little beard.
I know, that was the worst part. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, I know he's talking about the one on his face, but it didn't sound like it the way he said it. I'm like, no. Homie, don't play that.
Touching of the beard.
No, homie, don't play that. I get my little. What did he have? Like a sock with stuff filled in it, and he'd beat the kids over the head, and he'd say, "Homie, don't play that."
Homie, don't play that.
Homie, don't play that.
Damon Wayans, yep, in living color.
Smack him over.
Funny stuff, man.
Damn it, those.
Fucking, that was back when you could really laugh at funny shit.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it to go that way, and y'all made me cry. I laughed so damn hard.
Oh, man. He's like, let's turn this into a joke. Yeah, it's funny. Ha ha. That's the one I was talking about.
I watched one of those pranking clips where a bunch of guys they shaved all their pubes and kept them in a bag, and then they got one of their buddies and told him that he was gonna they were doing the setup was they told him they were doing a gag on someone else. And they wanted to dress him up like I think they wanted to dress him like a terrorist, the stereotypical terrorist with a turban and the facial hair and the dark makeup to make him look Middle Eastern. But they glued all of their pubes on his face.
I saw that.
And then they did the gag.
It was Jackass.
It was really very funny, man. But I'm telling you, man. Oh yeah, that's what it was.
It was Jackass, yeah. And the worst part, I think the worst part about it was, and I think they didn't show. I'm not sure if it was a movie or whatnot, but they showed. I saw the aftermath of that, and they actually had like they had a medical staff on hand that was helping him remove it. And the part that like kind of grossed me out more than anything was in order to get it off of his face, like the medical technician was wearing gloves. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, if that medical technician has to wear gloves for what it is that she knows she's touching on his face, and it's touching his face.
Yeah.
I'm like that.
The spirit
that
gum.
yeah.
The spirit gum the makeup artist uses. Yeah.
It really that was the part that made me. I wanted to hurl when I saw that. I was like, oh.
The one dude had the crabs. That was the funny part. The one guy had the crabs. It was fucking. I mean, it was priceless, man. I mean, hey, you live by the sword, you die by the sword, man.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's quoting again. No.
Well, this last 10 minutes was brought to you by Nair. Don't touch another man's hair. Do it yourself.
I remember when they were gluing it on his face, and everybody was in on the gag except for him, and they had the makeup artist there applying it to his face, and he kept saying, "Ooh, it's getting in my mouth, it's getting in my mouth," and he meant it just because he thought it was just fake hair, and they're just rolling on the floor behind him. But
gross,
there was no line those guys would not cross.
Can you imagine how many broken bones they had through all the jackasses? Oh my god. Well, KC, are you going to go watch a movie?
I don't know. This is my wife's weekend off. Oh no, wait, no, she works tomorrow. She has to stay up tonight. Maybe I will. I don't know. Maybe I will. I'll
try Equalizer 3.
I'll tell her. I know there's a couple movies that we were saving, and one of them was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles because she's a big fan, and as well as many of us in the family are as well. So we might actually go see the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle one, but there was another one that she wanted to see, and I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. Oh, I know. It was the one with the hand. What was it called?
Oppenheimer?
No. That was not it. She likes scary movies.
Fister.
Oppenheimer?
Let's see. I think it was.
You'd make an awesome pilot, please.
Talk to me.
Talk to me.
Yeah.
Well, Gran Turismo is based on a true story. If you want to check that one out too, that one was pretty good.
Oh. Does it come in 4D where you get to smell burned rubber?
No, sir.
No. It's a no-go then.
I'm going to go watch Equalizer. That was the babysitter at the front door. As soon as I get out of here, I get to go watch a movie by myself because my wife's at work till midnight.
Well, enjoy your popcorn.
Yes, sir. I'm going to get free refills.
Alrighty, guys. I got to head out of the back of the big tramp. It's that time of the day, unfortunately.
Another one?
Yeah, I know. Another break. All right. I will see you guys. I hope you guys have a great 2-day weekend ahead of you, and I'll come back here in just a minute and hang out with you for a little bit longer. Well, guys, it's the end of the week. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. But unfortunately, as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors. I mean, they really do. They like it, and it's getting nicer out. So go out, get some air. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Don't have a good weekend. Have a great one. Beep, beep. And don't forget the extra special version of Buy and Hold that's coming.
90 seconds and counting. All systems are go.
Thanks to Tom S.
From the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
You need cooling, baby, I'm not fooling. I'm gonna send you back to schooling. Way down inside, honey, you need it. I'm gonna give you my love. getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. And there will be friends who hold till the end. And there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy